some pieces of the paper. Don't run up in the morning, let it taper. Inhale and let it out like reservations. Exhale and breathe, I'm praying for some patience. Proceed, I think I might, I think I'm as a kite. Don't call me for the light, I want a bright night. Don't show 'em like I'm sure, cause they keep it fight. I got my hands in the air.
No more touchdown, getting love from my city. I roll call for the DMV. In my own lane, you could still ride with me.
Lord knows I made mistakes.
You won't in, but it's too late.
I don't need your support just to know I'm important.
I will never sell myself short, cause I know you see me on the come up. Big girl with big dreams and big drip. Talk is cheap, but please dare me to run up. I'ma put my money where my mouth is. Talk a good game, I'm my alphabet. Even on my worst days, still an alphabet. Standing next to me, you gotta be an alphabet. 8 ball in your pocket, I'm your alphabet. Alphabet, baby.
Never really fit in, always felt like an alien.
I be in my own space of mind, making boss moves in my own time, and I
Got my own rise.
find me all alone. I'm on the road. I had to take a couple hits, a couple stones, but targets I don't ever miss. They wanna
It's
know.
got to be me.
Let me give you this game for free. Know you see me on the come up. Big girl with big dreams and big drip. Talk is cheap, but please dare me to run up. I'ma put my money where my mouth is. Talk a good game, I'm my alphabet. Even on my worst days, still an alphabet. Standing next to me, you gotta be an alphabet. 8 ball in your pocket, I'm your alphabet. Yeah, alphabet, baby.
Like a drug that I just can't deny, giving me the best high. My body's shaking, shaking every time you get into my mind. Like a fire, burning wild in my heart. Take me far away in the dark. Only you can show me how to come alive. I feel shivers down my spine. I've been waiting for a long time. So I need to make you mine. Think I want you in my bloodline.
Welcome in, Smite fans, to day number 2 of the Smite World Championship group stages. Some amazing Smite action yesterday and today and tomorrow and the next day. You've got Frog, you've got J-Mac bringing you all the action to start off this weekend. J-Mac, I asked Trelly this yesterday to start off the day. You got to tell me how you're feeling, right? Scale of 1 to 10. Trelly said 9 yesterday, so are you higher than that? Are you like, what's your energy level?
Hold on, Trelly started the week
That's
at
what I
a 9?
said. He started at 9.
Usually you kind of start a little lower and then kind of build up to the rest of the week. I'd say I'm like at like an 8.5 right now, and that's just because it's the first set of the day. By the time we get to the end of the day, that's when I'm starting to hit that 9, 9.5, 10.
We're definitely getting there. This event weekend, a lot of complicated matchups. We started with some best of 3s and going to end on some best of 5s. We'll start with the teams, right? We've got 8 teams coming into the weekend. bottom 4 SPL teams and the top 2 SCC teams from each region. We split those into 2 groups, and from each of those groups, we're going to be sending 2 teams to Worlds. The weekend started out, we saw some best of 3s yesterday, going to have a best of 3 to start the day today, and that will be our beginner best of 3 matches just to determine which teams go to the winner's side of our groups, which teams go to the loser's side of our groups, and then we have some elimination matchups to close out the day. That'll be the end of our best of 3s, and then later on in the weekend, we've got best of 5 qualifying matchups where we get to send those teams to Worlds. And then at the very end of the weekend, J-Mac, we have our top 4 teams already at Worlds going to have the option to decide which teams of the ones that qualified this weekend that they want to face at Worlds, which admittedly is just as important a decision as the teams that are qualifying this weekend. So make sure that you stick around through the entirety of the weekend to see all of the great action.
I would even say it might be even more important than just qualifying at that point, because you think about it, last year, Leviathans were the favored team kind of going into the World Championships. They picked the Tartarus Titans and then lost to them in the quarterfinals. So those decisions you make for who your opponent in quarters is could come back to bite you if you're not careful about it.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line this weekend. We got to start, though, with the teams qualifying. And to do that, we can take a look at the bracket. Starting over on the Group A side, these are the matches that we saw yesterday. So Highland Ravens taking down the Jabalba Storm 2-0, and then the Hex Mambo taking a 2-0 win versus the Gilded Gladiators. And that match, that elimination match, Jabalba Storm Gilded Gladiators, is a matchup we'll see later today. On the other side, though, that's the matchup that's got the one we're going to be starting off the day with. The Group B side of the bracket has the remaining 4 teams that we can see. We got to see Solar Scarabs take down the Camelot Kings yesterday in a 2-0. And then, of course, the matchup to start the day, the Eldritch Hounds versus the Kowlin Wardens. These teams still fighting. Nobody's going to get knocked out in this best of 3, but it will be either put yourself on set point to go to Worlds or put yourself back up against the wall to go against the Camelot Kings later today.
Yeah, so all matches today, best of 3, the last 2 of them being elimination ones, meaning one team goes home and one team then awaits for their next opponent for that last chance to qualify up towards Worlds. And it's so important to get your best foot forward, especially in these first matchups here. Now having the SCC up technically 2-1 against the SPL is a big boon for the SCC teams out there, and now kind of paints that extra target on the back here of the Eldritch Hounds. And with what we've been seeing out of the Kowlin Wardens, especially for the Wardens and how many roster change-ups they made over the course of their phase, whether that be their support role, their jungle, wherever it may have been that this team has made adjustments, it's been working well for them. And you got to remember that the Wardens going into their qualifiers, they weren't the number 1 seed. They weren't the number 2 seed. They weren't even the number 3. This is, number 5, number 6 seed teams for SCC North America that qualified to this World's qualifier chance. So this is a team that is was seen as essentially an underdog going into their own qualifier and is now fighting up against one of the bottom seed SPL teams for a chance to try and qualify up towards Worlds. And the man right there on your screen, Elion, is one that is always loud in those communications. When we talk about player comps, and something that we talked about during our recap last night, if you go check that on youtube.com/SmitePro, there's a nice little shout there. One of the biggest key factors we talked about is communication with the teams, being able to effectively and concisely communicate what you need to say, saying, hey, this is up, my dash is ready at 2, tank the tower for 2 hits, whatever it may be. When you have someone like Elion on your team and when you have some of these star-studded players around you, they're able to make those comms. If we ever do a listen-in with this Wardens team, it will not be quiet. You will not hear silence on that team. It will be loud. There will be multiple people talking, and the one you're going to hear right out the gate is going to be their support player, Elion.
Yep.
My only question that might come with this team is how do things change up when maybe some of Elion's picks get taken away? Aphrodite and Maui were the 2 gods that he went to consistently during the qualifiers, and I wonder if those are going to be the same 2 that he goes to today, especially given that Aphrodite is being banned away pretty much by every team in the top 3 bans. So then that leaves the Maui. If the Maui eats a target ban, what's next up for him? And I think that's an important question to ask for Elion and then for some of the players around him. I think that players like Slash, who have had a bit of a role change themselves, going over from solo into jungle, has not had a nice and smooth transition there. Tuba's been fairly consistent over in that ADC, but their mid laner, Nog, who has kind of jumped up into the league, has really surprised a lot of people. We saw them during the regular phase, we saw them during the qualifiers. We were saying this player's name quite a bit, and for good reason.
Yeah.
He's a damn good player.
Yeah, no, he has really been a pop-off player for this Wardens roster, I think. In particular, I honestly thought when we were looking at what the roster changes were going to come through in the season, I know Jangaro ended up getting picked up. I thought it might have been Nog, man. I thought that he was really next up on the plate, and we're really tooting his horn here. That's because we got him standing by for an interview. Nog standing by with Gore.
That's right. I've got Nog standing by. And the first thing I want to ask is actually about, I guess, a little over a month ago, or around a month ago. You guys were coming in, 5th, 6th seed for the qualifiers to get here, and then we're able to have an excellent weekend. So, what were your thoughts on that and how the team shaped up?
So, bro, I don't know, bro. It was a tough one, but yeah, it was a good.
Yeah, man, you nailed it. So, looking towards this weekend, right? Yeah, obviously, you're coming in. You've got the Hounds here, but also a pretty stacked group, right? With the Scarabs and the Kings as well. So, what are your thoughts on the other teams? Maybe on the other side of the bracket, not necessarily the Hounds just yet.
No, they're all good teams. Both groups. Yeah, that's it.
Sometimes that's all you need to know. They're all good teams. Specifically for your matchup this set, right? Going up against the Hounds. What kind of prep have you guys been doing? Since you qualified, was it like a complete grind, or were you looking at Hounds footage? How were you trying to prepare for this event?
I haven't screamed at all because I went back to Brazil and I was playing on ping. So yeah, it was kind of bad.
Well, hey, I guess that means we're all in for a surprise, right? Well, it sounds like it's going to be a little bit of fun. I'm excited to watch. I'm sure everyone at home is. So good luck in your games, man. Thanks for your time, and we'll go back to the desk.
Naga, man, a few words on the interview, but wise ones at that. Confidence coming in with the team, just knowing that there's good teams on the other side of bracket. I can count that for truth.
Yep.
And counting that maybe they're coming in to surprise. They're ready for the meta. That being said, they've gotten to see a day worth of matches, and there's a lot of footage to review when you talk about the Eldritch Hounds. That's obviously a team that we've been seeing all season long. Haven't seen them in a couple of months, but the Hounds are a team that they've been in the SPL for a while. You know these players, you know what they can do.
But I think that's also an important point that we also brought up with teams like the Gilded Gladiators, who haven't played in almost 60 days seemingly at this point now. It was all the way back in November, almost October, the last time that we saw teams like the Gladiators and the Hounds. So we don't know what these guys have been sitting there and kind of brewing and waiting to see what kind of compositions they're doing, what kind of behind the scenes work that this team has really been working on. And I think for me, a lot of it comes to this guy on your screen right here, Oath. At the beginning of the year, Oath was the pilot for this team. This was the guy carrying. He was the one going 9-1 in the games, making sure that the Hounds are being led to their victory. But ever since the roster change happened and kind of that midway point of the phase in the year, we started seeing a little bit less of Oath. He wasn't as dominant as he was, and that naturally comes whenever you lose some of that synergy with your original roster. But having a double roster change, losing not only your support who moves over to the Camelot Kings, but then losing your Hunter going over to the Jade Dragons and Coast, Oath kind of lost one of those lanes where he could really play through initially because he didn't quite maybe know the synergy or the play style that he had over in that dual lane with Neil Ma and now with Stewart over there. And I think for me, Oath and that dual lane are the two factors of this team for the Eldritch Hounds that I need to see the most improvement on in this tournament specifically. I think Ducky has been doing a fantastic job over in the solo lane, doing the best that he can given his situation. I think Benny Q has been a bit quiet compared to what we know out of the Benny Q. We're not seeing the Atlas mids of the day that we used to from him. We're not seeing the huge major pop-off games like we kind of grew used to in the earlier part of the year. But I think that's fine having him toned down a bit considering some of the areas around him. A new support, a jungler who's gone a little bit quieter. So I think if this dual lane can step up a little bit more, and if Oath can kind of get that fire back in him, this can be a really scary team to go against because Oath is prone to being one of those, I'm going to go 13-1. I'm going to have a quadra kill on Thanatos once, if not twice a game style of player. And it wouldn't surprise me if we even see some of the gods like that. You look at the NASCC qualifiers, Thanatos was a pretty prevalent pick that a lot of players were going towards with how strong Kepri was. It's maybe no surprise we were seeing a bit more, but also is just kind of that power farming god. But more than anything, I think for me, I want to see Stewart get active. And this is something that we've been saying about Stewart for almost ever. Even on his time at the Tartarus Titans, he was a little bit quiet at the beginning, then finally had that pop-off during Worlds. But before then, and even after that point, Stewart's a very quiet player, and I feel like he is one that is very dependent on how his jungler is performing around him. If he can get a jungler to get over to that dual lane and start getting him kills early, get him a little bit of pressure relief, and more than anything, just get him comfortable, Stewart has the potential to be an absolute monster of a carry player. We just haven't got that opportunity to see it in such a long time.
Yeah, I think all the players here on the side of the Hounds roster, right? We've been seeing a lot from them, and I don't know if you've been following the social media. I've been seeing a lot of posts. L. Chuckle's father, the cartoonist, has actually been posting these pieces of art. I've been so in love with the style and the love that they have for the team. I'm personally a fan of the Ducky one because I watched The Bear, and that's a hilarious comparison between the actor that plays there. But of course, all the support that the coach and even the parents and the relatives, of course, that are giving the Hounds, we see it on the social media. So we'll throw up the art here, and it's art by Harry Bruce. You see it right there. That's the coach, L. Chuckles. I don't know. I love this stuff, man. I love seeing it on social media.
When I saw the first cartoon, I said, "Oh, it's that time of year again. We get to see Harry Bruce's work once more." I mean, he did it. I think he did it last year, and it may have done it the year before as well. For Chuckles and his team, but man, all this artwork is just so gorgeous. Make sure you go follow him at Harry Bruce Tunes on Twitter or on X. So, I mean, it's just fantastic work. This is the level of work that I wish that I could achieve, but I do not have the time or patience these days to be able to do so, so I'm glad that there are other people way more talented in that regard than I am to be able to put out work like this.
Smite's art community is crazy, man, isn't it?
It's insane.
Everybody's out there. We're here, though. Hounds versus the other team that I have no idea. It's right behind. It's because
right
the
behind.
Hounds is behind you.
Right, Callan Warden's behind
the
you.
Warden's behind me. That means that they're first pick here in picks and bans. I mean, what kind of advantage? We've seen that sort of switch up throughout the weekend. Where are you favoring first pick versus second pick slot right now?
Right now, I'm kind of leaning a bit more towards second pick. Yes, you can get a really strong pick in that first slot, and I think it's important to figure out what your first pick is going to be. But when we look at teams, I think it's like the Solar Scarabs, or maybe it was even that Hex Mambo team who was just running Hachiman first pick, because they think that first pick's not as important as being able to get that second or third pick immediately after that one. So I think on the second pick side, it leans a little bit more in favor, just because you're able to get two of these kind of top style of picks. But I think first pick has a lot of power because they can just kind of ban whatever right now, not necessarily saying that they can just throw their bans away, but they don't have to worry about banning what the top gods are. They don't have to ban away the Thoth. They don't have to ban the Athena or the Aphrodites. They can let the other team do that. That way, whatever kind of gets left over that they've really been wanting to go for, they can get in that first pick slot. And you see a bit of that reflected here. And I think it's wise on the Hounds, specifically, not necessarily just because of how strong Athena has been. I think she's worse than she was, but still good, just given how the nature of how much CDR is available to the gods on the map, whether it be getting the CDR totem for your green buff or just building a lot of inherent CDR like Awesome Jake does whenever he plays gods like Charon. But Athena is always just going to be one of those relevant gods, so long as I would say Geb is not a meta god. Athena will have some level of relevancy just because there's no immediate answer to that taunt except for beats, and sometimes you have to preemptively beats if you're not quick enough on there. And I think that the ban as well for the Thoth for the Elder Towns is good just because of how strong that Nog has been on that god and just how strong that god is in general. But you still give over Kukulkan to the Wardens, and that's also a god that Nog has been performing really well on.
You've seen some of these expected bans, some more surprising. The Hachiman surprises. Maybe you mentioned the Aphrodite as well, so that's going to be taken away. Elion won't be able to go back to that support pick. But I mean, this first pick, Kukulkan, a couple of patches ago would have been really surprising, right? I mean, no CC immunity, no guaranteed dash or jump away in terms of the escape, but you bring a lot of that objective control. You now have the slow immunity on your 2 the entire time. But there's one I was going to mention that went unbanned through that pick and ban phase. Not the Heimdallr, that maybe is surprising up at the top there, but the Maman Brigitte being picked in the top 2 for the Elder Towns. That is a strong start to the draft.
Yeah, Heimdall is just that comfort pick more than anything. He's not the best hunter around. He's not the worst hunter around. He's very safe, but it's one that Stewart is comfortable on more than anything, so I like this selection for the Elder Towns. I think it might be a bit early to go for a Heimdall pick considering what some other gods are that are at the top of the meta, such as the Ishtar or the Chernobog right now for the hunter role. But getting a top pick Maman is crucial for this team, and I think this is one that Oath can carry on. He was one of the players who was still going Ao Kuang when Ao Kuang wasn't even a thought in anybody's mind earlier on in the year and really just earlier on in his career. And Maman kind of fits a similar level of play. Is another magical god in the hunter, or in the jungle role. So I think that this Maman could be a really powerful pick for Oath, but we've also seen that Maman has gone mid multiple times. We've seen players like Dardes kind of start to kind of pilot that one, Shinto as well over in the mid role. So I think that there is still some flexibility with this pick, and I think probably depending on some of the matchups that pop out, whether it be the jungle or the mid, might determine where we see this Elder Towns team. So a lot of damage more than anything and a decent bit of safety with the Heimdall. So now front line is probably the big call for what the Eldritch Hounds might want to go for. Opposite side, Callan Wardens. The Maui's no surprise. That's what Elion was running. If it wasn't Aphrodite, it was Maui. That was pretty much his 2 in the qualifier, so I didn't imagine any kind of change there. The Charon is the one that still surprises me because for my money's worth, Charon is really not that great of a god. He's not bad, but if you use that tidal wave too early from that ultimate, that summon sticks wave, it can really turn the tide of a team fight. If you start a fight out and you hit 2-3 people, pull a set of beads, maybe force an ultimate because of it, that's a great start for your team. But if you don't have that, you just hope that you have enough CDR to keep spamming those silences, get those shields up, because the shields are the most potent part of his kit, is being able to have those constantly stacking up shields with your carries, with your mid laner. But if you're not able to land those, and if that tidal wave is down, it really makes it hard for this god to kind of effectively frontline, because he wants to be more of a bully than he does want to be a support.
I like turn the tide of the team fight with the wave.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Second wave of bans coming through here. Amaterasu and a Wheelish taken off the board thus far. We got to look for Ducky's pick, I think. Eldritch Hound's still waiting, obviously, on that solo pick, I think, to the second half of the draft. But Ducky was one of those players that continually went back to the Warriors and the Assassins, even at the height of the Mage solo meta. We saw him playing picks like the Amaterasu, like the Thor over there in that solo lane. So you got to think, especially with the Mage solo nerfs, potentially bring Warriors. We've only seen Warriors in the solo lane this weekend thus far, might give a little bit more strength and comfort to Ducky over there in the solo lane.
I'll say I'm surprised it's taken this long to see an Amaterasu banned for that solo lane because of how good of a god she has been. I mean, a lot of players have been talking about how she's probably one of the better solo laners just at blanket, but maybe depending on the team composition, you wouldn't want to give that one over to. She's great around objectives, but since she's banned, we don't have to talk too much about her. Instead, we can talk about Tiamat for BenQ, a god that really does scale well to the late game. Early game, not so great. Decent jungle clear once you can kind of get at least your first 3 abilities online, is able to really clear things out because that consume just is able to essentially execute a camp at lower HP, so you don't have to fully kill it. But more than anything, it just brings a level of safety, some CC immunity in the ultimate as well when you are in that quadrupedal stance, and the ability to kind of assist in split pushing when you can get those lizards online, allow them to start stacking up down one of the lanes, take a tower or 2 at that point, and just cause enough disruption. And really, more than anything, late game safe poke and damage is kind of the name of the game of this god, where she doesn't have maybe the same level of poke and damage that a god like a Raijin might have, or like a Thoth or somebody like that, but it's safe enough. She can fire it over a wall. It's got good range to it. So seeing how BenQ kind of pilots this one, especially given how the mage meta has been, where it's a bit more burst oriented, it's going to take a while for that one to get online. Opposite side, Thanatos and Nike picked up. We've been seeing bans and kind of signs of Nike this weekend, and I've been wondering when we're finally going to see that one. Jumping over into solo lane makes a lot of sense. She's got great CC. She's got great survivability more than anything. Drop that ultimate. Here's a 40% HP shield that you just get to walk around with, essentially, for the time being. But it does leave her susceptible to things like Cursed Ankh if there's too much sustain on one side of the team to remove shields. There's also Sunder. Do you want to dedicate an entire slot just to kill the shield for Nike? Doesn't feel great. But if there's no other options that you need, it can effectively kind of mitigate her there. And then, as mentioned earlier, Thanatos, which was on the rise for the NASCC for those junglers, a comfort pick. But also gets you to that point again where executes just mean that I don't have to kill you all the way. I just have to kill you most of the way and then hope that I can hit the big AoE skill shot whenever I'm flying down from the sky to try and land that there. And I do trust the jungler to be able to land that one here on the side of the Callan Wardens. I mean, this is a team that has proven that even though they were, number 5, number 6 seed coming into this one, that these are players that really have it in them. I think that Slash making this role transition from solo to jungle has taken a little bit of time for him to adjust, but I trust what the Thanatos has been, considering this is one of the picks he was going towards the qualifiers.
Yeah, he looked pretty good on this pick pretty consistently, right? I don't have any problem with him. And with the entire Warden's composition going back to their comfort, right? They get Nog on that Kukulkan pick right off the bat, just making sure he has comfort. And then in their rotator picks, their shot callers, you get Slash, you get Leon onto picks that they're comfortable with as well. On the other side, that solo matchup rounds out, right? Nike, as you mentioned, haven't seen her this weekend. Have seen her banned a couple of times, but the Wukong coming through, we've seen him a little bit. One of the solo laners a little bit more prone to building damage, brings a little bit more pressure over there in that lane. I mean, if you're looking at these drafts, specifically maybe the Wardens, they're the SCC team coming in, maybe it's on them to put the pressure on. Where do you think that they try to push the pressure early on in this game to get control?
I would like to see maybe a little bit of pressure towards the duo lane more than anything for the Callan Wardens. I think that Nike is a god that can hold her own in solo lane. Doesn't have an insane amount of kill pressure early once you start getting a few levels and maybe an item or two up. Maybe you see a bit more there. Kukulkan, he's going to sit there and he's going to turtle farm in lane probably the entire time. So you don't even need to worry about mid lane. This Kukulkan, so long as he doesn't step beyond the halfway point of the lane, should be fine. I think it's the dual lane. Getting this Maui up and ahead, getting this Ishtar online is a very crucial part, and making sure that you can also, feed yourself as the jungler is important for Slash. And I think more than anything, that helps feed into how the late game will play through. If you can get a nice early game for Thanatos, yes, he's essentially going to become an ult bot late game, but that ult gets better as you go in the game, because you go from having a 20-some-odd% execute to a 40% HP execute, and that's massive in late game, especially with how much damage mages are doing now. I mean, we look yesterday, said, here's a full build King Arthur, gets hit by a single tick of an ability, it's 20% of his health down, makes it a little bit easier when you have a 40% HP execute.
Eyes onto the early game for the Wardens, and for both these squads, Callan Wardens going up against the Eldritch Hounds, ready for game number 1, and we'll throw it to the casters.
Thanks so much, Frog and J-Mac. It's going to be Gore and Trelly as we tackle this one with Doug's help, of course, giving us the views. And Trelly, I'm really excited because on one side, based on what we saw during the entire NASCC qualifier run, this is a team comp that the Wardens actually may have run exactly top to bottom that week and looked good with. And on the other side, we've got Maman, and I'm really just happy to see her again.
You're a simple man, Gore. You see one side, I like the left side, but then the right side, you're like, Maman, and that's all it takes.
Yeah.
And I can understand
I don't
that
have to look beyond it.
Right, the gameplay that Maman brings is new and exciting, number one, and also very difficult to lock her down. She's one of those characters where she has so much DPS, but also she can, take you down slowly. There's a lot of burst, and then, of course, the dash, which is just so difficult to try and outplay. If you're not ready for it, she can juke one of your abilities, say a Cuckoo ult, for example. Just jump inside, come back out, and then kill you. It's very annoying to deal with. Oath, definitely one of the better, junglers at piloting this character as well in this tournament, so should be a good look, no doubt about it. Just takes a little bit to get online. Doesn't really come out of the gate swinging. The early stages of Maman aren't exactly the strongest.
It does create, I think, like you said, an interesting dynamic, and much like the Deaths was saying, which is an early game for the Wardens, right? That's more or less what we want to see. Especially with Slash on the Thanatos. We even had highlight reels coming into this event, or this set. Delny's already a lot lower than maybe he would like to be. He's going to have to rely heavily on defense and health pots right now. But a lot of the highlights we saw for the Wardens were Slash getting triple kills on Thanatos just a few weeks ago. So really it is something I think that can be exciting to watch, and I think is going to be maybe important for it. But a lot of it is going to depend on this early game. And so I guess the question is Thanatos enough? Which maybe you don't just need the Thanatos. I was going to also ask if the Kukulkan is the right person to do it beside him. It might also be solo lane, because these two can't just stop, apparently.
I mean, Slash has Blink. Oath was looking very low. You can see, the solo laners. This is what the meta has become, picking these ranged warriors and trying to get those Warriors Axe procs, right? It gives you that extra burst of damage, but it also gives you the little tick of healing. Both Ducky and Delny realize they can't go in, so they back up and they teleport. The health bars are just too low, and the range is a bit ridiculous. Junglers split, both go left and right. Looks like Slash is going to grab the cooldown buff. Yeah, smart call. There's no way you want to fight over in duo when your duo lane is this low. Tuba and Leon, they've got decent clear, but they're going to back up when they realize that Oath could be nearby.
Now, how do you feel? So, J-Mac had mentioned it. Leon had been going to Afro and the Maui a lot. Not a lot of people are going towards the Maui. A few more, at least, going towards the Afro. How do you feel about Maui right now? Like, is he in a spot where you're fine seeing it, or is that just kind of the case of all supports?
I mean, I'm fine seeing it, and I know that you're a Maui enjoyer, so I'm going to tread lightly here.
Say what you need to.
It's just that Maui is so hit or miss, and Leon's a confident player. He is going to hit more often than not, so if that's the case, there's no reason to not go towards him, but there are other supports that you don't have to stake your whole team fight on hoping you get a massive landfall, right? You just...
True.
Yamoja's got the Riptides. Even if the ult doesn't collect value, you can find value elsewhere. In this case, Maui's got a hook and a landfall. And you better be landing both of them, or else you're going to lose a ton of value in that case.
Realistically, Emoja's ult, like, that's a good example as a counterpoint, because it's so big.
Yep.
It's so hard to mess up. Oath goes for an invade on the blue buff. Not successful this time around. Delny and Slash are able to defend, and at least ward off the Hounds for a little bit longer. About 300 gold, 400 gold for the Hounds. It's slowly been amassing over time. careful to find a little more. You had mentioned it. Well, they've got good clear over in the duo lane. The health bars aren't necessarily looking too hot, so you have to be a little more careful. We're watching the junglers so far. Maman, as you had mentioned earlier, not known for the early game. I'm also really excited to see this just because, and this is something I think that has been talked about a lot, but Neil Ma, especially around Worlds time, but really just in general, I've not met another player who is able to keep a mental fortitude the way that Neil Ma can. They could go down, they could lose this set, be down 1 in an elimination game later today, and Neil Ma will walk out of the booth and just be like, just got to win 2, baby. And like, that's the way he views it. So to see what they've been able to do in the last couple of months, and specifically around what Neil is able to provide for this team now that they've got more experience with them, I'm excited to watch this duo lane and just watch the support everywhere for the Hounds.
Yeah, 100% agree. Neil has been a ray of positivity for this team who has, taken some L's recently. Not necessarily in the gameplay, just, the roster change that was forced upon them, things like that. I have liked what I've seen from the Eldritch Hounds as of recent, though. They should feel like a pretty superstar squad in this tournament. But so far, playing it slow, as sometimes you have to. When you're fearful of, a Thanatos gank, when your duo lane is getting tremendous pressure, but also means you can't really gank when they're underneath their tower. They're playing this one slow, and I like to see that just because they probably are confident in their late game, right? A lot of the characters on the side of the Hounds are just going to get better with time. You don't mind Stewart getting full slotted here. Benny Q just wants some itemization. Stelny's getting low. Has that ultimate if he needs a shield, but Oath's nearby as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Oath is willing to dive the tier 1. I guess Oath can answer that question for us, and the answer right now seems to be no. Instead, waits for the cooldown buff, and maybe for Delny to make an oopsie. He has the blink, but it doesn't seem like Delny's going to be getting too aggressive here. And instead, it's just hanging back under the tower, healing up as best you can. Luckily, you've got Slash in the neighborhood, but is that going to be enough to defend your blue buff? This is where some of the issues will come into the equation. Maybe Slash instead will be the one in trouble. Good CC, does make it into the sky. Oath drops the ult, gets the kill for first blood. Now you've got 2 deep in the jungle. Delny, who's half health, and Oath wants a little bit more. Forces the shield out of the Nike. Leon's rotated in, gets a stun, but loses out on the blue buff. It's first blood, the invade successful, and a little over 1,000 gold now for the Hounds.
Wow, it was going to be close if that ultimate killed or not, but Oath had the damage to back it up. Slash needed to get up to the sky just a little bit sooner, and giving first blood to Maman, that's a scary sight, Gore. This is a character that can scale very quickly. She can start snowballing the second you give her a kill like this, especially with the first blood bounty, and already building into that Doom War means Oath's going to be farming quickly, running across the map, and using that influence just about everywhere. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's near Ducky more often than not, right? Delny's been getting the worst end of these trades. That blue buff has been a target of invade. It's not as if you need help over in duo. Stewart has been essentially pushed up to the tower line this whole game, so you don't need to head left. I'd be looking at Ducky, and unfortunately for Delny, you might need to buy some mana potions because you're not going to be getting that blue buff.
And your farm game so far for the Hounds has been pretty solid. I mean, outside of just the pressure that we've seen, I mean, nothing crazy's been happening in mid, but you've got a little bit of a lead for Benny Q, right? And you had just mentioned it, but Stewart has more or less been running this lane with a little help from Neil. So a lot of control on the Hound side. And Trelly, this is one of the most devastating, and we've had this conversation several times, but this slow lead, if it continues on this pace, is one of the issues that SCC teams typically end up facing when they play against some of the SPL teams in tournaments like this, and that's the farm and trying to keep up with it. I mean, even moments like this where, Delny, you're getting the smackdown onto Ducky, but you might be in trouble if you try to overstay your welcome. Oath spotted out, I believe, by a deep ward placed by Delny. So that's not going to be an easy rotation. Instead, maybe going for some mid camps might be in trouble yourself. Only have Neil for backup. Yeah, instead they're going to pull away. But that's something the Wardens need to be a little more on top of, is the farm game. And a lot of these cooldowns, I mean, even the mid camps, right, is going to be a huge example. Neil caught out, locked down, and killed off. Now uses the ult to burn him down. And there's just not much you can do about that one.
Yeah, I mean, the Hounds showed their hand, right? When Oath throws his ultimate down to get mid camps, you can tell they're not looking to fight, which means if Neil's going to step up, great hook by El Leon, and of course, Nog just sends out the ultimate just to confirm the kill. That's going to be an easy answer back. As Delny's taking some damage, forced the Sentinel of Zeus just to try and make it out. Ducky Will not get the solo kill, but does get to proxy a wave, push one underneath the tower, and remember, there's no teleport for Delny. He's going to miss a lot, and right when the blue buff comes in, yeah, this Nike's going to be getting further and further behind.
Now, one other thing I want to ask about the Nike, and it's mainly because sometimes I forget how oppressive that slow is, but watching how Ducky could barely even keep up. He couldn't chase the minions down if he had wanted to. And so in moments like that, you know, looking at relics, we've got a med, we've got some beads, the teleport, nothing too crazy. But do you expect to see, you know, something to deal with the shield, like the Sunder? Do you expect to see a sprint or anything like that? Or do you think they could maybe ignore Delny a little bit?
I would hope that a Sunder still comes through just because it's a great relic regardless if you're using it to counter out Sentinel of Zeus. But it's not 100% necessary. I think as long as you're playing around that shield and understand that, hey, we got to essentially kill Delny twice, it's not the end of the world. But you don't lose anything for just destroying that ultimate, right? You already have a safety relic in the meditation. Ducky probably wants Blink, so it's going to be all on to Neilma, but Charon is one of the safer Guardians in the game anyways. You have so much movement, you have so much peel. You could definitely go for the Sunder, and I'd like to see it for sure.
And Ducky has been getting the better end of this trade through and through. We talked a little bit about it, and I can ask you now. Yeah, Jotun's Vigor, so immediately going for the Glyph upgrade, which has been...
That's the tech.
Yesterday we saw some where they prolonged it, at least a couple items, but immediately going into it versus like the Rune Forge on the other side. You seem to really like the Jotun's Vigor.
Yeah, you go into Warrior's Axe, you go right into Jotun's Vigor, you have extreme sustain, right? Like the proc, it's just so much more beneficial than Soul Eater because you get the damage, you get the pen, but the proc ends up being whenever you need it, right? When it comes up, when you get that extra healing, you just full heal off a wave essentially. It makes you a little bit more susceptible to ganks, but let's look at, you know, who picked it up. When does Wukong, has Ducky ulted yet? No, he hasn't had to because Slash isn't over here. He's never in Threshold. If anything, he can just W key. He's got plenty of CDR, he's got plenty of sustain. This has been the tech in just about every ranked game you've played for the past, 2 weeks or so because everyone just wants to be able to outpoke their opponent and sustain in lane, and they don't have to stack up 100 stack Soul Eater to do it.
Well, Delny, they've been fighting over this. Last time Delny was able to steal away that cooldown buff. Now, though, it's just been this, right? Back to the Warrior slap fights that we've known, except this Wukong's doing a lot more damage than Delny's been able to handle and has been forced under this tier 1 pretty often. Blue buff's coming back up, and you can see it. Oath, right-hand side of the map, already making the rotation in. Delny half health. Ducky did his job with the poke, and now Oath wants a little bit more. Forces the ult out of Delny and gets the blue buff. Got a little hairy there for a moment, but Delny not able to turn it around. They might even go for a little bit more. They have the minion wave. Do they have the damage? Knock up double from Delny, but the stun is good. The knock up from the ult of Oath is great. And then, of course, you get the Somersault Cloud, everything you need for a kill. But the Hounds don't let it lie. They pick up the Gold Fury, secure it with Nog's ultimate, set themselves up for some success.
The Eldritch Hound stole it away. Stuart got that. 45
No
damage
way.
with the Horn. Yeah, that Cuckoo ult looked clean.
I'm so sure of that.
Yeah, 45 damage from the Galar Horn takes it away. The Warden said, you know what? And this is a beautiful call because you look over at
2
Blue
days
Buff.
in a row, by the way. 50, like a 50 health objective.
You gotta be watching those Cuckoo ults, man. It was a smart call because what has Oath done? Clockwork every single time. He's going to be a blue buff. They're like, hey, we know where Mamon's going to be. We know where Wukong's going to be. We pull the gold. We have Cuckoo ult. But it's very thin margins, man. Any little mistake and you can drop it. Neilma comes in, sends out the ultimate, maybe disrupts that confirm a little bit, and then Stuart is able to pick it up. Beautiful play, and the Hounds just push their lead even further.
Yeah, I was real ready to just give it to the Wardens and then start talking about how, like, oh, hey, that's going to help eliminate some of the deficit they've been. Like, my mind was immediately going on that track. Shelly, it's 3,500 gold, just a little shy of 3,500. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be getting too much easier for them. They need a win, and they need it somewhere. And if that Fury's taken away, maybe you can find it around the beacon. But it's going to be difficult. You've got all 5 Hounds here, ready, waiting, just looking for someone to make a mistake. Ducky's going to cancel out the stun before it connects onto Leon. Chase doesn't seem to be there too much. Instead, they're just going to conquer the beacon themselves. And now you're talking neutral objectives, you're talking kills, admittedly just the one extra. Diving towers, being able to steal Gold Furies, and get the beacon. And the Hounds are putting themselves in a wide margin of success. Knock up for Oath onto Slash. might want a little more. Stewart gets so much damage done onto the Thanatos now. Oath just has to find a way in. The wave going to be a little bit too soon from Neil. And it seems like Tuba and the rest did just enough work to make sure that Slash is able to get out alive.
Yeah, Oath was pretty close to threshold, but had Blink, and that's not something you want to try and gamble with. Can you predict where the Blink goes? Is he even going to use the Blink? I can see why Slash didn't go up to the sky, especially as a level 11. Stewart Bifrosts away, gets himself out of any sort of trouble. There's not much to do on the left side of the map once the Gold Fury's down, the beacon's been confirmed. I like the aggression, but it didn't really seem that necessary. It was mostly just, Ducky rotating over, trying to see if he can start anything with that pull in. But a quiet game so far despite all the action over on right. Now, Pyromancer's available, and I still think the Wardens, I like where their head was at, right? Use this Cuckoo ult, use it to confirm your objectives, just hover over the ability, it'll tell you how much it does, and then make sure you are consistent and try and go for the Pyromancers again. That's your way to get back into this game, and I don't think they should stop.
A landfall off the mark there. A little bit of CC immunity beads used by Benny Q, and they have some aggression on the Leon in mid. Doesn't seem like the burn is quite there. Instead, it's Oath who finds the burn. Oh my god, the damage done to Slash in the jungle, taken down completely by Oath. You were mentioning the Pyromancer. It's wide open now, and the Hounds are going to step up and take that.
Yeah, they better. I mean, that Scythe, even if it connects, the heal would have certainly helped, but Oath, he smelled blood in the water. He went in for that solo kill, and he certainly found it. Cuckoo a little bit late. The Eldritch Hounds are able to pick up that Runic Bomb, no problem this time. Ducky gets to grab it for himself. All the while, Oni Fury is going to be coming back up here, Gore. Teleport available for both of these solo laners, so expect them both to show up. I want to see it pulled almost immediately by the Hounds. They have this lead. There's no reason they should be scared. There is almost no one on the map that's a threat. Nog has some pretty solid damage, but the Cuckoo ult's down for a bit. I'm thinking the Hounds will play this one a little bit slower. Ducky doesn't have too much mana to his name. I assume he's sitting on a lot of gold. Yeah, 2k in hand. So would like to go back to base before that pull comes through. But they've got Executioner. I mean, Stewart has plenty of DPS. They should feel pretty confident about going in for the pull here.
And this is something, so we've been seeing this, I think recently, it's been a swap, right? Where a month and a half ago, we were definitely seeing crit towards the later end of the build, but
right.
Dominance was like the 6th item. Like it was the extra, okay, I've got my 2 crit items, I've got, XE plus Devos, now let's go for Dominance. And I'll ask you about it maybe in a second. A lot of damage for Benny Q in mid. It seems like they're going to back away here, and unless Nog has something absolutely insane in the pocket, probably not getting too aggressive. How do you feel about the Dominance, like 2nd item, that both of the carries have gone for?
Yeah, when mages solo were the meta, crit needed to be coming through. Now that the Warriors are back, I think Kinsai's Dominants are still part of the party. Oni Fury started up getting half health. Only Leon's close by, but here comes the rest of the squad.
He's going to be hanging out. Nog has the ultimate back available. Wave comes crashing through Neil.
Man,
massive for it, but it's great from Slash in the back, helping to turn this around. Oh my god, they are dissecting the Hounds one by one. Benny Q, all you need is one more hit, and the Slash Scythe is going to be exactly what you need. 4 gone in the blink of an eye, and the Wardens take a huge fight.
I mean, the Hounds grouped up. They saw Neil's ult. They said, let's all follow the wave. And Nog said, all 4 of them are following close into this little tight corridor? Sure, I'll send the Spear of the 9 Winds and hit 4 of them. That was a massive ult. And that's all you need for the comeback. Slash was able to pick up some kills. Look at that spike in the gold and XP. That's what one Cuckoo ult can do for you. That is ridiculous.
Charlie, and you know what? I'm going to say yesterday, Elu, the tides were turned a little bit. I guess it was technically Gladiators I was thinking of, but they were at a Phoenix line, right? Similar lead. They were in control. And we have seen how one mistake can cost you. And that is, like you said, I mean, that's the whole lead. All of it. It's just gone. And what a fight from the Wardens. And so beautifully done as well. You had mentioned from Nog, but now the setup, now you've got to be a little more concerned if you're the Hounds. You can't just rely on, A, your team fight, but B, you can't rely on the lead that you've amassed up to this point. I can't believe it disappeared so quickly. Now we're 17 minutes in. Within under 1,000 gold means nothing at this point, so It is as even as you can get. Even experience-wise, earlier we were talking about gaps, but it's not that bad. In fact, for a lot of the Wardens, it's actually gotten a little bit better. I've seen Nog hit levels slightly before Benny Q, much like right now, 18 to 17. Got a level lead for Leon. You've got Tuba, who's still in the conversation. Despite the pressure the Hounds had earlier, nothing's really gone their way. And now that last fight has turned on its head, everything that was quote-unquote the advantage has disappeared.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, before the poll, I said they should feel confident except for Nog. He's the one that was even with Benny Q. He's the one that had the DPS. Now the rest of the Wardens are catching up, right? Tuba, he's got some good DPS. Finished that Demon Blade. Is probably going into a bit more attack speed like he needs to try and get this Ishtar online. Leon has a level lead over Neilma, so he's going to be a bit tankier, have that set up for the squad. Not bad at all. They need to play a little bit defensively for now because the grouping of the Eldritch Hounds is pretty strong at the moment. But actually, no, Tony's just going to jump in.
Double knockup, then immediately gets a 3-man slow. You need a little help. Pulls the beads thanks to Leon. Up to the sky goes Slash. Not going to have the execute here. Wave from Neil Ma comes crashing down. Slash is gone to the wayside. Does not care about this one. Maybe it's going to be a Pyromancer. Look at, you've got a huge grouping from both teams, but can you get the junglers involved and in time? Nog, little bit of poke done in mid. Seems like he's going to be just fine. The team loops around with Slash going all the way over towards the right. I don't think they're thinking about fighting anymore. I think that was Delny special. And they're going to back away, but like you said, you're kind of surprised, or at least I'm surprised to see the Wardens playing as aggressive now. It might not be the 1v1. Oath might be getting baited in. Silence now killed off Delny with the assist to Slash, just decimating him. And then the Hounds
got it again?
Oh my god, somebody has got to get these Cuckoos a little more on point with their objectives.
Nog can hit anything that's not an objective. Like,
put 4 players in front of him, they're dead.
Yeah, show him the team of the Eldritch Hounds, he hits those. Show him a Pyromancer that doesn't move and tells you the health bar. It's going to be a little slow on that one, but it's okay because they were able to pick Oath. Ends up being a little worthwhile depending on how these runic bombs are used. Ducky's got one, Neil's got one. That's the big deal. If you group up on a Fire Giant and drop 2 runic bombs, that could be a good play. If you just go up to a tier 1 tower, drop the runic bombs, that could be a good play as well. The bombs are more of an investment, right? You can use them to your heart's desire, however you want to try and get some more gold in your pocket. But that doesn't bode well for the late game, right? If the Wardens do get in an aggressive position and they head towards this Fire Giant, Spirit of the Nine Winds needs to be on point.
You've given the Hounds essentially the counter to it, right? Like, I mean, like you said, you can just drop 2 runic bombs and you feel pretty secure about the ability to take it away, even with Kukulkan on the other side. So objective play for the Wardens maybe needs a little bit of a cleanup. That's the only thing that's given the Hounds the slight advantage that they have right now. Otherwise, we're getting towards this late game. You got a kill lead for the Wardens. Beautifully played and executed over on right in terms of fight potential, which is a little surprising. So, you know, Oath on this Maman, as someone who has been mostly a permaban by everybody that's seen it. 3-2-0. Right now, Primal Fury is the main target. There's going to be the ult. And it's a little early, but the Wardens are still able to secure. Now can they get away? That's the big question for them. Good damage from Ducky, at least some poke on the way out. It doesn't seem like the Hounds are going to have too much unless they want to dive the tier 1. We're 21 minutes in. They could easily do this if necessary. But you're going to be fighting up against 4. Delny split pushing over on the right-hand side of the map. And it's going to be a leap in. Neil Ma leading the way, but not quite enough to want to dive a tier 2. Delny's teleported in, giving them the full 5-on-5. Instead, it's going to be a small reset for the Wardens and for the Hounds.
I just want to go for a Fire Giant here, but the Wardens, yeah, they were a little weak. Leon had to go back to base. Cuckoo ult not on the table. Fire Giant's getting burned very slowly, not even half jet. But Delny blinks it anyways.
Yeah, Delny there, surrounded now. Might have to use the ult just to get out. Massive slow, and the leap is going to be good, but now you need some backup. You need your team, and Nog is in trouble. You need to help him out as best you can, but Oath chases him down, kills him off, and gets the advantage for the Hounds. Upstart. Now Slash tries to make it into the sky, does so. Doesn't have an execute ready. Is he looking for a stun? No, he's looking to fall back and get out of here. You lose Delny in the process. Leon is low. Leon barely able to get out of this one, but with a 2-man advantage to the Hounds, they're going to march right back towards the Fire Giant pit and start it up again.
See, that's why you got to look at the enemy ADC's build. Stewart is not built for doing Fire Giant quickly. Delny blinks in way too early, and the rest of the team wasn't even ready yet. Slash couldn't find an execute. There was no DPS. Nog had no peel, even through double relics. They needed to stall for that Cuckoo ult, and it wasn't able to happen. The Eldritch Hounds get the first Fire Giant of the game, and they're able to head on back and just try and get this lead rolling. It's been back and forth pretty consistently ever since that 4-man Cuckoo ult at the Oni Fury. But now the Eldritch Hounds are in the driver's seat. They're able to try and push through the last of these 3 tier 2 towers and 1 tier 1 over on right. So plenty of gold for them to try and grab for themselves. But let's talk about that siege. Ducky's been blinking in pretty consistently. That seems to be the engage. Neomos sends the wave. Besides that, it's not as if they have easy CC to just find a kill. It's not as if they have a Ymir freeze or a Maui pull or anything like that. It's going to be a lot of poke and all-in potential. But Oath is probably getting to that point where he can just 1v1 you, right? If you do a 4-1 split or a 3-2 split, Maman is here. She has arrived. She's level 20. And that's going to be a pretty big opening if he can find just anyone in the jungle, you know, sit around corners, find a nice stun. I'm going to keep my eyes on Maman for sure. Because Oath is getting to that point where he can just 1v1 essentially anyone he finds.
Before he bought the tier 2, Neil Ma had maybe the most Neil Ma build I had seen, which is really just to say he had like 2 items, but fully upgraded relics, fully upgraded starter, like all in on let's get the team to where they need to be. And it's still pretty much exactly like that as it is. So it is exactly what you come to expect from the Hounds. Maybe a little bit of setup, and you had mentioned it, the wave from Neil Ma. Maybe a huge opener for them.
I think Neil's getting Gem of ISO for the shields. He's like, you know what, I didn't get Sunder, but I'm going to get Gem of ISO. It could be E-Staff, that's like the obvious choice, but I think it's a Neil thing to do to grab Gem of ISO here just for the shielding.
Not only that, I feel like there's a lot that you could do to maybe, I guess at that point you'd said it, he's aggressive, right?
Yep.
So that just lets you play a little more aggressive with your team. If you're all in already, all in a little harder, right? Just make sure that you can control it. I really do want to see a group up from the Wardens, though, and that's really the big thing. Now that Titans, they're running down mid, we're looking at a 5v5. How aggressive do you think the Wardens can be in this scenario? I mean, things were going so well for them after that fight around the Fury, and now it's gone right back to where it was before they got it.
I don't think it hurts them too much to play defensive here. They are going to lose this tier 2 tower to the Titan coming through if they aren't able to burn it down quickly. It's not as if they don't have DPS for it with Nog and Tuba. They can, you know, try and shred it down. But it's all if the outer towns try to push. I guess the Primal Fury spawning in, they feel more confident going in for that. But Neil's charging the ult.
And he's going to send it forward. It clips 2 on its way through. Nog in a little bit of trouble. Watch Oath. He's looping around, going for the back. Needs his team to go in. And Ducky is going to get the memo. Knock up from Oath comes in, but you don't have the damage. No!
He gets shredded!
You get deleted, and now a great ultimate from Nog again helps turn away at least 2 members, and there's the execute to follow through. Slash, barely any health to his name, but gets the job done. They turn that siege on its head, lose the tier 2, but they pick up 2 for themselves.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I like the first call from the Hounds a little bit better, where they let the Titan go in and they just decided to go for the Primal Fury, but Neomot charges up the ult, the River of Styx from downtown. Ducky goes in. Oath blinks as well. It seemed like they were all just grouped for that explosion, but Oath just didn't get the ultimate off in time or didn't get enough value from it, and a nice Death Scythe from Slash turns his HP bar immediately down. And now the Kowloon Wardens get time to try and build this gold lead in their favor, right? With Oath and BennyQ off the map, Primal Fury is going to be free. Take as much farm as you can. We may be looking at an enhanced Fire Giant if this stalls out enough, and it's all going to be about keeping Nog safe. That was the issue before the last Fire Giant, right? Ducky gets both relics. Oath was able to get to the Kukulkan. That can't happen again. You got to be able to keep the divers out and make sure that this ultimate is still available. If so, the Hounds play scared. They don't know if they can go in for a 50-50, even with 2 runic bombs. You don't want to mess with a full health Cuckoo, right? That ult can still be scary because of the knock-up and things like that. So it's all going to be on Leon and Delny. Can they keep the divers away? Can they keep Nog alive?
And it's something, I mean, even just to emphasize your point, and something J-Mac had mentioned on the desk, which was Nog stayed alive long enough to hit the ult. Did the whole ult 100-0 somebody? No. Did it get him low enough for Slash to come dunking down? Yes, that is the danger. The combination that they have. Slash got incredibly low, has to play carefully. Oath as well, someone who got caught out in the middle of the last fight. This loop around. Now, the question is going to be whether or not they can take this fight. Fire Giant's going to be spawning in. So the question, Shelly, is how they approach this and how they dissect this. Do you agree with them playing as not, I don't want to say passively, because they're definitely still aggressive.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe as far back, Delny eats a lot of damage in the process before they have to fall back. But do you agree with the Wardens playing as far back as they are?
I mean, I think this is what they need you to remember. Stewart does not do Fire Giant quickly. They have the time to just wait for it to do a little bit more DPS. Delny can teleport back in. Fire Giant so low. Remember the last time the big issue was that Delny blinked in too early. Now, They're just stalling. Let the Hounds take some damage. It's all a bait still. They're not going to commit with Nog here. They are not going to go for a 50-50. Fire Giant gets reset. This is exactly what you need to do. And Neilmot did commit to that Gem of Isa. So this Charon is not going to be the tankiest man on the map, but he will annoy you. The shielding, the slows, all of that, and more. And the Hounds stole away oh no, they got the Primance on this. For some reason, I thought the Wardens made a pull there. I'm just so used to seeing the Hounds steal it away, but they get a third Runic Bomb. Ducky has 2 in his pocket now.
That's a lot of Runic Bombs.
They are very much stacking the confirm in their favor. All they have to do is bait out this Cuckoo ult. Whether it's a fake dive, a blink in, Ducky goes into the Somersault Cloud, whatever it may be. Once Nog's ultimate goes down, the Hounds should have a free window to try and go for the FG.
Well, and you can see Leon, I think, maybe emphasizes most of what this team is looking for, which is finding the opener, right? Leon has been playing a little further forward, and there's only one reason Amaui's going to be that far up. He's looking for a landfall, he's looking for a hook. It just depends on how many people are on the other side of where he's looking. But he just hasn't been able to find that yet. And that's really the tug of war, it feels like, we've seen on this right-hand side. Hounds get a little aggressive, Wardens position themselves well, and the Hounds have to fall back. Same thing, but vice versa. It just seems like the teams, like you said, with the lack of burn on the FG and the amount of secure that the Wardens have, 50-50 is risky. And it's just waiting for that other shoe to drop. Meanwhile, I love what the Wardens have been doing. Granted, the gold lead is not necessarily diminishing by a whole ton because the Hounds are doing the same, but it's just kind of been like, oh, hey, this camp is up. Cool, let's go for it. Let's go push this minion wave up. A lot of control just around the lanes and around the jungle to make sure that they're in the best possible scenario. Just waiting for that big opener, but they're playing cautiously. And this is where the Hounds, Shelly, you had highlighted this earlier, they suffer a little bit.
Yep.
Because they don't have the same engage. They've got the wave, and that's pretty much it to really start the fight.
If I'm Benny Q, I'm going back to base, and I'm just stacking up as many lizards as possible in the left lane. He has 1 in mid and 1 in left. I'm putting like 4 different spawns in left lane because no one from the McAllen Wardens is going to step forward. This Fire Giant bait is not working. They're not falling for it. Once it's EFG, there you go. The ring spawns in. This might be a little bit better. Just under half now, and here comes Benny Q with the zone.
And as Leon gets aggressive, let's listen in with the Wardens as they take the fight.
I'm coming back, Nice. Can we come back? Come to me. I have shell. We'll come in the back. I have shell. Men. She's one. Nice. Back. Is this one? Look at Haim. Nice. We pull.
So bad.
Ducky, I'm pulling. We have sentry. One sentry.
We can end the game.
You hear exactly what you need to, Trelly. Clear, concise comms. First off, target calling, perfect. And it's something we've come to expect. You talk about it a lot. You get to hear it there. Leon teams and Leon comms, right? If you listen to Leon, the job gets done. And Slash gets a triple because of it. 7, 2, and 4. They get the enhanced Fire Giant. And you hear the call. They think they can end. And they've got 20 seconds before Neil, 30 before Benny. And just in the middle for Oath. So they're storming down the mid lane. Tier 1 gone, Tier 2 gone. Phoenix out of there. Now it's Stewart and Ducky versus the entirety of the Wardens trying to hold them off, but it's the Titan that is the main call. What they're looking for, the damage seems to be bouncing a little bit back and forth. They take down Stu, but you've got the respawns coming through for the Hounds. It is not quite the Titan. You have to run away here if you are the Wardens, but you get so much done and only at a small cost of Slash.
Yeah, that was going to be a rough one regardless. Those respawn timers were so close. Neilma up in 6, and he has so much CC. And you got to make sure that damage is connecting. It looks like they're going to have to go for the reset here. It was going to be a tight quarters play regardless at this point, Gore, but if you win the FG fight so handily, you get the enhanced Fire Giant. I can see where their confidence was. We heard it in their voice. Let's just step forward. Let's go in for the end call. It was just a lot of stall that comes through. That's what Wukong can provide as well. Going up into the Somersault Cloud, you got to kill him twice, and that can be very annoying to try and get done.
The one thing, and maybe I should have been watching this more, but the map state, I still feel like there's towers on the side lanes.
For sure.
And that's the other half of this conversation. We've seen this a lot where you're confident, hey, we've got 25 seconds total before the big worry is back up, which in my mind is the Mammon. And it's just enough time that maybe you could kill the Titan, but that couple hundred extra health that you get from the towers suddenly actually has to be applied into the equation. and something that they're not going to be able to deal with in that scenario, right? Knocked back, repelled out, but you got EFG still on 4 of the Wardens, a very favorable position, a brilliant team fight when they finally get in there. And with the way things are going, I mean, now you're looking at the Hounds. Gold lead, we're laid it up in the game that maybe it's not that big of a deal. A lot of upgraded relics, things like that, already on the board. And so they have to figure out, if you're the Hounds here, a better way to tackle this team fight, because as of right now, the engage is non-existent.
Yep, I mean, and also, you got to flip it as well for the siege, because that's what the Wardens have to deal with. You said side lanes still available, right? You got to push down left, you got to push down right. The base has not been fully broken yet, so how much defense can the Eldritch Hounds even provide? Benny Q's got some decent clear. Stewart's been staying very safe, just bifrosting out whenever trouble emerges. But you're gonna have to stand your ground and keep these birds alive, right? That's how you got to build yourself back up after you lose EFG like that. Whereas the Wardens, they can split up the map very well. Slash has been on point of, if he gets into someone trouble, he goes into that hovering death and just sort of lingers. Says, hey, you guys getting anyone low? Can I execute, or is that not a possibility? Should I just leave? That's what I want to see here from the Wardens. Are they going to split up? Are they just going to run as 5? Probably the smart call with fire minions going down mid. You can push up left pretty consistently.
Well, now they've got to do, again, a small reset to figure out where things are going to lie. You've got such a favorable position right now for the Wardens. In fact, I was talking gold lead. That might not even really be part of the equation against them anymore, because they get that Fury. And they put themselves up. Again, just a few hundred gold, but a few hundred gold nonetheless. That's going to bring us even in those regards, but EFG itself is going to help balance things out. You got fire minions knocking down the mid Phoenix, and therefore, Shelly, you can start to put pressure elsewhere on the board. Do you want to see the Wardens group up, go left, especially when Slash respawns, or is there another prime target? Could they go for an end and maybe try to pull the Hounds out of the base?
The only issue I have with the full 5v5 grouping is that does play into the Eldritch Hounds' hands, right? They want to be able to 5v5 with the Phoenix helping them out. A split push is usually your best option, especially with EFG, where, Slash or Delny, just about anyone gets alone with a Phoenix and it's going to get soloed, right? That's what Enhanced Fire Giant can provide. The other issue is, if you're split up like that and you're in a 3-2 split and you reveal your hand too early, where like Leon, Tuba, and Nog all show themselves on left, you know for a fact the Hounds are going to sit around a corner in right lane and say, hey, there's only going to be 2 people walking up here. We can go for a quick gank, back immediately and go and defend that left Phoenix, and nothing gets done. So that's probably why the Wardens are grouped up together in a 4v1 at the moment, but Slash probably will just linger in the jungle to see if he can find anyone.
The biggest thing that you highlighted is that separation, right? Like, if it was a 3-2 split and 2 of them were in mid, that's not that big a deal. But you got to go to the other side of the map if you want to push down right lane and get the towers, get pressure on the Phoenix. Luckily, you've got an Oni minion wave over there doing the job for you. So they might not get the tower, but they're going to do a lot of damage and set you up for success. Well, you can do, as you had mentioned, exactly this. Hide, hang out, 4.5 split, I guess you can call it, because he's not 1, he's not in mid, he's just hanging out in the jungle. The engage, as you mentioned, going to be a little more troublesome. Delny goes in slow, massive onto a few, looks for the pull from Leon, but unable to find it.
That's it.
And it's going to completely quell that one, right where it is and right where it's at. Phoenix stays alive, and the Hounds, well, they keep breathing to see a few more minutes of gameplay.
I didn't hate that engage either. Delny goes in, pops a Sentinel of Zeus, and then just puts up a shield and says, hey, you can't auto-attack in, come on team, walk up, but seems like the Wardens didn't feel confident enough. They didn't love the engage. They weren't able to pull any relics with that landfall, so just back up. The siege is done. You got mid-bird, you got left side tier 2, and that's going to be it for the time being. The next Enhanced Fire Giant is going to be the call, and it seems as if the Wardens should feel aggressive enough to get some wards. That's the big deal. Once you get the first siege down, is you can go into the jungle, no problem, right? You're just going to walk in confidently, you got plenty of wards, and then you sit here and say, go ahead, how are you going to make it into the jungle? How are you going to make it to the Fire Giant pit to actually de-ward when we have all this map space already covered? But good news for the Elder Challenge is that mid Phoenix will be spawning in here shortly, so they won't have to worry about the fire minions when the EFG spawns back in.
Well, it's going to be, as you said, a little brief reprieve. Setup, ward coverage, probably going to be massive 3k pot for Nog in pocket. That's going to help secure tons of wards in pocket for the Hounds. And that's what I'm looking at right now. It's going to be vision around the FG pit in general. You've pushed up. You've got Tiamat, and therefore you're going to be dealing with the fire minions in mid pretty easily unless the Wardens push them up heavily. There's a beacon to be captured if anybody truly wants it. But otherwise, Trelly, we are entering maybe unknown territory. Definitely territory where you cannot get caught out if you can avoid it. Hook is good onto Ducky. The damage, oh my god, the damage barely makes it onto the Somersault Cloud, but that is an ult gone from the Hounds. And Nog looked like he wanted to chase a little bit further. The rest of the team wasn't there, and the Zephyr does not hit Landfall. Tries to come out, tries to connect and pull, but won't quite get the separation that it wanted. But the Wardens controlling the right side of the map and controlling the FG pit.
Yep, EFG spawned in. The Wardens are trying to find something. Remember, they used a lot just to attempt to get those kills. Delny jumps in just to try to put Neilma a little bit lower in HP. Threshold, that's what they're looking for. They want Slash to find and execute to start this fight out. So the tanks are going to be the target, but the other towns aren't falling forward. They're not stepping forward, and they know EFG hasn't even been started up just yet.
You have to be careful to Tuba's build. I mean, Deathbringer at this point finished for a while. That damage has been coming out, and it's been coming out true, and there's not a Spectral online on the Hound, so the crit is ringing where it needs to. Delny going for the zone, rest of the team starts up the Fire Giant. Neilma backing up, and the Hounds have decided to let this one ride and see what they can do on the defense. And Shelly, if they're going to trust their defense that much, I'm going to have to ask you if you trust their defense that much, because they're going to need it against the EFG.
I mean, that's the thing. If the Wardens just rinse-repeat the play they did last time, and they were too scared to step forward, then I don't love it. But I feel like they should feel a bit more confident. They've got Polly on Nog. That Cuckoo is going to do half that Phoenix's HP with EFG. They don't have to play this one slow. They can walk forward, get the Phoenix, get out, reset, and continue to do so. And you can tell that's what Nog's looking for. He wants to go in, get a Polly shot back up. Leon and Delny have to create the space for it to happen. I don't think the other towns should be able to defend this, but with how passive the Wardens are playing, it's not impossible.
They've got time. They're dancing on a ward, so Vision's going to be there for the Hounds. They've got wards covering their entire base right now. They try to go in, try to shred the Phoenix, but again, a little bit of damage back at them. Not too much, but enough that they back away. Now Delny goes in deep. Nog with a deep shot, connects onto Neil, gets him low, but only takes him down to about half. Ducky up onto the Somersault Cloud. Has to make a decision, is not going to go in here, and instead falls back. Phoenix half health, but it's going to be a small reset for the Wardens, buy a little more time for the Hounds.
Yep, that was the full engage. That's what they wanted. They found stun into ult, didn't quite get Neil into threshold, which means Slash isn't going to go up into the ult, and you have to reset. All the while, not many auto attacks went into that Phoenix. Still a little under half health. Leon goes for the ult, pulls back Benny Q.
That's a huge pull. Benny tries to stay alive. That Aegis buys some time, but it only buys so much. Now Oath by themselves. Slash is up in the sky, comes crashing back down. Mid-Phoenix taken down by the Wardens. They have broken the base a second time. Now it is about getting the reset, trying to find their way in. They've got a 4v5 advantage for the Wardens. Defense is going to be mounted. Left side Phoenix. But it's not going to be heavy. Instead, it's a few more autos, and that's all it takes. A second bird down. And the Wardens in an aggressive position start to sniff forward. They want one more pick before they go for the Titan, and Delny is going to lead the way, slow him down, stun, double pickup from Leon. Now the ult. Oh, thanks to Nog, and there's the Titan. There's the game, and the Wardens put themselves up 1-0.
That's the Cuckoo ult we were looking for. They had the damage, they had the enhanced Fire Giant. Why not go for one more kill before you find the end call? It was a little bit slow, they got a little bit overconfident, but they always played it careful, and I think that's the big difference maker. They didn't just bite off more than they could chew and overextend. They didn't full wipe on a Titan Siege. They just lost one pick, backed up, tried again. This time around, were able to find their mark, and that's exactly what the Wardens need. This was a game that was in the Hounds' favor until Nog hits a 4-man Cuckoo ult, and since then was a bit back and forth, but man, the Wardens showed that patience that you need to have, just waiting for someone to make a mistake.
And we got to hear it in the comms for specifically the one Fire Giant, and you know, Draft played, I think, heavily into a lot of that, where they never had to worry about the Hounds jumping into them in the FG pit. The Hounds needed to worry about them, and they were just waiting for that right moment. And then the right moment arrives. All of a sudden you get the engage. We got to hear it in the comms. It was very precise and surgical as who is the target.
Yep.
When the Wardens get something like that, it sets them on the right path, and they find at least the victory at the end of that road. Now, we have to see if they can do it a second time to keep on going. We'll figure out how that's all going to shake out right after this.
to win. Sin City waiting for me. Around the corner, I'm aching to be. Double trouble, my new middle name. Next time you see me, I won't be the same. It's time for me to come alive. It's time for me to stand and strive. No feeling sorry for
That's right, Advanced.gg, our sponsor for Season X of the Smite Pro League. They've got brand new flavors, have had new flavors all year. The newest one, Cthulhu's Dream, Raspberry Acai, fantastic flavor. Use code SMITE for 10% off at Advanced.gg on all of the Smite products, so you can make sure that you're fueled up and ready to go, as these players are fueled up and ready to go. I mean, you know that they're drinking some Advanced GG in the booze. They got to have the energy.
I mean, we got some little tubs just lying around
Oh,
here,
yeah.
you know, so they've got to be, you know, at least go in there, grab a little scoop for yourself. What was that code again?
It's code SMITE.
Smite. How do I spell Smite? Because I'm illiterate.
Okay. Is it? I think it's. I don't know, man. You're putting me on the spot. I can't spell either.
Oh, well, good thing it's at least like written somewhere in the here.
Surely it's on. Well, if you're watching us, you're either at twitch.tv/SmiteGame or youtube.com/SmitePro. So it's right there in the URL.
Oh, there you go. So just use code Smite.
Just use code SMITE for 10% off
There
to
you
get your
go.
Advanced.gg products. Fantastic game one. Kowlin Wardens take that game number one in 38 minutes. And J-Mac, that one was a bit of a barn burner. Early on, pretty close one, but I think once we got to those Fire Giant fights, they just looked so confident in the fights. And that one listen-in we heard, I mean, that tells the story of the game.
Yeah, I think this one started a bit shaky for the Wardens. We look over at Oath, and he's running the field as Beaumont Brigitte, and that's to be expected. That's what Oath's kind of MO is, and that's how that god typically pilots. But the key factor is once this guy started getting involved. Once Nog started getting those ultimates through, and especially that one there, you don't even see it on the screen. It hits all 4 people of the Hounds. That was the turning point of the game, because that was a fight that the Hounds were just about to win. Walk up, maybe kill 1 or 2 more, walk away, go do a Fury for yourself. No, Nog says none of that. You want to hold hands inside of the jungle, you want to form a nice straight line. Well, I've got a big straight line that does a whole lot of damage at this level of the game. Hits 4 people with it, completely turns the tide, and then Slash is able to do exactly what Thanatos needs to. Gets in there and gets the cleanup kills. Death Side slamming hard, executes hitting on point, or setting up for Nog or for the rest of his team to be able to really find those kind of closeouts there. And I think a lot of team fights, and this moment in particular when Elion was able to find the solo pick onto Benny Q with that landfall, is another moment where you kind of really can see the strength of this Kowlin Wardens team as a whole and the level of communication that Elion is able to provide to this team. And I think a lot of fights were dictated on, is Nog here? Yes or no. Does he have ultimate? Yes or no. If it was yes to both of those, it was a pretty good fight for the Wardens. If either of those were a no, then it gets a little bit shakier for them. So having that heavy dependency on Nog to really be the brunt of the damage dealer isn't entirely ideal. But when he's able to line up shots like that, essentially free-handing ultimates all game and landing them, I'm not going to complain too much. So I think for the Eldritch Hounds, more than anything, adaptation moving into the next part of the set is finding a way to get to this Kukulkan, because they weren't able to get to Nog often. There was one team fight in about the mid-late game at around that 25 or so minute mark where the Eldritch Hounds won a team fight because they killed Nog before the team fight started. He's dead, didn't have ultimate up yet. They found that pick, and that's the best chance that the Eldritch Hounds had at finding a win in that case. So if they can kill Nog, it makes these team fights so much easier for the Eldritch Hounds.
Yeah, I think especially, you're right, that whole formula of if Cuckoo ultimate, then win fight, like that's a good formula to have, don't get me wrong, but it's also, I think Slash goes off in a lot of those fights. The Thanatos ultimates didn't even need to get the execute in every single fight, but just being that constant threat to start out the fight, and then of course the Maui ultimate constantly hitting those, Elion having the setup. We got picks and bans for game number 2 here though. And critically, Eldritch Hounds, they lose out on that first game 1, so they still have the pick on whether or not they want to go for that first pick slot or second pick. They opt to go into that first pick slot. Notably, that was where the Kowlin Wardens grabbed the Kukulkan in game number 1.
And I was going to say, if I'm the Hounds in this position at first spot, I'm double banning Nog. At the very minimum, double banning him, and that's what they do right here with a Thoth and a Kukulkan ban his way. Still plenty of other gods that Nog could go towards, but those are kind of the 2 most simple, straightforward shot, aside from maybe like Raw throwing him into the mix there. So curious to see where Nog will now go with the remainder of his god pool. But the Kowlin Warden's going for more support-oriented bans, taking away the Athena, the Sobek, Aphrodite, I imagine is around the corner, because there are a few players in the league who do tend to swing towards that Aphrodite. Neomaz's not typically one of them, but it's always a safe bet just banning a god as powerful as Aphrodite. If it doesn't get locked in here by the Eldritch Hounds and Aphrodite goes to the Kowlin Wardens, I'm not going to chalk this up to GG, But again, that's Elion's second god. It's technically probably his first one, but because of how often it's banned, he would have to default back towards the Maui. I don't want to see Elion go to the Aphrodite in the sense of, if you are a fan of the Elder Challenge and for how wanting to see them continue and progress on, you don't want that Aphrodite to go and be the best pick that Elion has active to him. And when you listen into the player comms of that last game, it's exactly what we were calling for. Quick, concise, and loud communication coming from Elion and the rest of the squad, making sure that they can rally around, saying, we need to go here, we need to push there, back up, do fire. That's the call. Tiamat is a fine pick, but I'm not a Tiamat first pick enthusiast by any stretch of the imagination. This feels almost like a dropped first pick and kind of first little slot here for the Elder Challenge. I mean, Tiamat's fine. BennyQ did fine on the pick.
Right.
But there are so many other picks that I would rather have seen drafted here, notably that Aphrodite taken away from Elion.
The Mammon still on the table as well that they could have gone back to. I almost feel like they wanted this first pick slot because of the ban prowess, right? If you're in that first pick slot, you don't have to have maybe as many meta bans, so they get to take away the Kukulkan and the Thanatos. But they weren't necessarily ready for that first pick. They go ahead and go back to the Tiamat, but you've been mentioning this Aphrodite. Sure enough, first picked for the Cowlin Wardens should be going back into the hands of Elion. And Hachimen was another one that was banned away by the Wardens in game number 1. So they get 2 picks that were banned away in game number 1. Sure, they lose some other picks. They lose the Kukulkan, the Thanatos to figure out what they want to go back to there. But, I mean, that is a strong dual lane combo to start off the draft.
The Aphrodite really kind of offsets some of the early weaknesses of the Hachiman. A little bit lower clear, not the best boxing in early game, no real self-sustain outside of getting something, like a Devourer's Gauntlet to be able to help himself out. So Aphrodite helps keep the Hachiman alive, gives him that extra bit of push and wave clear to keep that pressure up. So I love the dual lane. No, absolutely zero complaints out of the Cowlin Wardens. My complaint for the Elder Challenge will come down to, how does BennyQ perform on this Tiamat? You first picked this god. This is the one that you were willing to put all the marbles on, say that this is our priority. So now it puts more eyes on BennyQ. I wouldn't have even been upset if it was a Hachiman first pick. We saw that yesterday during some of the EU SEC teams kind of grabbing that one first, saying there's not a whole lot else out there that we really care that much about, so we'll just draft Hachiman because he's strong. I'm honestly surprised, and I'll say this in a more, I'm shocked as to how little priority there are. Where's the Onhers? Onher was the god to go to, and if you had an Onher Afro dual lane, you essentially just ignored that lane if you were anybody against them. If you're the enemy jungler, you ignore that lane. You just walk entirely away from it and say, okay, cool, I give up. Congratulations, you've won dual lane. So I'm surprised we don't see any Onher just yet. Maybe some of these players not as comfortable with it, especially seeing that Stewart is willing to go back to the Heimdall. Again, not a high-pressure god, just a safe clearing one in the dual lane. Leads me to believe that this Elder Challenge team is building a bit more passive. Ratatosker can get involved at that level 5 point, has great impact at the semi-global, but where is he going to go? Tiamat's not going to go for kills early. Sure, BennyQ can get aggressive, but BennyQ doesn't necessarily have kill pressure immediately out the gate. Same thing with the Heimdall. So does this mean that Oath is going to be a little bit more passive in the jungle, just pay for a late game? I think that becomes determined as to what the 2 frontliners will be for the Elder Challenge, and seeing that both Yamoja and Ganesh are banned away, it leaves me wondering even where Neil Maw goes. The Charon did fine in game number 1, but I'm still not huge and entirely sold on Charon just yet. I haven't seen that Charon guy just yet to really push it in this event so far. Right. Players that have made it work in the past have been like Hurry Win, Wrong You. When we look back at the end of the phase matchup between the Ravens and the Leviathans, that made me a Charon believer then, but I'm not seeing it just now. The Tsukuyomi does give the Aphrodite somebody to stick to on the side of the Cowlin Warden, so I do like having that potential carry in the late game. But we've also seen Tsukuyomi flex to multiple roles. We've seen solo, we've seen mid, we've seen jungle. So still a lot of ambiguity on the Cowlin Wardens with that third pick. And I think we'll get a little bit more clarity after this next phase of picks really starts to roll through.
Yeah, I think interesting to note, Slash, as we've mentioned, was a solo laner before this, right? And I think he has had a good bit of success in the past on this Tsukuyomi, so could be something that he's looking to take into the jungle just for that comfort. And I think with this Nike locked in, I mean, still could go either way. We've seen Nike in the jungle, and Slash has the history, right? So it could go either way, but I think more likely to see that Tsukuyomi in the jungle, especially when you do have that added safety, like you mentioned, attaching to the Aphrodite, you get to dive a little bit easier. But there's an interesting hover here for the Hounds. We've got that Charon that they could go back to, see if Neilmach can have a little bit more success on that pick, but then the Odin being locked in. I'm immediately going to the other side. All 4 of those guys, actually Nike does have the lead, but the top 3 right there are completely trapped in the cage. I mean, Tsukiyomi can teleport to somebody with his ult, right? But outside of that, the cage could get some pretty good value here.
Trying to find some extra synergy in the Hound's composition, but if these two gods get locked in, this feels almost like a fend for yourself style of composition where Neilmach's going to be doing a lot of damage. He's going to be able to provide some CC, but he's not going to be there to peel for the team. Odin dropped the cage. That seems like it's peel, but more than anything, you're going in to just trap enemy gods and try and set up for damage. There's not a whole lot of team-wide synergy that really pops in with those 2 selections added in there. I would like to see something to be one for a more offensive pressure and one for a more defensive. But right now, Ratatoskr, Charon, Odin, if these are the 3, these are all offensive, which leads me to believe that this is more of a dive composition. But it's one that takes time to get online. Heimdall is going to be a little bit. Tiamat's going to take some time. Ratatoskr can kind of bridge that early mid to get to the late game. But with Charon and Odin, this really does feel like once they hit that level 20 mark for everybody, once we hit kind of that 25 to 30 minute point of the game, they could effectively just run at the Callan Wardens. And the Odin is a great matchup into Aphrodite, into Hachiman, somewhat into Tsukiyomi because he has to use that Piercing Moonlight to get out of the cage, and same with Nike would be able to leap out. So it does kind of force the hand of the Wardens to pick something a bit more defensive for the mages, but leaving open the Baba Yaga that's being hovered here. So there is some play with the Odin. It's just kind of the classic counter matchup into Aphrodite. She can't break the cage open. Hachiman has to sit there and use his basic attacks for God knows how long to try and get that cage knocked down at that point. Does usually tend to force things like a Phantom Shell. But overall, this Eldritch Hounds composition is one that really does scale so much later than some of these other team comps. The Nike's going to have immediate damage. Tsukiyomi, once he gets a couple items online, he's going to be hitting hard. The Aphrodite, once first defensive item comes online, you turn whoever you're attached to into a pseudo tank at that point. Just not seeing that kill confirmation. And it was something that we saw lacking in some of the compositions yesterday. It's thinking immediately to, I believe it was that first game with the Guild of Gladiators where you picked this Ratatoskr jungle, but there was just no big burst damage to kill the frontliners, to kill the backliners, or anything like that. So when you get that dive in, who's going to be your follow-up? Tiamat's going to take too long to get there. Heimdall, depending on his build, is going to take a bit of time, and it's all in-hand damage. He has abilities, but they don't do a whole lot. So I think the Eldritch Hounds, maybe their best composition lies in pick style of play. Get the Ratatoskr and the Odin together. They can bully somebody out. If you can get Ratatoskr and a Heimdall somehow to the back line, you throw somebody out of the realms, and now you're in a 4v5 for at least a few seconds to try and get a pick. I think it's going to entirely come down to how they can play around, more than anything, the Aphrodite ultimate. If that ult is online anytime that Heimdall or anytime that this Odin can get to the back line, even if this Ratatoskr gets there, if that Aphrodite ultimate is online, it's so much easier for the Callan Wardens, and they have so much damage as well. Baba Yaga, Hachiman with those enhanced, even Tsukiyomi with that full ability style damage is just going to absolutely shred the Eldritch Hounds composition.
Yeah, that's my worry as well, is the difficulty to kill these Callan Wardens players, because I look at everybody, like Baba Yaga presses 4 and immediately CC immune has a shield. Tsukiyomi is immune in the 4 and could be linked to Aphrodite, right? And then Nike has a huge shield. Hachiman has a horse that he can ride away on. And add all of that to whoever's linked to the Aphrodite. There's so much potential for safety here. Eldritch Hounds have a little bit of it, right? I mean, they've gotten maybe a little bit questioning on the peel. We don't have a traditional peel support over there in the Charon, but I mean, a lot of safety in Heim, a lot of safety in Tiamat, and Tiamat might want to go in, right? You mentioned it might be a dive comp. I mean, on the sides, Eldritch Hounds maybe want to take this one later. If you're looking at the composition for the Wardens, where do they want to get online?
Honestly, the Callan Wardens can kind of play at any stage of the game. Tsukiyomi, well, mid lane probably not so much. Baba Yaga, not really great until you get at least 3 items online. Then she starts really hitting once that Book of Thoth is stacked up, once you get that first 2 pen items online. Then Baba Yaga is ready to play. Outside of that, the Callan Wardens can kind of play just about any lane. Afro Hachiman is going to be able to play the early game very easily. Nike's going to have usually no issues in the solo lane. Against the Wukong, kind of a difficult matchup over there, but now up against something like an Odin, you don't care about Odin. You jump over his stun, you can jump over the Bird Bomb, you don't have to worry about any of that kind of damage out there. And then Tsukiyomi, once Jotun's Wrath is online, hit that go button, just start running through. So Callan Wardens kind of play at any stage of the game. but they just get better as the game goes on. Baba Yaga is a scaling god. Those potions start hitting for 700, 800, 900 late game once you toss those out.
Yep.
That Witchfire magic as well, just for that first ability. And then you just drop out the home sweet home. As you mentioned, you have that shield, you got that extra mobility, and you can just keep firing this constant raining fire damage. The Eldritch Hounds, they want to try and end this one early, but this isn't really a comp to built for great early.
Scaling is going to be big in this one. Game number 2. Callan Wardens are going to close it out here. Eldritch Hounds looking to even it up. We'll throw it over to our casters.
Thanks so much, Frog and J-Mac. It's Gore, it's Trelly, and it's Doug for Game 2. And Trelly, an important Game 2 at that. Because depending on how this shakes out, bracket-wise, it would mean the Hounds, if they lose this game, will be fighting against the Kings a little bit later today, and one of them would not make it to the World Championship. Guarantee us an SCC team going. But the Wardens have to win this one first to get there. That being said, they looked really good in moments that last game, but the early game was where they struggled the most. What kind of things do you think, especially now that they've swapped, right? Now you've got a Baba Yaga, you've got an Aphrodite. It definitely changes the way that their team fight is going to play, especially when you look at the other side as well. Ratatoskr, early game oriented, and the way Neil played that Charon.
Yeah, there's a few things about both of these compositions that I like and dislike. Neither one is perfect by any means. You know, that there is the Callan Wardens have a great late game if they're able to get there. That is certainly the case. But the Tsukuyomi Afro synergy, I'm not seeing it, man. The Suki is going to dive the backline, and that link is gone. There's no way Leon can keep up with the enemy team running away from the Tsukuyomi, which means you're not going to have that immunity when you land unless he is like popping sprint, dropping a bracer, blinking in. Like it's just not going to happen. And with that, you got to go look towards Ducky. Yeah, this cage can be fantastic, but what are you trapping in the cage with? Where's the follow-up? Is it Benny Q? The tornado is kind of nice. Is it Oath? Like that? I'm not seeing the big follow-up to the cage, so I see flaws in both of these compositions for sure. But it seems like just comfort picks, right? When everything is on the line, go to what you know. I've got no problems with Oath on Rat. One of the hardest carry junglers you can get, especially just coming out of the gate early. The early game potential of Ratatoskr can be insane. And Slash just likes the Tsukuyomi. Not my favorite jungler by any stretch, but he just performed on Thanatos, who is very similar. And Ducky gets the solo kill onto Delny. Why is he stepping up for the totem?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. He was already incredibly low when Ducky started the totem. To stick around, well, that's just impressive. I was just ready to say, well, we have something very similar to last game, where solo lane is getting incredibly low and duo lane is getting incredibly low. Unfortunately for Delny, he gets a little too low, and now unfortunately for the duo lane, there's some aggression from Slash showing up over here. He wants Neil Ma, and they've got the 3-man lockdown to do so. They're going to take the first blood for the Hounds, but the Wardens are going to tie it up just a few after.
I mean, Delny, I'm still baffled about this solo kill because there's no way it needed to happen.
No.
You don't have to level 1-2. You go 1-3, and you just jump over the stun, you jump over the bird bomb. There is so much room for outplay here. But Delny goes 1-2, gets his 2 stunned out, and then he just loses so much damage. I don't see why he doesn't just level his jump. Maybe he loses too much pressure in lane, but surely it's better than getting soloed.
Yeah, it's something that you got to be maybe more prepared for, right?
Yep.
And I mean, in a moment, and Trelly, that's one of those moments where maybe he grabbed it just before realizing how low he was going to be around that totem. But now that lane, last time it was kind of a tug of war. We'd go over there, Delny'd be low, but then Ducky'd be low, but then Delny'd be low. It'd be back and forth, right?
But Delny never got blues last game, and it's going to be the same this game.
Yeah, now it's going to be a rinse and repeat. Slash is over here trying to do something. Oath is over here, though. And Oath has a solo laner right behind him to jump into the fight. Blue buff just now spawns in. Slash falls away. Delny is going to step up and actually secures it. Oh my god, Delny manages to make sure he keeps his blue. And you know what, Trelly? He's riding just a little bit of the ship that's gone wrong.
Yep, I lied. He will get a blue buff this time around. That's what I was worried about, though, is Ducky showing up, Slash being like, don't worry, Delny, I will get your blue buff for you, and then ends up in a cage, and then you're putting your jungler behind as well. But it doesn't happen. Delny gets to steal it. Slash didn't stick around for any sort of trouble, so that was lucky. It ends up working out. I wouldn't be surprised if the pressure towards that blue buff does continue, but hey, getting the first respawn it's a good start, especially when you get first blooded like that. You're going to have a little bit of a deficit to try and match up to. Ducky is going to be stunning out a lot of your clear, which can be extremely annoying in this lane. But it's not going to be the end of the world. I do think that Slash should spend the majority of his time elsewhere, though. This lane is not where you want to be ganking.
I mean, Oath was on that blue buff pretty consistently last game.
Yep.
And admittedly, a lot of it was like after a little bit had a massive lead. Now you're on a god that can actually do something for the first few minutes, as opposed to the Mammon. And so you have that pressure. It's been going a little back and forth, though, in terms of farm. And that first blood bounty maybe helping out a little bit. Now Nog up into the house. You've got Slash beside you. You need a little more damage to get something done, but here comes the knock-up from Oath. The peel is going to be there. You need to help out Slash, who's getting low. Has to use the ult for some immunity, but can't quite escape. You're waiting for your cooldowns if you are Oath, and you just can't quite find it.
My God.
Nog making plays to save the jungler. What a great sequence for the Wardens.
I mean, first of all, Oath saves Benny Q 100%.
Yes.
Like you are definitely just using the piercing moonlight to dive that Tiamat if you're Slash until you see the rat above you. But then Nog with the body block says, nope, can't get hit, nope, not getting close. He just needed to connect like 2 of the acorns from Acorn Blast, and because Oath was so body blocked, he couldn't close the gap and could only hit 1 just to make sure that Slash gets out there. Well played by the Baba Yaga. Man, Nog is putting on a show so far this set. I've been very enticed watching this man play, and you gotta love plays like that.
Yeah, the worst thing he's done, put a starter item in the second slot. Now that I've noticed it, it's going to stand out to me the entire time.
So did Oath, man. It's no excuse.
Yeah.
You can sell the
No
acorn,
excuse.
all right? You can switch it up. That's all I'm saying.
That's going to, yeah, you know what? We're grading. That's something that a lot of people don't know. We actually sit here with clipboards and, score everybody. Right now, Ducky getting a 10 out of 10 for aggression. Might not be getting what he wants, though. Nog's rotated over to help Delny. They're going to lose this blue buff. And unfortunately, without too much help, they're not going to find anything extra. Slash, though, attached to Leon. And they go deep, and I believe they actually just not only stripped away one of those, they might very easily get this purple buff and set themselves up for a little bit of success on the left-hand side of the map.
Has been the call. Full-on retreat here. And that's what I love, though. When you know, and that's something the Wardens have been doing very well, is when they know that Oath is on the right side of the map, pressure the left, right? You know that Rat is at your own solo laner's blue buff. Unfortunately, Nog makes the rotation over to try to help him out, gets the cage and says, hey, man, I tried. Like, you're just not getting blue today. But they still pressure the left side of the map and put Stewart further behind. They are not just letting the pressure lie. You don't just get to invade over on right, and we get nothing for it. They are playing the map flawlessly, trying to, equalize the pressure. Sure, you're going to get a little behind. This Nike is going to have some climbing to do, but Nog's level 9. You can see that Tuba's got a level lead. That's what the Wardens are trying to do. They're trying to equalize.
That was what they did a great job of last game.
Yep.
They didn't equalize for a lot of time, and then in one big play, equalize the whole thing. This time, I think I like this approach a little bit better. keep it a lot closer than 4,000 gold. And make sure you don't fall too far behind. But it also means that we're in this awkward spot where we don't have too much for these teams to look for. Oath might be looking for Tuba. Has the ultimate. Has to be wary. Oath coming up just around him. Tuba completely unaware of the Ratatosker in his midst. Now should be able to spot him on the mini-map. Has to be careful. Needs the ult. Barely gets up to it. And is able to get out of there, but how alive will you be when Rat comes dunking down, dodges it out, uses the beads, stays alive, and might even help turn this one around? Slash gets the last hit and exactly what you need. Oath punished for his aggression.
I mean, Oath saw Slash, right? Like, he was like, okay, there's a Suki here. At worst, I'm trading, and then didn't commit for the kill. That's what I don't understand. When you dive with the ult and then dash out, you were never going to get away from Piercing Moonlight. You just should commit for the kill there and maybe get a trade, but tried to run away, didn't end up working out, and Slash gets the freest kill of his life. And that was a great gank, too. I mean, Tuba could have immediately ulted, but instead he dashed, got it stunned, immediately beadsed into the ult, and now he's got nothing. Oath has the freest dive of his life if there's no Tsukuyomi there. I mean, there's no dash, there's no beads, but Slash made the rotation over. Good sense of mind, good game sense, and for nothing. Oath doesn't even trade the kill there. That's demoralizing for the Elder Towns.
And it keeps you not just in the neighborhood of where you need to be gold-wise, but actually slightly ahead if you're the Wardens. Unfortunately, that gets stripped away slightly by the blue buff Invade Oath. Has the cooldown on lock, is over there every single time. And poor Delny is suffering because of it. 2 levels there, right? You've got a lead. You're doing really well if you're the Wardens, literally anywhere that's not solo lane. But that first blood, Trelly, it really has been punished time and time again. Even though it's not been stacking up in kills, it's the blue buff invades. It's the control that Oath and specifically Ducky have over here on the right lane. I mean, it's this. It's Ducky just walking up to the tower with no cares, no bothers. Because what's Delny going to do? He's just going to die if he tries to take the fight.
That's the thing. I mean, Ducky is going to be a problem, but I said this at the beginning of the game. I'm not seeing the value from the Odin. I get it that he's going to trap, Slash, and he's going to trap Leon and Tuba, but you got to think about the damage in the cage. That's what I want to see. Where's the follow-up? And it's going to be Benny Q and it's going to be Stewart, but Stewart's so far behind, it's going to take him a while to get there. So you're pretty much hoping that Benny Q's got the follow-up. And I guess Neilma, he can throw a wave, right? That's going to set it up pretty well. It's not as if Odin is only a cage, though. That's something that I want to bring up as well. Odin's damage is sneaky annoying. The slows, the stuns, that can all set up very well. Point being, Ducky's going to have to bring a lot to the table here to try and bring the left side of his map back into the game, because at the moment, Leon and Tuba are just trying to take a tier 1 tower. They've got no fears in the world.
And looking at the minimap, they don't really have a reason to. Nobody's over on this side of the map to help Stewart out. So if you've got the pressure, might as well use it. Leon's going to back to base. We haven't gotten to see too much out of the Aphrodite. Really haven't seen anything out of the Chiron, or the Charon. I'm going to keep doing that, man. The Charon either. Neither have been super aggressive. Last time around, one of the things we talked about was Neil. It really just entirely for the Hounds. The engage wasn't really there. Do you think, so first off, Oath levels that out pretty well. We might get to see some of that here. Some engage, Vinny-Q jumps in, the wave comes through, Slash, piercing Moonlight hits a few, and great knock-up, great control, and maybe a good amount of damage coming out from the Wardens. Not enough to find a kill, but enough to turn the fight back in their favor. Knockback from Leon, and now they have what they need. Oh my god, the silence from Nog lines it up the way you need, and they punish Benny-Q for the aggression, and they turn the fight the Hounds started. The Hounds fought and sought and turned on its head, and now they get to go for a Gold Fury.
That is ridiculous, man. It's just luck, too. That silence destroyed Benny. He didn't have beads, he couldn't jump, he couldn't use any of his abilities, and it was on the perfect path that he was trying to take. Gold Fury getting low, Oath, Neil, and Stewart are here, but they're playing zone duty. The Wardens don't want this.
You have to be a little careful, though. We've seen how easily this can get taken away, and that's with the Cuckoo on the board. What are they going to do? It's getting low. Ducky comes in, kills a few. The Hounds, they're just going to be able to pick that one up.
But the Wardens get it!
Get it! Oh my god, what is it? The Tuba drops the banner that is able to secure it. Despite everything going wrong in the moment, at least Tuba has the saving grace, keeps his team ahead.
I mean, that's what I said. Ducky needs to show up big for his team, and that's exactly what he does. He has a massive lead. He upgrades teleport. Delny says, boys, good luck. There is no way I'm making it to that fight. I'm just going to, try and catch back up. Ducky gets about as much as you could ask for, right? A two-man cage stops the Gold Fury in its tracks, destroys just about everyone. And Tuba says, are you guys really going to hold this while I'm still here? Oh, thanks. Heavenly Banner, I'm out. So it ends up still being okay for the Wardens, but this Odin is a growing problem, man. You cannot let Ducky sneak up on you like that. The teleport needs to be called out immediately. Like, hey, guys, I don't have TP. Good luck. He could show up. It was a bit of a vision thing, I think, that the Wardens really messed up there. But luckily, Tuba ends up making it not a total wash.
Well, first speaking of the game, Hounds have pretty much the entire control. It doesn't look like the Wardens are too worried about putting up a defense around that one. It is still 2 levels. You had mentioned Delny staying around to farm up, and I was excited for him for a moment because it was 13 to 12. Now Ducky's ticked back over to 14, keeping it about the same distance it has been. It might get a little bit worse, actually. Oath is coming over here with Ducky. What are they going to try to accomplish? Can Delny escape? Good leap, but good stun. Cage lockdown after the jump means Delny's going to have to eat the brunt of this. Good dodge, good juke. He's dancing around, has him under the tower, and is turning this around. Could have even potentially chased for a kill.
I thought he was going to.
Meanwhile, his team picks up Neil in mid. I mean, it's going right for the Wardens in the best ways and wrong for the Hounds in the worst of ways.
Yeah, if I'm Delny, you know what? He is behind. It was a smart call to not go in, but I probably would have tried to chase that.
And I'm tunnel vision 100%.
And I would have ended up dying likely, but still, the fact that Oath missed it, I thought that he was going to end up tanking the tower there. Luckily, Ducky was able to make sure that didn't happen. But if Oath did take tower aggro, he was 100% dying. That could have been extremely rough. Nog goes into the ultimate here just to get some good damage and also stack up more of that Baba passive while the ult's channeled. And look at this, Delny gets a blue buff. All things are right for the Wardens. They're having a great old time, whereas the Hounds, They need to go back to the drawing board with some of these ganks. Yeah, they've got decent damage. Slash did end up using the beads there, but Stewart shows up and say, hey, no more chasing.
No more chasing. One thing I'm curious about, we actually might get to see a live replay of it. I was going to say if Neil gets caught out. But watching what Nog was able to do, because this is, again, it's huge when you have your solo lane staying alive and you're able to get this under the tower, Chully, which just goes to show the amount of damage and I think control the Wardens are exerting on the map. But this Baba, you know, I've come to think of Baba more and more, right, as late game, right? She can show up here, and Nog doesn't seem to be hitting any bumps in the road. I mean, it feels like it's been smooth sailing the whole time.
Yep, there's been no problem so far, and that's going to be exactly what you're looking for. You want the fast track to late game with the Baba Yaga. You want that prophetic cloak online as quickly as possible, and that's exactly what we see being built here from the Baba in mid. No, something to note, though, Stewart has been able to catch back up, and not just catch back up, have the level lead, and has been bullying out Tuba a little bit. That's the benefit of the Heimdall. You have that extra level of safety. You don't really have to worry about ganks, but now that Stewart's got that dominance online, feels more confident to step up and actually take some of these auto attack trades. So I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a 1v1 over in duo lane just to see if they've got the, the damage to outplay each other, but there's a lot more Wardens over on left than there are rounds.
A lot more than just the one, and luckily for Stu, that is just the right distance that was needed. If it was any shorter, maybe causes some trouble. Well, yeah, you call it, Pyro. Loud and clear. And scooped up slow rolling for the Hounds. They have to be careful. Hounds are going to get it. I saw Nog that was over there, but now the Fury on the other side. Maybe you could make the rotation. Oath could go up into the sky. This could not be as easy for the Wardens as they think, but it will be. Just because Oath may be unawares that it's going on at the time or not willing to risk his life for it. So it goes objective for objective and a small neutral camp as well towards the Wardens.
Yeah, but the Wardens, they stay so grouped, Gora. I mean, constantly three-man death squatting over to left lane, over to mid. No one heading over to Ducky, really. But besides that, always staying together. And now we see a little bit of a rotation. Is this a three-man for the blue buff? Ducky's by himself, but Ducky can't die at this point. I just cannot see this Odin getting burned through for quite some time. Maybe if Tuba rotated in, it would be a little bit easier, but yeah, there's not a fear in the world for this Odin. Ducky just has plenty of shielding going on. He's going to be in no sort of threat, but I like this. When you know that the Wardens are over and right, what does Oath do? He comes left, looks towards the purple buff. Tuba might have to just go in for a steal, because yeah, trying to fight this doesn't seem smart.
And manages to dodge out the stun. So you got to be careful how long you overstay this, plus the damage between Stu. Purple buff started up. It's going to be a move forward. Ult actually used by Tuba. Has Leon coming around and feels like they could do a little bit more. You've got Slash in the jungle. If Oath comes back in, this is going to be dangerous for him. Loop around, comes for Slash.
They're both
Blink
here.
Is not online. He's gone Beads and Aegis for the Tsukiyomi. So if you're going to find a kill, you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Piercing Moonlight is a long ability, though. Unfortunately, he's not able to get within range, and instead it's going to be a simple back. And the pressure from the Hounds gets thwarted by great rotations from the Wardens.
Yeah, this seemed too risky. Stewart had Aegis there, both relics available. No teleport, but really wouldn't have mattered. I don't think a level 14 Suki had the damage to get through a Heimdall at this stage with both relics. So probably the smart call, just a retreat. As Stewart gets a little bit of follow-up here from Neilma. But again, Tuba has been playing very safe so far on this Hachiman, whether it's been from that one gank that Oath sent his way underneath the tower or just, throughout the entirety of this match, has just been chilling, right? You don't want to step up too far. You don't want to use mounted archery unless you know for a fact that you can survive until it's back up. That's exactly what we see. Duba just chilling until that cooldown's back. But they traded objectives, Gore. There was a Pyro for a Primal, both down at the moment. Beacon is here, but the Wardens seem to have the aggressive positioning towards it as Neil and Leon keep going back and forth. But look at the level disparity. Leon's got 3 levels on Neil. He's just sitting back, stacking up cloaks and thieves. Whereas Leon's got his 3rd item online already.
And honestly, feels like it's the thieves that really makes it stand out. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing where you can say just Afro things, or you know what, Neil's doing Neil things, right? He's going to fall behind a little bit. But when you've got the full thieves versus just now Neilma finishing his, that is a big difference. And they're going to get aggressive. Oath forced up into the sky. He's going to go back in for the knockup. They've got a number advantage in the meantime. meantime, especially with Binky rotating in, you need a big knockup. Gonna look for it on the back of the wave. Comes crashing down, but now it's 4v4. You need the damage. You got good healing. Slash has to be careful. Nog coming in for the loop around, but you've lost your jungler in the meantime. Ability smacks onto Stewart, but not able to quite get the damage necessary. Tuba forced to ult to get away, and Ducky, as you said, doing exactly what he needs to. It's not dying as he chases down the Wardens, creates a ton of space for his team, and manages to make that a 1-0 trade in favor of the Hounds.
Yeah, these are going to be the fights that change the game in the Hounds' favor. The ones where Ducky shows up first and is just an unkillable machine. That is exactly what this Odin is bringing to the table. The cage didn't get much value, right? It was just instantly shelled and just sprinted away. But it didn't really matter. It wasn't the cage. It was Ducky chasing down, and now Fire Giant started up. Delny, Leon, the only ones in range, but Nog isn't too far off, and Neilmoth's getting very low. This could be risky.
Fire Giant, like you said, half Neil forced to dash away. Luckily, as we've come accustomed to seeing, Charon can swim, or at least row, incredibly quickly. And so he's going to be out of there. Fire Giant dropped. Fury, Primal, Pyro, I should say, back up on the board. So a couple of neutral objectives available. Trelly, I mean, this is about as even of a game as you could have, right? Where we're still around, what, 1,500-ish gold, and even then, that's not been very consistent for the Wardens. Kills are 4-4. And outside of some level disparities, which you're mainly seeing in support, although Neil has done a great job catching back up after that last fight, it is virtually a line in the middle. And now as we start to round the 20-minute mark, plays around these objectives are going to be punished a little bit harder. We've seen, pick up the Gold Fury in favor of the losing the Pyromancer trades, for both teams. But now it's where their aggression goes and how they manage to handle this. And as we like to point out, where the carries go. Right now they're still on left. Well, that can be an incredibly telling portion of this game. And now I got to ask you the one that's been making me scratch my head. How do you deal with Ducky?
Well, that's the thing. This is what I wanted to bring to attention. Ducky's last gank was at the perfect time because Nog had just finished Prophetic Cloak, and he just got a full Obsidian Shard off that back. Now he's got Pen. That's a little bit different. Look at Tuba, about to finish the XC or the Kins, right? He's about to hit some power spikes as well to help deal with these tankier targets. When Ducky rotated, there was no damage for him. Now, you see that extra level of Pen, maybe a Soul Reaver on the horizon. There are ways to deal with the Odin. The Wardens just didn't have them yet. Now, they're building in towards them. So Ducky's going to be, the boss of the map for a little bit longer, but once Tuba finishes that item and once Nog actually gets a damage check, we might see a little bit more going to that HP bar. But look at this. Oath is sitting in the back. Tier 1 tower is the target here for the Hounds, but I'm not sure Delny even wants to step up at this point. If the Eldritch Hounds aren't committing to Pyromancer or to the tower, just let Tuba get solo farm, but that's not the case. Oath blinks in.
Now Tuba back reset. Good CC immediately onto Oath, but they haven't pulled the ult and they haven't made Oath feel uncomfortable. Bede's still there. ADQ takes a lot of damage in the meantime, though. Ducky once again doing a lot of the zoning. Nog takes a lot of the poke. Delny goes in. Slow is massive, but you need the follow-up. The same thing can be said for Ducky's cage. Not quite enough to smack anybody down. Wave from Neil. Connects on 2. Matrelli, everybody walks away. Really just a little bit worse on relics or ults.
Yeah, so far, but the Wardens haven't quite left yet. The Hounds are trying to reset as well, so both of these objectives are going to stand tall for the time being. Man, that was just back and forth, just peeling for each other, right? Benny Q starts to take a ton of damage from Nog, so he goes into the ultimate. Benny Q runs. Then, in the ultimate, Nog thinks he's free casting, and Stewart just starts pumping auto attacks into the home sweet home. Immediately, Nog has to bail. Ducky dropped the cage more so just to peel and try and set up for his squad, and then Neil sends out the cage. So, wasn't a terrible fight by any means, but I think both teams are just, doing a bit of a damage check here, trying to figure out exactly where their strengths lie. And Ducky is still a big threat. The Kins is online for Tuba, the Ob Shard is online for Nog, but I'm thinking one more damage item or the upgraded starter items at least before you feel confident trying to shred through this Odin.
Yeah, it's going to be necessary. I mean, at this point, I feel like most of the fights that have gone wrong for the Wardens have been, oh, Ducky showed up and Ducky walked down 4. Therefore, you couldn't fight anymore. Everybody had to back off. Especially, I didn't even see what happened to Nog, but so much damage.
It was just Stewart free casting on the house.
Yeah, throwing too much towards him. That's not something you can let happen. Luckily, Bede's down for 80 seconds on Stu. Maybe an opportunity. Good grouping from the Wardens on right. Should be a Pyro pull. the secure in this game is not as easily done as last time. They might look for a little bit more. Great stun from Oath. Good little dash. Makes sure that A, Pyromancer doesn't go down, but B, he doesn't lose his life or his beads either. And that is, Charlie, the waters we're treading right now. But with Nog, Delny backing to base. Delny teleporting over towards right. Pyro pulled and should be secured pretty easily by the Hounds. We'll see if that stays true. Yeah, Slash and crew. A little too late on the response. So finally an objective goes down. It's a small advantage, but the double Runic Bomb for Oath is a huge, huge asset to have in the pocket.
He doesn't want a ward so bad. He could have let anyone take that bomb. He said, nah, let me get both of them. Trust me, it's better on me. He just doesn't want to buy wards. And I can understand that. He just wants to, get as much damage as possible. The Wardens pick up a free Gold Fury. That's not going to be too big of an issue because the Titans are pushing up mid lane and the Eldritch Hounds are in an aggressive position to try and take this tier 1 tower. As long as they deal with this Chaos Titan quickly, they should be able to at least grab the tier 1 for free. Remember, with those double Runic Bombs, Oath could drop them at any given moment. The Wardens are here, though. They're ready to put up a solid defense.
Well, the Titans going down. Hounds are going to go in with Ducky starting this. Let's listen in with the team.
What? 90.
Nice. I'm tanking. Patience. Back up together. Stay together.
We're still good.
Yeah, tighten now.
It's honestly really good, so I think...
Silence Afro. Tutor. I'm tanking.
Sure. Do you have a stun?
No. How long your cage?
1 second
on patience. 30 seconds on cage. Okay. Holding stun now. Stunning Suki.
Yeah.
I have cooldown, man. I have cooldown.
Suki beats.
Nice. Patience.
Can we keep playing it? I have a bomb.
Yes. Just play off James, though, okay?
Play this way. Play this next way.
Play off James here. Patience, James.
How long cage?
Bracer 15 seconds. Stunning Afro. Silencer, 2-winger.
Nice.
Really good. Patience now. Tower now. I'm walking in. Yeah, tower now. Wait. No, it's too far. Yeah, tower, I want to reset. I'm backing up. I'm going to drop my wards. I'm going to reset, okay?
We talked about it a lot a few years ago, and we always talk about it because Neil is very vocal. I feel like the difference between what we just heard, Trelly, and what we were hearing like 2 months ago when Neil, especially with your sights. Knock up from Delny, not going to connect as much as they want, but they've separated Stu from the rest of the team. Here comes the piercing moonlight. Damage is there, and you manage to get Oath at the last hit, so you fall back and get out of there. Now you need a little more damage if you want to find the lockdown. No kills just yet, but a huge amount of resets forced from the Hounds, and it should be an open fire giant pit, but you're going to have to deal with response at some point. Stu, half health. Spots Delny, and Delny's backing, should have teleport. Ducky, speaking of teleport, comes into the back, has the Fire Giant on his eyes and on his mind. Comes in and is looking for CC, looking for damage, looking for something,
Warden's got
but he just can't find it. Wardens get this FG,
they're going
and
ahead.
Now they're going to go for a little bit more. They burn down Stu, and with Ducky half health, they might look at the fight afterwards. Slash trying to find it. They don't have the ults to chase him down, though, Trelly. The Wardens are going to hit the pause button for a moment, reset, and then use this FG to its full potential.
I mean, that was huge, right? Ducky goes in, and that's the benefit of this Phantom Shell. Everyone always says when you're up against Odin, you can outclass the shell, and that's true. Odin gets one cage, backs up, then you fight for a second time, and the cage gets massive value. But what do the Wardens say? Hey, now there's no cage. Let's fight right now. Let's not wait for the cage to get back up. Let's force everything, because Ducky has just used his best tool, whereas Delny goes to the back line, gets a 5-man slow essentially, and then jumps in and gets the knock up. Slash gets a very lucky. I think the Piercing Moonlight, if he goes to anyone but Oath, could have been trouble, but because he went to Oath, he didn't dive into 4 members of the Hounds. He was able to reset with his team. They didn't find any picks, but what they did do is get everyone so weak that no one except for Stewart could even be a vision towards that Fire Giant. And even with the teleport in, it was very low odds. Ducky didn't have a Runic Bomb. Oath grabbed 2. So there's no way you go in for the steal there. I think if Ducky has one, maybe he can make a play, but it's still very low odds.
I like to see his presence, but like you said, only so much you can do. And that's honestly impressive because based on the comms we heard from the Hounds just a little bit before, you don't have a huge window for Ducky's ult while it's down. And he's calling 30 seconds when the diamond was a fourth of the way full. So you have to be really precise if you're the Wardens to be able to operate in that window. But they get the job done. They get the Fire Giant reset. They get the Pyro. They get the Gold Fury. And now they get to run down left looking towards the tier 2. I see a couple of Hounds mounting a defense here. Soft defense, hard defense. How hard can they sustain around this tier 2?
I bet you Ducky blinks in, goes for the cage, gets the Phantom Shell, and resets. That's probably the call here. But with Relic Dagger, Leon does not care. He has the cooldown back up when the team wants to fight, and it looks like they're going to play this one slow. Send out those TM tornadoes, throw out your ranged poke. But eventually, this tower should go down unless Oath wants to go in for an ultimate. He's playing very far back here.
There's the blink forward, but it's Delny who goes in. Uses the ult, gets a massive slow. Only keeps him under control for a little bit. Tier 2 was the main target, though, and that's exactly what the Wardens get. And now, Trelly, a little more systematic than they were last game. Last game, they win a massive fight and can just run down mid to really kind of get the blood pumping and specifically knock down a Phoenix. This time, it's tier 2 and left. Just back, reset, realize that your minion wave in mid is all the way back at your own tier 2 and maybe having to fall back a little further than you would have anticipated. And so slowing things down, Fire Giant only up for a little over a minute now for them to play with. 2 tier 2s still standing. Do you like this kind of scatter to the winds and farm approach they're taking, or do you think they could have grouped up and pushed for a little more?
I mean, man, those waves were just so pushed up. They wanted to go in for that tier 2, but it was all the way essentially to their Phoenix at that point. So the Wardens really did have to go back, clear up some waves. At that point, everyone's like, I've got a lot of gold in hand. Like Tuba's got 3K. He still hasn't backed. Is it worth it to go in for a push right now? Look at the lead that the Wardens have and then remove 8,000, and now they're behind. And that's how much gold is currently in their hand, right? They just backed and spent it all. So
yeah, full Deathbringer, by the way.
Yeah, full Deathbringer. I mean, Soul Reavers are online, Stone and Bot, like there's just a lot, or the Erosion rather, there was a lot that was just purchased there, so I don't hate the idea of playing this one safe. That shows confidence. The Wardens don't think they needed that Fire Giant to win the game in one foul swoop, but look at this wraparound. I don't know if there's any vision to catch this out. If anything, they might have a good go to the back line.
That's a jump in from Delny. Now potentially looking for the ult, try to find the massive slow. Instead holds onto it. Oath up into the sky. It's a separated fight. Delny's on his own. Oath comes crashing down onto the solo laner. That's going to be a leap away. Nike manages to stay alive, barely, but gets out of there. Now Ducky leap forward. No cage dropped because it was already used, already shelled, and already not finding too much to do. The Wardens taking a lot of poke now with Nog leading the forefront of all things. Take more damage than maybe necessary. The Minotaur chasing you down. Tiamat trying to get the last couple of hits. And Trelly, despite low health bars all across the board, nobody goes down in that fight. A lot of relics used, ults used, but everyone gets to back to the base and reset.
I gotta say, that's a great time for the Wardens to just outright lose a fight because EFG isn't here yet, right? If it was, you're almost certainly losing the Enhanced Fire Giant just by nature of only your tanks were able to stick around. But the relic situation isn't looking great either. You pull Nog's beads. Both relics for Leon are going to be down, but they should be back up before a scrap. Actually, if it's just the beads from Nog, that's not terrible. As long as you have Home Sweet Home back up, you should have all the CC immunity you really need. How often is this Baba Yaga getting stunned, especially because that was off a blink from Oath? He should be just fine in about 10 seconds, so that's not the end of the world. And now it's going to be on the Hounds. And I brought this up last game, but Stewart once again doesn't go into crit. This Fire Giant is not going to go down very quickly. It's going to take a while. If the Wardens just want to sit back and wait, they can certainly do that.
And this Pyro may be a prime example of it. It's lower health. The Wardens just get to walk in and take it when the Hounds got it down to 1/3 HP because they don't have to worry about it. Stu, like you said, a little slow on the burn. Great for killing tanks.
Oh, yeah.
Not too hot around these neutral objectives. And right now, that's what the Wardens are controlling, and that's where their lead has been found. Charlie, about 7,000 gold. They're going to continue to try and push the limit in the jungle. They hang around the FG. But I don't see them going for the engage just yet. A lot of this relies on Ducky, it feels like. Has the blink, has the cage. You had already highlighted it, though. Leon has the shell. And as long as you're grouped up, you're going to be just fine. So the Hounds take the pit. But how confident, I mean, we just saw with a Pyromancer, you can't really start the FG with the Hounds with a hope of actually taking. You need to win the fight.
No, I don't hate this at all from the Wardens. They really should let the Hounds tank this up because, again, they're not going to burn it quickly. Their burst isn't fantastic. Leon has 2 runic bombs, and they have Afro heal.
I'm getting so mad deja vu from game 1.
If the Hounds, if the Hounds want to commit, they have to look for a fight, and that's what happens. Ducky blinks in, goes for the cage, finds it, but Phantom Shell wasn't even used. They didn't care.
Yeah, they didn't need it. Now you've got the shell to hold on to. In fact, you can get aggressive. Ducky's already taken half his health, and now you've got the full team healing up. Delny leading the way, still has ult, goes for the slow onto Stu, who has the ult to get away. Knock up onto Benny, one more shot, alternate timeline buys him some time, but it's not going to get the job done and keep him around. Now Neoma, next up on the chopping block, taken down. Oath is looking for the split push to try and balance things out. Will go and will succeed in getting this Phoenix. It's just going to be the Phoenix, and it's going to be a trade for your team and for this enhanced Fire Giant. But Oath making a proactive play, opening up a win condition for his team.
They're not done. It looks like a 1v1 happened between Delny and Oath. Probably one Oath doesn't love, but Ducky and Stu walking up to the Fire Giant. The Callan Wardens have to decide, are we 50-50? Are we killing Stuart with the Bifrost out? You probably go back for the FG.
You still have to worry about Ducky. And Oath actually has ult. If Oath gets into a good spot, could ult in mid and come over, look for the knock-up, and try to go for the steal. So, eyes on runic bombs in Leon's pocket, eyes on Ducky, eyes on Oath. Who's going to go in, and where's this Fire Giant going to go? It's getting low already. You need a couple more hits. No one's up in the sky. No one's going for it. Wardens get the EFG. Slash with a good zone, but Slash in a little bit of danger. Needs the ult from Leon, and it's beautifully timed, beautifully played. Keeps him alive, forces the Hounds to fall back, and keeps all 5 of the Wardens with the EFG.
Not to mention, that's both Stuart's relics. He had the beads and Aegis to survive that Tsukuyomi ult, so now he might be in some trouble once the dive actually continues. Sure, he used a Phantom Shell and an Afro ult to make sure that Slash survived that as well, but those are cooldowns you can wait for. The Callan Wardens can go in off their own aggression whenever they'd like, whereas the Hounds, they don't have a choice. They have to sit there underneath their Phoenix and just wait and hope that the relics are back up at that point. Oni Fury gets some enhanced minions rolling in, gonna be a big win as well. Sure, mid Phoenix is down, but just push up mid. Go for mid Phoenix first. Not gonna be the end of the world when you have enhanced Fire Giant. Those fire minions, not gonna be that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's a lot easier this time, right? Last time, you know, a little over a minute with the Fire Giant by the time they take it to mid, and you have to play it slow. The minions aren't there. There's a whole lot. You don't have to worry about the minions now. You can play a lot more to your own style if you're the Wardens. They're still going to push up mid, though. Have an Oni minion wave coming to help them out, as well as Oni minions on right and left pushing out for them to give them a small advantage when they start to rotate over towards those. With the tier 2, this should be pretty easy. Now, Charlie, we got to talk about Phoenix defense. Normally, we can talk about, you know, massive mage abilities, but the Tiamat, while it's been hitting pretty hard, hasn't gotten as much done so far maybe Benny Q would have liked.
Yeah, this is one of those picks that I think was just a comfort pick for Benny Q. Not going to be top of the meta by any stretch, but it was safe. It was something they could grab early on in the draft.
And early, you got it first.
Yeah, but I don't think that it's going to be the best in this situation. Your alternate timeline's down for 200 seconds. The Tornado is fantastic under defense. The CC, the damage is annoying, but it's a pretty long cooldown. Once that gets baited out, you don't bring much to the table.
We'll have to watch. Keep your eyes on Benny Q's damage. Maybe keep your eyes on that Phoenix. Oh my god. Burned down in the blink of an eye. Oath waiting around the corner, looking for Nog. Doesn't find the stun, immediately falls back, and it's a 5-man grouping from the Wardens. I mean, you had called it 20 minutes ago that they were walking around as a 3-man death ball. Now it's just a 5-man death ball. And it feels like they have plenty of control. They're going to skip over mid-Phoenix for now.
There's a fire wave going to their side, and that's kind of cool.
Right into their base. Maybe not what you would want.
It got split up. Their Titan can handle it.
Yeah, okay. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. The question is how well they can siege this Phoenix. On the right-hand side, they topple the tier 2. But do they go in? Well, Delny marches in like it's nothing. He has no worries whatsoever. Might need to use the ult to survive, though. A lot of burn comes down from the Hounds. Phoenix halfway down already. Wave from Neil. It's only going to clip 2 who are affected by it. And now it's a march forward from the Wardens. Again, the Phoenix is the main goal. They get that. They're going to back away just fine. And Shelly, advantage. 2 birds down on the Hounds. The Wardens are doing maybe a small victory lap as they run through the jungle. Admittedly, it's because they only have a minute left on the Fire Giant. Need to reset.
And they need to save that mid bird. That Phoenix would drop down if someone doesn't go clear the wave quickly, so probably smart. They all retreated immediately. It was close, but that bird will not drop one more time. And now I'm thinking, how do the Wardens want to play this? Last time they went in for just the all-in once they felt confident, once they found their pick. Could be the idea here, but you don't really have many openings. The relics on the side of the Hounds aren't down because they didn't really fight. It was more of a, okay, we shredded through Delny, that was great, but we couldn't keep the bird alive. And I do want to call to reason that that is what Stuart built for, right? He is absolutely melting this Nike. It's just how many times you get to free cast on the Nike. Nog did a great job of just going into home sweet home and just throwing firebolts and saying, hey, back up, you know, give us space.
Hey, man, stop.
Yeah, let us hit the Phoenix, bro. I'm going to keep throwing fire at your feet until you move, and that's what happened. Now they've got 2 openings. You got Stuart over in left and Benny Q over in right clearing out the waves. The Wardens don't have EFG, so they are going to have to play this slow, you'd think. But actually, they're just in the jungle. They're waiting to see if they can find a pick.
They might be able to. I mean, look, Oath, Benny, both in an awkward spot that if there's not a lot of communication going on, you might get caught out. Luckily, it seems like both of them caught wind of it in time and were able to move away, but that hasn't slowed the Wardens down. They're not backing up to set up for the Fire Giant. They're setting up for the Phoenix. It's still going to be a lot more precarious than the last 2, right? No EFG, that Phoenix, especially with Delny getting burned as quick as he did with the EFG, yeah, you're not going to take that risk. Instead, once again, back to the jungle, look for the picks. Miss the CC onto Oath because of the dash. Now you've got Ducky, you've got the wave. The Hounds, they want to take this fight, and they're bringing it to the Wardens as best they can. Unfortunately, their best just isn't getting it done. Oh my god, the damage too! Immediately taken out. Synced timers there for Neil and Benny Q, and now the Wardens can surge forward with a lot more confidence. Oath running back down mid, has to channel the back, but you're going to lose this 3rd Phoenix. You got fire minions in the right-hand lane. It all comes down to this for your defense. What can you do without Stu? It's not going to be a whole lot. Oath back into the fountain, tries to do his best, but this Titan, it's fallen too hard, and the Wardens knock down an SPL team and move themselves to a Worlds qualifying match.
And this was what I was worried about, Gore. I spoke about it very early on. Sure, Ducky was able to get fed massive in lane, but how many cages do we just see ignored late game? That Phantom Shell is still up right now. The game's over. It's still available. He hit massive cages. It just didn't matter because what were they trapped in with? There was no damage. There wasn't the follow-up. This Odin pick was massive to get them to the early game, but the carries had to step up to try and bridge that gap, and unfortunately, VennyQ and Stuart were pretty dealt with. The dive from this squad, from the Wardens, was ridiculous.
In that last fight, shows that maybe the best they did that it could have, right? You get Neil and BennyQ all in one big smack if you're the Wardens. And that's enough to just knock down the door. I mean, they kicked it open with those 2 kills. And a few fights, it feels like, started that way for them. Get them into a good position. Again, Shelly, if we're going grand scheme, right? That's not the end of the road for them. They still have another match, right? It's double Elam. But if you're thinking of bracket-wise, the Wardens are now up against the Scarabs to try and qualify. Like, we're guaranteed an SCC team going to Worlds from this group. We're also guaranteed an SPL team getting eliminated today from this group. And that's because the Wardens played so well in that game.
Yeah, and that's what you got to bring to your next matchups, right? Confidence. When you get a win like this, a 2-0 win at that, you better carry it to your next matchup. You better stand tall, and I think that's exactly what the Wardens are going to do.
And they looked good doing it so far. Now they can stand maybe even a little taller. But that's going to do it for myself and Shelly. We'll go over to the desk, and they can break the rest down.
Callan Wardens take a clean sweep, a 2-0 up against the SPL team. The Hounds fall down to the loser side of the bracket. Wardens up to the winner side of the bracket. And like Gore said, that means that an SPL team is getting eliminated later today.
Yeah, having an SPL team go out on day number 2 of the event inside the group, not the best feeling, especially when it's another SPL team that's going to be knocking them down. But got to give props to the Warden. I got to give a lot of props to Elion too. Communications this entire set have been so clean for his team, allowing them to really be able to get to these late game team fights, to really be able to dictate the pacings of these fights in general. And I think they broke it down really well over there at the very end of the cast, saying that Ducky was a great start for this team for the Eldritch Hounds, getting a few kills onto Ducky, really difficult to kill in the late game. But once we started hitting kind of that 25 to 30 minute mark, we looked at Ducky's build, said, okay, well, what else can he go for that 6th slot? We look up 6-7 minutes later, and he's still not finishing that item because the Hounds aren't able to get anything going on the map. He's investing all of his relics, or all of his gold into relics, I should say. But there's nothing going for the fight. And the biggest question mark that needed, or I should say the biggest question that needed to be answered was who's going to deal with Nog? Who's killing the Baba Yaga on the side of the Hounds? The answer to that was nobody. The best chance they had of killing Nog is if Nog was diving into their backline trying to kill them instead. I mean, we saw how much damage BennyQ was able to do. but he's only able to hit that on the frontliners. Delny soaks up so much damage during those team fights, dives into the Phoenix, stands in front of Stewart, dives into another Phoenix, stands in front of BennyQ, allows his carries to be able to kill these Phoenixes, and then Delny's able to back up, reset with teleport. Elion on the Aphrodite, able to heal the team back up. 18,000 healing, by the way. And again, that's against an Odin, against the amount of anti-heal that was built. I mean, there was a Divine Ruin, there was the Cage from the Odin. There's so many ways to be able to try and answer up against that Afro. But then Charlie breaks it down to best. The last 3-4 team fights that we saw Ducky drop this Odin Cage, the Wardens ignored it. Yeah, Ducky's catching one, at best, maybe two people in the cages during these fights. And because of that, it's like, okay, well, we can just, knock the wall down, no problem. Or, hey, we'll just stand in here because it's not doing a whole lot of damage to us. So when you have that Odin that got the early but can't trench this into late game, when you have an unkillable mid laner on the other side of the Baba Yaga who also built the Prophetic, which is something that's been staple on that god for a brief stint, we saw none of the Prophetic, but it's already back in its full swing. If you can't kill Nog, and damn, I feel like we just said that in game 1. If you kill Nog, it makes it a lot easier, but they couldn't kill Nog. And it was so much that easier for the Wardens.
Yeah, I feel like they should
just kill the mid laner.
Killed Nog.
It's easy, right? Easier said than done, I guess.
Easier said than done, indeed. Callan Wardens, clean sweep, 2-0. We've got Tuba standing by for an interview with Gore.
That's right, I got Tuba standing by. And it's also, Benabla, I can feel the energy, right? Obviously coming from you and the rest of the team. That's a massive win. And up front, I just want to know, how does it feel?
So, for whoever's been following us, like at the beginning of SCC, we've had a lot of roster changes. People had to go home because my team was mostly people who moved to Mexico to play. So we had a lot of last-minute changes, 2 role swaps. Obviously, Slash and Andy, they're crazy players. They role swap. They just took out an SPL team who's been playing for all year or longer. I mean, how does it not feel good,
And the thing is like, it was really interesting when we started this set. I think a lot of people coming into this, right, based on where the Hounds have been, kind of 50-50. They were like, I don't know. Actually, when we looked at the Twitch poll, it was the first one, I think, in their favor. Second time around came to y'all. But, game 1 as well really started to skew gold-wise and everything towards the Hounds. And then it comes down to, like, one huge team fight around a Gold Fury where Nog hits an ult. So, like, what is that turnaround like? Like, what was the mentality, especially after, 15 minutes of falling behind, to really get back into that game?
As soon as we fell behind around back camps, we liked our comp. Like, that was the comp that, we feel like we can scale with, right? So we're like, okay, we'll scale late game, and then, Gone. You saw what he did. He's just a game changer. He hit his ult, and then from there, we're like, okay, we know how to win from here. This is what we do. And we just took over.
Got the job done. And then, of course, that moves us to game 2, where for a long time, we were talking about it, but, it felt like, okay, if Ducky shows up, he can push 4 back. And then eventually that stopped happening. A lot of that was, your damage coming through, being able to just, slam people around. So what was it going for a more, I guess, close game, right? Still dragged out a little bit, right? Had to get some EFGs to get the job done. Lose a Phoenix a couple of times. Some fights aren't there. But, what is game 2's mentality like the whole way through?
It just felt, obviously it felt easier, right? Because we weren't behind 5,000, 6,000 gold. I don't know. We were just looking for stuff first. They were playing reactive, right? Or they're having, silly ults. So, we felt confident. We felt like we had them on the back. We felt like we were more allowed to do what we want to do, and they were playing more I guess scared might be the word. I don't want to say scared, but less calculated, because, it's a tournament. Everyone's trying to win.
And the good news, when everyone's trying to win, is that you did win, right? 2-0 here, so you get to move forward. Of course, we're going to get to see you again tomorrow, best of 5s when it starts, a Worlds qualifier match. So it's going to be impressive, but congratulations once again, man. Thanks for your time, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
You hear it there from Tuba. Cool and calculated. Especially game 2, you get, and this is what we've been talking about, the communication. You bring Slash online, you bring Ellie on to this team, and they just feel like they have a game plan just all the time to go forward, and that's so important when you hear the comms, when you hear the confidence coming out. We can take a look at the bracket for these squads. We've already seen every team at this point. We can take a look at Group B first and see where those teams just went. To Callan Wardens in the bottom left side, they take this set 2-0 versus the Eldritch Hounds. That's going to set us up for an elimination best of 3. Camelot Kings, Eldritch Hounds. That'll be our last match of today, so make sure you stick around for that one. On the other side of the bracket, though, we've got our other 4 teams. You've seen everybody play at this point, but we've got another elimination match on the horizon. That's our 2 losers from yesterday. Bulba Storm versus the Gilded Gladiators coming up next, and that's still, we could get 2 SPL teams knocked out today.
I mean, being all honest, there's a potential we could see 2 or 3 SCC teams potentially take it to Worlds. I think right now, out of the teams from the SPL that have played, the Highland Ravens have looked the cleanest. I think Hex Mambo is going to be a very difficult matchup for them in that qualifier match. I think this Gilded Gladiators versus Chivalva Storm might be closer than some teams and some people out there are really thinking, especially after the performance kind of both these teams have had over it. But I also kind of want to just go back real quick to what Tuba was saying about the roster change. I want to read to you what the original Callan Wardens roster was in week 1 of this phase.
Oh, yeah.
It was Bruno Ram solo. He's not there anymore. Pico Ways Jungle. They're not there anymore. Nog and Tuba were still there.
Yep.
And then it was Evermed for support. They've had 3 different players over the course of not only their regular season, but even going into the qualifier round, they've had to make changes for. And in the qualifiers, it wasn't, like, Elion was the one who jumped in for the last second. Elion jumped in at week number 5. Delny jumped in at week number 3. And it was in the qualifiers that their jungler, Picoways, was replaced by Slash, who's a solo laner. The fact that this team, with 3 roster changes in the back half, almost back to back to back, are able to perform at this level against the Hounds, is a huge testament to the Wardens team.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the confidence that they come out with just in that game, being able to take the 2-0 up against the SPL team. That's going to be good for set number 1, though. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back after that for set number 2.
Like a riddle, impossible lame. Faking beauty to stay in the game. Bad riding, cover the walls. Guess I'm lucky if I left to fall. Sin City, waiting for me. Around the corner, I'm aching to be. Double trouble, heading my way. I need to step up if I'm gonna stay. I've been living here too long. It's time to move on to keep me strong. Let it uncover my skin. Every part of me is fighting to win. Sin City, waiting for me. Around the corner, I'm aching to be. Double trouble, my new middle name. Next time you see me, I won't be the same. It's time for me to come alive. It's time for me to stand and stride. No feeling sorry for myself. No beating down on someone else. No reason to be satisfied. No way in hell I'm gonna die. Leave me alone and I'll be fine. Sin City, waiting for me. Around the corner, I'm aching to be. Double trouble, my new middle name. Next time you see me, I won't be the same. Looking at you. I know what to do. I'm on my way. Coming to stay.
Help me see all the birds and all the bees and all the trees. Help me feel everything around me. Help me in the vibrations of the universe inside of me. Help me beat the shit out of my ego, please. Forever Let's embrace the sunrise and the sunset and the time between them. Let us stay forever young and never die.
we are now 7 days away from the start of the Smite World Championships. I can't believe we hit single digits on days until Worlds. It just feels like last week, and even further than that, we were just talking about like, oh man, it's like a month, it's like 2 months away. Now it's right around the corner. So make sure that you are attending on the 12th to the 14th. Why are we hyping things up? Because the schedule is now out. So if you want to check out the schedule for the SWC, make sure to go over on a Twitter or tune in right now so you can see what all is going to be going on during the event. We'll kick things off all the way over on Friday for our event there. Make sure you tune in to start out with the red carpet. We'll have our annual keynote and the opening ceremony, and then our 4 quarterfinals kick out on Friday. Saturday, we'll have our semifinals plus the Year 11 update show and the cosplay showcase. And then over on Sunday, the Build a God panel, the Year 11 creator show match, a to-be-announced event. So make sure you're tuning in to find out what that might be. And then the grand finals will crown our Season 10 World Champion here for the Smite Pro League in Season X of the event. All of that starting on Friday, January 12th, which is only 1 week away. Make sure you go over and check out on social media, take a screenshot of the schedule so you don't forget it, but it'll be there available to you over on social media. It's going to be a great time. I'm very excited. I can't believe we are now, again, only a week away from SWC, Charlie. It just feels like yesterday we were talking months away. Oh, don't worry about it. It'll get there eventually. Well, it's almost here now, man.
Are we in eventually? That is where we're at now.
We're no longer in eventually. We're in like it's here, bro.
And that's a scary thought, but also very exciting, of course, because this is what we're all building up to, right? This is what all these great games, all these teams are trying to get to. We're already guaranteed. We don't have to play anyone.
Yeah, we don't got to do anything.
We just get to go. We're going to talk about the games. You're going to see us there. But these teams, they still earn their spot.
Yeah, and for a couple of these teams in our next 2 sets, they're going to be done. It's going to be the end of the road because now we're in elimination matches for these 2 teams. Best of 3s for our next 2 matches that are going to be coming up there. I mean, between Storm and Guild of Gladiators, one of these teams, it's going to be the end of the road for these guys. And then we move later on, we're going to have an SPL team guaranteed eliminated. We can take a look at the bracket for over on the side of Group B. And that's what I was alluding to with the 2 SPL teams where only one of them is going to at least be guaranteed going home immediately. Camelot Kings and Eldritch Hounds, an elimination match at the end of our day, which means on the opposite, the inverse of that top match there, that best of 5, guaranteed SCC team. Will it be the EU number 2 seed in the Solar Scares, or will it be the number 1 Callan Wardens out of NA? To be determined. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow for those qualifying matches. Tomorrow and Sunday will all be best of 5s to qualify up to the SWC, where the last 2 matchups today will be those best of 3 eliminations. We take over to Group B, which is the group that we're now currently in. Highland Ravens and Hex Mambo will square off again tomorrow for that first chance to qualify up to the SWC. But one team is going home in this matchup right here, right now, with the Shabalba Storm and the Gilded Gladiators. Gladiators fell 2-0 to Hex Mambo yesterday, and now had to fight against another SCC team to see if they can still hold their own and see if they can have that second chance to maybe get a qualification up towards World Strelly.
It's going to be so exciting, man. With so much on the line, I hope to see not only some new and interesting strats, right? Because if you're sticking with the meta and just sticking with what you know, that's all well and good, but sometimes you got to knock these teams off their rhythm, right? This is the last chance you're going to get to play in this season of Smite, and you better make sure that you leave it all on the table. So I am very excited to see exactly what the Glads, what the Storm, and these teams that we continue to see bring to the table, because this is where you got to leave it all on the table.
One player we haven't really got to see much during this phase because he hasn't been here yet, but is now in studio, is Kana. We didn't get a chance to talk to him yesterday, and so instead we're going to talk to Kana now. He's standing by with Frog for our pregame interview.
That's right. I've got Kana here with me from the Gilded Gladiators. First and foremost, right, I mean, J-Mac mentioned it, you have not gotten the chance to be in studio throughout the regular season. Now you're here. Unfortunately, not the whole team in studio, right? Jake still has COVID. But how does it feel to be here and be in the booth with the team?
Yeah, it feels really nice, like seeing the boys, not being on ping. It sucks like Jake can't be here, but it's a lot better here.
No, it's definitely going to improve the vibes, I think, for your matches. Got to talk about the match yesterday, though, right? Unfortunately, you guys did fall 2-0 in sweep yesterday. What do you guys think that you're thinking about from that matchup, trying to improve on for today?
I think that we learn we need to sometimes take a step back and think about what we're doing. Like sometimes we walk into objectives or sieges without a clear plan. Yeah, I think we've got enough, a lot of stuff that we've improved on. So I think we're confident we're still going to qualify.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Confidence is important. Good that you're feeling good going into the Storm. Have you guys done any specific prep into the Storm? Obviously, they played yesterday, fell 2-0. Did you guys get a chance to look at that set and break down how you want to draft and play into them?
I'll be honest, I haven't really been paying attention to any SEC, so I don't really have a clue, but yeah.
Nice. Feeling good. Confidence is important. Good luck in your set today, and we'll throw it back to the desk.
Well, I hope they got a chance to watch some of the matches yesterday because they're going to need up against the Shibalba Storm. This is a dangerous team to play against, especially if you're not really prepared. And I think specifically, I think the drafts is going to be the most important thing for really these two teams, and specifically for the Gladiators against the Storm, because the Storm is playing a lot of picks that the Gladiators aren't really used to. The Ratatosker is not typically something that Ratmilk will go to on the opposite side, though it is one that is a preferred pick, so it's good to take that one away. But we've seen so much Thor coming to the opposite side, and I think Kana really breaks it down well is sometimes the Gladiators kind of get in their head a little bit. They get a little overzealous and say, okay, well, we can take this fight, and don't necessarily maybe have all the information around them. Or in cases that we saw in a lot of sieges, and probably the biggest thing I'd like to see improvement on in today's set specifically, and this one more crucially than ever, is the communication difference. It felt like when we listened into the Gladiators yesterday, it was just Kirmi talking, and it wasn't like Kirmi was talking over a whole lot of people and saying a whole lot of information quick. It was a lot of, guys, he's behind us. Guys, don't split up. So I want to see more communication from this team because I think that can go a long way against a team like the Storm.
Right, but we did hear Kana, and he said, you know, we know what we need to improve on. We've made some adjustments. These are kind of the things I'm looking for during an interview after a loss like that yesterday, where you've made the changes. You can't just go through the motions and hope that you're going to come out on the other side. You do have to put in the work, put in the man hours, and I like that Kana not only had that confidence to say, hey, we fixed some things, but said we're confident that we're going to qualify. That's something that you have to look to as well. You can't come in here going, oh boy, we're in the SEC team, we're real scared of them. You know, you should have that level. Not, you know, there's a difference between confidence and still respecting your opponents, but I think the Glads should come in here with their heads held high, right?
Yeah, I think confidence is key, but also, as you said, making sure that there is still that level of respect. So, you know, we may not have watched their stuff, but we know what these guys are capable of. I mean, they made it all the way here to this stage. I mean, you even look at maybe some of the path that the Storm had taken to get here. I mentioned it with, you know, with the Callan Wardens in the previous set when I was on the desk with Frog. These were not the number 1 and 2 seed teams from North America's, you know, SCC. They were not the number 1. They weren't the 2. They were even 3rd or 4th place. These were the 5th and 6th seed teams going into that event. And they beat out, you know, some of the biggest names that Smite has had over that in the SCC. I mean, they knocked out Aquarius and Sanford Soccer's team to be able to get here. So, I mean, this is a team that is not to be trifled with. You really do have to put some respect towards the names, and I really think the duo combo of Ratmilk and Globe. Also, this play was just absolutely silly, by the way, I have to say. That one got me kind of a little giddy when I was watching that one.
Were trolling, bro.
But
no way.
Speaking about, you know, the mid lane, Ratmilk and Globe, these guys have been devastating whenever they are given some of their comfort picks. I think you really got to put some focus towards Ratmilk and keep Globe off of some of these big hits. The Zeus didn't really do it for me yesterday, but if you can get him Thoth, if you can get him Kukulkan, one of these big hitting mages, these are 2 devastating players on this team to deal with.
No, I tend to agree. The Zeus I was not a big fan of, but Ratmilk on the Thor, Ratmilk on the Rat, you know, on some of these, you know, these global presence jungles that he can actually impact, you know, the left, the right side of the map simultaneously. That worked very well for them, as well as getting Shinigami a lead. This man, despite going down in their set, was absolutely cooking on the Hachi. I would like to see him, or at least the Storm, try and play through the duo lane just a little bit more, because I think Shinigami has the ability to just take this game and run with it. If you give him like a level lead, a couple purple buff invades, you know, just presence towards duo lane, they have a lot to offer if Shinigami gets that small little lead.
You don't want to give Shinigami an inch because he will take a mile when it comes down to it. We can get ready to jump here, though, into the picks and pans for game number 1. Elimination on the line here between the Gilded Gladiators and Shibalba Storm. Will it be an SPL team going home first, or will it be one of our SCC squads? We'll have to wait and find out as we continue through. Remember, best of 3 between these 2 teams to see which one moves on, which one goes home. Gilded Gladiators taking that first pick spot over the Shibalba Storm. And if you're in this first pick spot, and Kirmi hasn't really kind of shot out to me as much of a Thor player necessarily. I liked what we've seen out of his Ratatosker. Do you think that Thor is impactful enough? Never mind, I don't have to even finish asking the question. Yes, Thor is impactful enough to ban away from Ratmilk even in first pick. Good call, Shirley. You're so good at this.
I'm on point today, man. I also think Honor is very impactful. Keep going.
We've seen so little on her this weekend.
Right.
I'm honestly surprised because he was like the talk of the town during playoffs, during the SCC qualifiers. I'm shocked we haven't seen really any of him this weekend.
It was Yark. Yeah, Yark got one on her game, and then I'm pretty sure it was pretty consistently banned out. But either way, yeah, it's one of those things where are you playing through pressure or do you want your late game? getting online early. That's what Onher does, right? He wants to scrap. He wants to just absolutely frag out, use that ultimate to try and kill tanks. Sometimes teams don't want to deal with that, and it seems like Gilded Gladiators are one of those teams.
No Thor for Rat Milk, no Ganesh or Onher for the dual lane of the Storm. Flip side, a couple of supports banned away, plus in a Wheelish. Leaves open a first pick Mammon. I think this might be a first for Kirmi getting to pilot this god, so we'll get to see what he's got up his sleeve. Or can't discount the fact that it could even go to Jengar, who was jungler before coming into the onto this team. But we've also just in general seen Mammon go into the mid lane. I believe Dart has kind of premiered the god over in mid, showed just how crazy it is. And then we've seen other teams try and replicate that. But a scary top 2 on the side of the Storm. Achilles and Kukulkan to round out their first picks.
Yeah, this Cuckoo is very scary as far as I'm concerned. The damage, the game-changing nature that Spirit of the Nine Winds can bring to a team fight cannot be overlooked, as well as this Achilles that has just been very, subpar in lane. Not going to be the biggest lane bully in the world, but once you get those rotations, your tanks have to watch out, man. You can get into that threshold way quicker than you would imagine, right? It may catch you off guard. You're like, oh, I'm so fine. I still have my shell. I still have these relics. Doesn't matter. The execute does not care about your shields, man. It'll go right through it, so you have to watch out. So make sure you're paying attention to that Fatal Strike and that Health Threshold for the Gilded Gladiators, especially when they're drafting these tanks. But Charon's one that has the mobility. He's got the juke shoes. He has a lot of peel for himself, so he's not going to care too much about that execute.
Charon and Baba Yaga, which now solidifies this Mammon, going to be going over into Kirmi's hands. Something that North America has been really bringing over from the SCC side has been this Thanatos pick. We saw it last set. Nice pop-off game for Slash, a triple kill midway through that second game, and now drafts up for Shabalba Storm. This is something that the NASCC was just doing all throughout their qualifiers, these junglers going towards this. So now a double execute.
I need Ao Kwang support.
No, wait, throw Achilles support and then Ao Kwang solo.
Well, that makes too much sense. We're already committed to the Ao Kwang, or to the Achilles solo here.
Right.
I want Ao Kwang
support.
Give me full tank. He can get some slows. Either way, up the executes. And I think that these are two picks that, Mammon has had a rough time into this Thanatos pick. That's what we saw last game, right? It was a lot of, silence into Scythe into, I'm going to go up into Hovering Death. If you jump inside, I'm taking you way away from your team. You don't want to do that. And I'm just going to try and execute you otherwise. So it can be a bit of a battle who's hitting their abilities. Spoiler, Mammon, a lot easier to hit her abilities. But if that Death Scythe and that Soul Reap do connect, Thanatos is going to get the better end of those trades more often than not.
A couple of bans by the Storm towards solo lane. Both Nike and Sun Wukong taken off the table. Gilded Gladiators going to throw at least one support ban the way of the Shabalba Storm in the Sobek, which we saw kind of rise up with the EU SCC players a lot. Felt like ever since, Trixtank kind of left the scene from over there, he's left that legacy of that god. The Crocodile's really kind of kept its home over there. And an Ares ban as well. Looking at the composition, the Gilded Gladiators don't have too much to worry about with an Ares. They've got ways to deal with it, but maybe just worried about what the Shabalba Storm could do with a pick like that. So instead it will be a Hachiman, a safe hunter, which, seeing that hunters are falling all the way this far down in the priority compared to what they used to be, going into this event, in the qualifiers and in the playoffs. Interesting to see how far the hunters have gone down. So now just waiting on who the support will be for the Shabalba Storm. So what would you like to see to kind of round out the Gladiators composition here, Trelly?
I mean, that's a tough one. Just I wouldn't mind like a Rama here, something that's trying to match the late game presence that a Hachiman can bring, because Hachi, one of the most safe. Heimdall is fine as well, but it's like, are you really going to last that long? You need to have that hard carry potential. I think that's something that's been missing. With the Warriors back in solo lane, Kins is a necessity, but still, you want a little bit of crit. The builds that I've been seeing that have the most success are the ones that can shred Fire Giant and tanks, right? Kins and crit, same time. And that's what I was expecting. The Chernobog falling this far in the draft, I am not as big of a supporter as the Cherno as I have been. He used to just command early game. The late game he absolutely owned. Through all stages, this Chernobog had it. But now, teams are realizing, instead of chasing this guy around when he can just fly around the map, let's just fight away from the Cherno, and if he flies in, he has to fly to one of us. Let's all group up on wherever he lands and try and get our damage off. Cuckoo does it very well. You're going to land in a tornado and probably take a Zephyr to the face. That's a great way to deal with this global presence.
We saw it just yesterday when Snoopy goes into Chernobog, dives into mid lane, then finds two people surrounding him, and then dies almost in an instant. You do see a Maui last pick, something that's almost kind of been exclusively reserved for Elion, but Have seen a couple other players dabble with it from the SCC, so we will have to see what Happen can do on the selection. A bit of non-committal initiation on the side of Shibalba Storm with that, and a bit of dive with the Achilles, so you kind of get the best of both worlds. You get a support that can stay back and kind of keep the team alive, and you have a warrior out of the solo lane that can really get there and get those dives. But most importantly, man, how do you even deal with a double execute Shibalba Storm have? Oh, what tools do the Gladiators have to try and shut that execute comp down?
Aegis. Got you, bro.
Just the Aegis?
No, you're going to have to watch out. You have to body block it for your tanks. That's the real key because, Thanatos, you just got to hit the ult. And if you don't hit it, that's not a problem, but you need Aegis. That's your best way out. For Achilles, you can body block Fatal Strike. If you see Jake getting low, you're like, hey, step in front. I got you, bro. That's how you have to play around it. Not going to be the biggest deal early on, but late game, that threshold starts getting more and more HP, right? It's harder to get someone threshold when they're at like level 5, but at level 20, that HP starts climbing. So I'll be keeping my eyes on Kana and Jake, how they are, handling that HP, how they're using those ultimates just to avoid, getting extremely low. But again, this is my conversation every time we see the Charon, is the engage is never that great, right? The River of Styx takes a while. It is slow. You need to line it up. You need to know where you're fighting in 5 seconds to really hit a massive one unless you're going for the barrel stuff. They don't have that ease of execution. Mamon's got a stun, but it's very short range. King Arthur's got a stun, but you got to charge it up, and of course Kana's not going to be a part of the fights that often, so the ease of execution, the engage here for the Gilded Gladiators doesn't look as clean as, say, just Maui Hook, right? You can just send those out as much as you want. A nice landfall can easily start off the fight, so I got my eyes on the engage as well late game. That's something that can be, a game changer towards Fire Giant. If you're both just dancing at an even game and then a nice Maui Hook or a landfall or a good stun from Achilles, that could just kickstart your fight.
And sometimes easier to play might just be the key to success for some teams. We see that drafted here with the Shibalba Storm. Not the easiest of comps to execute out here. The Thanatos is definitely one that you have to have a little bit of extra time on to really get used to, but plenty of ways to kind of support this Thanatos and kind of give him that opportunity. Stun from Achilles, hook pull from the Maui, even a landfall just to pull 2 or 3 people back and find something there. So curious to see how the Shibalba Storm can deal with this, and more than anything, how the Gilded Gladiators can now bounce back from their loss yesterday. I think that's the most important thing for both of these teams, is how much have they bounced back and how much have they learned from their losses. We'll find out here in game number 1. It's the Gilded Gladiators and Shibalba Storm, and we'll take it to the casters.
Thanks so much, J-Mac and Shrelly. Our first elimination matchup of the weekend, SPL versus SCC. Both these teams trying to bounce back from a loss yesterday. You've got Frog, you've got Mifflin, and of course Doug taking us through the map. And these compositions, Mifflin, my eyes immediately go to the Shibalba Storm because I think, we saw a lot of success in some of these similar tools just in the last game. But now my eyes are ripped away because they're going towards the poll, where Twitch chat is favoring the SCC team at 56% to take this one.
SPL stock's at an all-time low, it would seem like. The Gilded Gladiators, of course, going to be a victim of that as well. But I think that this matchup has a lot of weight behind it, and that I expect it to go the distance. This is going to be a more evenly matched matchup. So the Gilded Gladiators, maybe best look we're going to have at them. But it's also a different look. The Death's already highlighted. It's not exactly the standard composition, namely out of the jungle. Kirmi has been the battery of the Gilded Gladiators all year long. Every iteration of this team has really been reliant on Kirmi out of the jungle. So seeing what he can do on essentially a new pick is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, this Mammon was not available the last time the Gilded Gladiators played, of course, before this tournament. It was just there for that qualifying tournament. And I got to admit, I'm not sure that it really speaks to me as a jungler that fits Kirmi's playstyle. I think of him as, a rat player. Of course, we've seen him on a number of other picks that, for whatever reason, cannot come to my mind at the moment. But, I mean, do you see his playstyle fitting into how Mammon wants to play?
I mean, it's got high potential for solo agent playstyle, so the ability to 1v1 rat milk in the late game if we see that 4-1 jungle split that we so often do. I could see Kirmi clearly winning out on that matchup. It's got good gank potential, decent rotations throughout the early. The only thing that might slow him down is that Kirmi generally likes to play gods that can be pace setters before level 5. Mammon Brigitte's got decent setup, but isn't exactly going to do enough damage on her own at this point in the game. You're generally looking at that 2-item power spike. So it's on the rest of the Gilded Gladiators to essentially hold their own until that point.
So small pressure here on the left side as well, and this maybe brings us towards the supports. I've wanted to talk about the prevalence of some surprising picks, at least for me this weekend. Charon and Maui, of course, both things that we've seen before. I'm surprised that Yemoja just made it through the pick and ban phase, and they've chosen to prioritize these picks instead. Do you think the Maui and the Charon bring some needed aggression into this role? As Kana takes quite a bit of damage on this right-hand side, but I mean, just maybe surprising on some of these support picks this weekend.
Well, for Happen in particular, we just don't see him play Yemoja, and Maui has been his bread and butter for a few months now, so no surprise me in the Xibalba Storm support selection. And Jake has been the #1 fan, even in the title, of Charon. Loves going towards that pick. So it's not overly surprising. I think if we're going to evaluate the meta as a whole, Yemoja certainly has a foothold in it, but if we're talking about Jake and Happen, this makes some sense to me.
I mean, definitely falling back to some comfort picks. We'll see some pressure on the right side as well. Ratmilk has hung out here for the last couple of seconds. As right as these blue buffs spawn, as we start to see if we're going to see a potential invade, if we want to see anybody step up, you have to think that Ratmilk has the favored pressure here just by nature of the Thanatos having the favor in the early game, but so far just a slower pacing to the game. Who do you think, just composition-wise, is more likely to take this first foothold? I say that, and it's going to be the Storm looking to try and invade this. Happen will not be able to come away with it. But so far, not too much action in terms of anybody attempting to steal.
It doesn't seem to me that either of these teams necessarily need to get involved faster than the other. Both have got great scaling in the late game. Jengaru and Globe playing phenomenal late game hyper carries. Shinigami, Snoopy both doing the exact same. Compositionally, I think the Gilded Gliders as a whole have got a few more strategies available once we start to see that 5-on-5 grouping. Just have Snoopy play elsewhere on the map. One of the primary strengths of Chernobog, but as far as the first 10 or so minutes, it's just about farming up, keeping your head above water, playing it safe. Ratmilk maybe will be able to set the pace a little bit faster than Kirmi just by nature of the global in Thanatos' kit. Just get involved in the side lanes very easily, but I don't think it really needs to.
Kirmi, first one over on this right-hand side. The execute comes through early, but the damage, the dash is there. One more tick of damage, and Kirmi's got first blood on a Tegvir.
Can't walk away from that one. Kana tanks up the tower incredibly well, and Kirmi, relentless, keeps that damage rolling through. Once Tegvir's ultimate is down, there's no way for him to escape a situation like that. And this is one of the primary weaknesses we've seen in this new age solo lane build. I talked to some of the EU SEC guys, and they're like, yeah, I don't know what North America's doing with this Warriors Axe, Jotuns. It's so aggressive. You're not tanky. It makes it really easy for a jungler to roll through. Kirmi does exactly that. And you can even see Kana going for a little bit more of a standard build in his first slot. I believe Stone of Gaia seems to be that bread and butter for King Arthur. Allows him to utilize that HP bar more so as a resource than something that needs to be protected. And will also play very well into the executes. Just keep him out of that range.
Of course, with Ratmilk trying to answer back, the blink in, the ultimate, the execute is there. And Ratmilk able to answer back. So far, only the soul laners that have fallen down.
Well, not going to keep him out of that range just yet. Stone of Gaia, once it's fully upgraded, should help out a little bit. But Ratmilk catches him right before he's able to make his way back to base. And Kana falls down in exchange. Both junglers striking on that right-hand side of the map. Generally, we see these junglers play a little bit more so on the left side. There's just a little bit more value on those neutrals, but doesn't seem to be a concern.
Dash in from Kirmi.
He's got him.
Got some backup here, and he might not even need it as the ultimate comes through, but he dodges it out, takes down Ratmilk, and now Globe under some pressure. Jengaru there for the help, and two fall down for the Xibalba Storm. Gilded Gladiators, they even take away the blue buff. Kirmi making it happen.
It's taking a fight on the left side as well. Happen in a little bit of trouble. Does Snoopy have the damage? Hiding behind the Bastion. Happen makes it out alive. Shinigami healthy, and he's turning it around. Snoopy knocked down. Focus the support. Get punished.
Snoopy taking a fight maybe a little bit too long there. You try and find the last bit of damage onto Happen, but Shinigami, we saw him pop off yesterday, grabs another kill for the Storm.
Man, that is great stuff there. The Storm able to fight back at least a little bit on that left-hand side. Jake loves getting aggressive, especially in that first item, Power Spike. Get some of that defense available, CDR in that first item as well. Allows him to throw around his abilities, just throw around some damage, but has really put him in positions where Jake likes to dive, and he's going to do it regardless. Drags Snoopy into a poor position, not quite able to secure the kill on Happen, and Shinigami all the while, full HP, just free casting. I was so tunnel vision on Happen, I didn't even see Shinigami there, so clearly the Gladiators didn't either.
I mean, he still had the damage available, was able to pick up a kill over there. And now, despite the action on the solo lane, maybe if you're the Storm, after losing out on a gank in the solo lane, you lose your jungler and your mid laner over towards that side of the map as well. And especially with beads being down from Globe for the next couple of seconds, maybe if you're the Storm, you just try and play a little bit more passive mid and solo side. And if you do want to find the aggression, maybe you start to put that pressure towards Shinigami.
Yeah, Shinigami already starting to nurse a nice little lead himself, advantage in stacking as well as levels up against Snoopy. Jake is one that's really going to stick around in this lane for as long as he's allowed to, so we'll continue to soak up some of Snoopy's farm there. You can even see happen a little bit more often just hovering the jungle. Nice use of the Mescal Lua to get Shinigami out of trouble, but the Gilded Gladiators, they came in with a strategy, and it's aggression and pressure, and they're playing with it on left.
Hear me here once again, looking for the pressures. Happen stunned out, gets the jump away, the knockup lands. The wave is there for the fear, but the ultimate hits Jake and keeps him under the tower. Kirmi on a killing spree is able to find the last hit. This time they'll take the support, but they'll lose their solo laner on the other side.
Double execute used on the right-hand side to match pressure with the Gilded Gladiators on left. That's twice now we've seen this play, though, from the Gladiators. Have Kirmi walk into the tower, disregard any bit of damage around him, and trust the tanks will eat up all of it.
Globe under some major pressure, and it's a dive there from the Baba
Yikes.
ultimate. Just barely, not enough to take down the kill. Globe will find the survival under the tier 1 tower, but you can see how aggressive Kirmi is looking to be, and he's been in all 3 lanes at this point.
And the Gilded Gladiators going for a blitzkrieg style of play here, keeping pressure all the way across the map. The Storm really are only playing on the right-hand side. Ratmilk not exactly present on the left, so it's going to be a numbers advantage for the Gilded Gladiators every single time here. Maybe they're caught off guard a bit, the Storm that is. Surprised to see the Gilded Gladiators play around that duo so much. You'd think you want to leverage the global from Chernobog, but instead they're playing around them.
Kirmi on this left-hand side of the map again, and look how aggressive he's being. I thought he was going to wrap around the tier 1 there. Instead, just looking to take away some farm. But got to imagine that the left side pressure may speak towards a Gold Fury pull eventually for the Gilded Gladiators. You're absolutely right. I have not seen Ratmilk really on the left side of the map at all outside of just picking up some of those camps. This time, though, Kirmi still over here. They're looking to pressure the purple buff. Stun down, happen.
That's crazy.
Does not take it away, and they're able to secure it, but with Globe on the rotation, and Jake pulled back. The ultimate hits, and Jake will end up falling down in trade for the invade.
I thought the Gilded Gladiators would all in a bit more there on Happen once he gets aggressive. Instead, tried to just fully disengage, concerned about that mid lane rotation. Jangaro was not matching up with Globe. But on the disengage, the Deaths talk about it a whole lot. The ability for Happen to just throw out the hook and hold someone in place comes and rears its head there. Globe lines up the Spear of the 9 Winds, and Jake just easy to knock down from that position. The Gilded Gladiators aggressive, successful in their purple buff invade, but at the cost of support, I'd rather see them play it a little bit more passive.
As we get towards the mid game, I'm looking at the composition for the Storm, and I'm seeing a lot of big ticket ultimates. And we just saw the Serpent of the 9 Winds. We mentioned it earlier, the double execute coming out here for the solo jungle dive. Even the Landfall pulling back multiple members, but I thought Snoopy gets pulled back by it right now, and he's not got the dash available. Has to go into the Living Nightmare, down immediately. But the lack of cooldowns there, and they won't be able to continue the chase. It's Tagfear actually taking a ton of damage from Kirmi, and the Glads come away with a kill.
Kirmi is on a tear right now, a warpath, doing so much damage across the map. The Storm trying their best to go for counterplay, and this time it's the Gold Fury who's nearby from the Gladiators. It's just Jake and Jangaru.
I don't think he has the damage there, and the secure comes through. Serpent of the 9 Winds grabs the Gold Fury there, and Kirmi trades a kill on the right side of the map. The Xibalba Storm, though, able to keep it in range with the gold lead. Only about 1,000 down at this point.
Kirmi, so far ahead of his direct counterpart, is doing immense damage. And one of the understated portions of Maman Brigitte's game is how much damage she does to neutral objectives. So Pyromancer, Fire Giant, they're going to be under threat. And at the pace that Gilded Gladiators is starting to set, I could see them going for some of those early Fire Giant plays that we've seen so far this week. 15, 16 minutes, somewhere in there, where they could really start doing a lot of that damage. There needs to be an answer to Kirmi. It's either got to be Ratmilk using the global just to catch out Kirmi as he's getting hyper-aggressive, or it's got to be Happen lining up some of that CC. But you can't have what we have had, and that's just ignoring Kiermy and trying to kill the people around him.
Yeah, I mean, Kiermy essentially walks out of base, grabs the farm that's up on his way to a gank. It feels like he's in a lane every other minute here at this point, just trying to put pressure, and if he can grab a kill, he wants to grab a kill. He's been involved in every single one now for the Gladiators. As a result, he does have a little bit of a shutdown bonus, so if they are able to take that kill, especially if Ratmilk is able to get that last hit, that might bring him back closer to parity. This now, though, 12 minutes in, Beacon first to spawn. Looks like Xibalba Storm will not be in a position to contest it. And with both these neutral objectives being down, still a little bit too early for Fire Giant, the Storm now have a bit of a window here, maybe 2 minutes or so, to really try and formulate a plan of how they want to play around these neutral objectives the next time that they come up. I think that plan starts with Tegvir surviving, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to. Kiermy is on a rampage.
Kiermy's just making it all happen once more. And the Storm are playing very well around their vision, but they're not playing well around each other. They're not tracking Kiermy on the map. So, if a gank were to go left, the Storm would be aware of it. But Ratmilk covering this side of the map isn't able to do anything about Kiermy on the right. So it's almost a avoidance style from Kiermy. Wherever Ratmilk is, I'm going to play. And I'm 3 levels up on him, so I'm going to play harder than he does. And this response of Ratmilk forcing a fight on the left because Kiermy's on the right, or vice versa, just hasn't worked out because apples to apples, Ratmilk doesn't do the same damage.
He hasn't had the same impact, not able to pick up as many kills, of course, but now, maybe Awesome Jake in a little bit of trouble, surrounded by 4 members here. The ultimate comes through off the mark, but the execute hits, and Ratmilk takes down Awesome Jake. Man advantage now for the Xibalba Storm, but with no objectives up, not sure they can do anything with that pick.
No, it's just about farming on the map, maybe stripping away any bit of buff that you can find, but nothing really for them to look towards just yet. Tegvir on respawn, might be on the chopping block. That's both his dashes.
Kiermy in the vicinity once again. Blue buff available, though. Looks like it will just be the steal away for the time being. And I think Kiermy is very cognizant as well of the risk versus reward factor at this point. Yes, he has a lot of presence on the map, but the shutdown bonus could be a lot if the Storm able to take it. Right now, it's the Storm stepping up to the Pyromancer. The Clans steal it away, and they grab the Runic Bomb along with it. All for the Xibalba Storm. Take it away, but they didn't have the secure available.
Kiermy is playing like a man possessed and wants to find a bit more on map. Stops the back from Happen. Now Xibalba Storm should be aware that there is presence from the Good Gliders on the right-hand side, but with nothing to farm up, there's nothing to defend, so no grouping to try and chase out Kiermy. Gilded Gladiator is doing so well with the pace now, having stolen the Pyromancer. I've got time to reset, maybe spend up some of that gold, get Kiermy in position with that Runic Bomb, and I'd like to see them force the fight around that Oni Fury. Xibalba Storm haven't played as 5 just yet, haven't stacked up the double execute. There hasn't been space created for Globe, so there's damage and outplay potential that we haven't seen, but the gold lead is now starting to balloon a bit out of control. The experience, primarily where I'm putting a lot of my heat. If you're going to have Kiermy doing this much damage, someone's got to be able to answer it. I know I've said it 3, 4, 5 times, but it's still true. Until I see Kiermy go down, I can't see the Gilded Gladiators losing a fight.
And with how fast his damage comes out, you really have to be wary of the Oni Fury falling. It's going down quickly, and the Glads take it without contestation. Kana zoning away 4 members here, and they gotta be careful it's not an overcommittal as Globe gets dove onto the backline, forces the relics away from Kukulkan, and Kiermy now comes under pressure. Ratmilk into the sky, not sure he has the aggression to go back in. Some low health bars there from both members. Ultimately, it's just the Gold Fury falling.
Storm get bailed out a bit there. The Good Gladiators had already cleared out the Gold Fury by the time the Storm had decided to take that fight. Are able to make it out alive, the Storm that is, but it cost them pretty significant resources. Blink off Ratmilk, Beads and Aegis in sync on Globe. So the Gilded Gladiators got easy targets to try and exploit going into the near future. A kill on a Globe at this point might just result in a Fire Giant for the Gladiators, so Globe's got to play very, very safe in his own backline. But he's playing this narrow knife's edge where it's, okay, well, I need to play safe, but I'm also the only one doing consistent damage on my team. How do I navigate that? How do I deal with this dive potential of Kana? How do I deal with Awesome Jake running me down at every opportunity? And it's not going to be easy. Until those executes are legitimately posing threats, until Shinigami's involved with some crit, I'm just not seeing it for the Storm.
With this level lead, this gold lead, starting to ask questions potentially around the biggest objective on the map. We've seen Fire Giant pulls around this time before, 17, 18 minutes, right? And at that point, right, Globe's Relics would still be down if the Gilded Gladiators want to force something. Do you want to see them force their hand even harder than they already are, or would you be more satisfied with them just continuing to keep up the pace and maybe wait for the next round of neutral objectives?
If the options keep up the pace, I mean, they're doing great right now, pushing their lead at every opportunity. I don't think anybody would hate to see the Gilded Gladiators do exactly that. Purple buff, invade successful, it seems to me. Excuse me, Happen able to secure that one for his team. As the rest of the Gilded Gladiators hover nearby, Chihuahua Storm, they've drawn their line in the sand. This grouping indicates to me that they're not willing to give up too much more farm on map, even with Gold Fury off. It's that significant grouping on the left-hand side. You got to be careful, though. The Gilded Gladiators are very favored in a fight.
Yeah, it's a teleport out from Tagveer just to try and, I guess, start a fight around that purple buff. Maybe a little bit late to it, but here now for the beacon in the center of the map. A 4-man, 5-man grouping, but look at where Kirmi is. He is all the way deep in the enemy jungle, completely behind Ratmilk, and forces him into the ultimate before anybody is able to get damage off. So now that useful tool, right, that execute there from Thanatos off the board, at least for the next couple of seconds. And Kirmi, he hasn't stopped the aggression at all. He's just chasing down Shinigami. He'll get the Aegis, he'll get the ultimate. And once again, another couple of valuable tools taken away from the Storm.
That's one of the most frustrating parts of playing against Maman Brigitte, is that she does not get any sort of movement speed negative for walking you down. It's just, I'm going to hold down W and deal all my damage all the while.
Aeromancer taking out Kana, zoning all the while, and looks like he might get traded, but a great block comes in. The peel is good from the Gladiators, and they lose out on the Achilles execute as well. Jangaru, though, gotta be careful. Beads get burned and pulled back. A great landfall coming through from Happen, and they're able to take down the mid laner. Man advantage now for the Storm.
What can the Storm do with that advantage? They're low HP, Happens down to a quarter, Ratmilk resustaining, not exactly in a position to pull the Fire Giant with Globe on the left side either. This tier 1 tower would be great if the Chihuahua Storm could knock it down, but Snoopy, having made the rotation, might just put a stopper to that aggression as well.
Globe on the left side of the map. Just want to make sure Kirmi can't push up for free. They do get that tier 1 tower, as you mentioned, so a little bit more map pressure. Will be harder for the Gladiators to retreat there. I mean, what goes wrong in the mid fight? Is it just they step up to block the execute and he's caught out a little bit too far forward?
They took a fight without Kirmi. That's all I saw. Kirmi's doing so much for this team. Taking an engagement without him's got to be ill thought out. The Gilded Gladiators playing with a pretty significant lead, but so much of it is on Kirmi that if they're taking a 4v4, a 4v5 elsewhere on the map, you're essentially playing a dead even game. You can fall into those trappings sometimes where you just look at the top of the screen and you're like, oh, we're 4,000 gold up, but it seems to me that Kirmi's, what, 2,000 of it on his own? He is half of his team's lead.
That is definitely the pressure that we're seeing coming through from Kirmi. He's been 3 levels ahead pretty much the entire game since that mid portion. Despite that, though, it's the Storm that are picking up the Primal Fury. 5 members here for this squad. They're missing King Arthur on the other side, and the Secure comes through. The Storm grabs the objective, but a great stun starts the fight from Kana, and it's the full-on retreat if you're the Storm. Kirmi slowed down a little bit with the landfall, and the ultimate coming through won't land the Living Nightmare next to any of those members, so it'll be a full retreat, and the Storm get away with the objective.
Love that play from the Storm. The fact that the Storm are capable of making proactive plays from this position on the map just speaks volumes to the mental fortitude of this team. You can see Happen going crazy in the player cams there. Shot calling, let them know we're still in it. It's just Kirmi. Kill Kirmi. We're back in the game, and it's the correct call. 1 pick on a Kirmi is Fire Giant for the Storm. The Gilded Gladiators might be able to knock down Globe, but if it trades out even 1, it would be so difficult for them to look towards that objective, and you're always concerned about the steal potential. Globe has biggest damage on map, and it's not particularly close. The Gilded Gladiators have a lot of objective burn, but not the Secure.
We start to see this lead minimizing as the game gets longer. Still plenty of items to go through, still starter upgrades to come through. It's already come through for Awesome Jake, in fact, but if the Gilded Gladiators want to make use of this lead, it's got to be a play like this. Fire Giant picked up, and Snoopy and Jangaru on the damage. I'm not even sure the Storm know that this is happening. Tegveer sees the fire ring, but Frenzy gets popped. It would have to be a miracle steal, and he does not get it. The Gladiators take the Fire Giant on to 5 and are continuing the chase. Tegveer has to ult his way out of there, but it's just the disengage. Nobody around to fight. The Glads FG on 5.
The Storm just lose the thread there. Didn't have vision in the pit. Didn't quite realize the Gilda Gladiators had pulled it. You can even see that ward on the left side, bottom left of the Fire Giant, actually was completely avoided by the Gilda Gladiators there. Snoopy passed in through the right, so there's no way the Storm had any vision on it.
Wow, Shinigami, what are you doing up there, bud? He's at the enemy purple buff and just gets punished for it. Loses the ultimate, holds on to at least the Aegis. Didn't have the beads available, but I mean, you already have the Fire Giant for the Gilded Gladiators, and now you have an even bigger advantage on your siege.
Only 30 seconds till Shinigami's back on the map, so can the Gilda Gladiators get to a bird in that time? Tier 2 tower, dealt with expeditiously. But with Awesome Jake on the opposite side of the map, who's going to tank up the Phoenix? Who's going to initiate the fight? Who's going to carry the boats? Just got to wait. Push down the Tier 2 tower in mid, maybe regroup, go right. Fall back Pyromancer. It's a very standard play. Extend your lead before you go for a committal fight.
Wow, blink in though from Kiermi, and the wave to follow. Relics on the globe, and Rat Milk blinks in, but the damage is unstoppable, and Kiermi takes down Rat Milk. The punish is looking to come through, and Tegveer finds the shutdown. That might spell a fight start for the Storm as they take down the jungler, and the 1-for-1 trade forces them off the bird.
That might have been an overextension there from the Gilda Gladiators. You're allowed a few mistakes. You're allowed to mess up a few sieges when you've got a lead like they have. But had they just dedicated to knocking down the tower and then fallen back, gotta think they could have grabbed at least one more. Now it's the Chihuahua Storm in a position where they can at least threaten a steal. Not quite able to get there in range. So Pyromancer over to the Gilda Gladiators. Fire Giant power play, so there's plenty of time on it. Kiermi, 20 seconds on respawn. Should be able to regroup pretty quickly. Do you have the damage to deal with Jake? Doesn't seem like it.
A little dangerous here. That stun might have been crucial if they wanted to take down Dig. A little bit off the mark there from Happen. They will grab the beacon, though. The Chihuahua Storm certainly still feel pretty comfortable. I think stepping out on the map and having some of that proactive pressure that you were talking about, right? Despite this lead, I mean, it's still on to that idea that we came back to earlier, right? Now, Kiermi has fallen. You've taken that shutdown bonus, still holding on to quite the gold lead, still holding on to a ton of damage in the back pocket. But if you're the Chihuahua Storm, he's now killable. And when you come to the sieges, that was something that we saw the Gilded Gladiators struggling with yesterday up against Hex Mambo. And in this composition, if you're the Storm, I'm not even sure you fight at this next Fire Giant. You have pretty good siege defense.
I don't know. Do you want to give up Fire Giant, though? You really only get that fight on Tier 2 because Kiermi overextends himself. The siege potential to get a Gladiator is still pretty significant, and their ability to split the map, I think, is my most concerning factor. The 4-1 split is so often what we see at the highest level of play. 4 members push down left, one guy, usually the jungler, goes down mid. And then you have to evaluate, well, how does that jungle 1v1 look? Can Rat Milk keep Kiermi out? Can Rat Milk just survive? Doesn't necessarily need to kill him. Can he just stop Kiermi's pressure? And I'm just not certain that that's the case. And the primary strength of Thanatos in that 1v1 at times is his ability to just use his ultimate, Hovering Death, to escape. I don't think he could do that up against Maman Brigitte. Her damage being so delayed and so fast is ridiculous.
Look at this timing, though. Kiermi in on the mid Phoenix. Rat Milk has back. Gotta get here in time, though. And he's off the mark with the scythe. He hits a minion!
Yep.
And Kiermi takes the 1v1, takes down Rat Milk, and actually finds the mid Phoenix. They might even be going for more. All the while, the Titans pushing down the right-hand side, the left side Phoenix, and they're preventing the backs as well. Jangaru with the ultimate. 2 birds will fall here. The Gilded Gladiators with the fantastic macro play. They're on the full retreat on the right-hand side, but it looks like they'll live over there as well.
Jangaru's got a lot of damage. If Jake can stop some more backs, I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility the Gilded Gladiators win that fight 2v4. Call it a solid win across the map, though, with both mid and left Phoenix taken. Fire Giant on the men should be the next target for the Gilded Gladiators, and there's just no way the Storm can step up to this one. It's an interesting conversation to be had is, can you allow Fire Giant to go down from here? If the Gilded Gladiators get Fire Giant, do you just lose the game considering your base is already broken? And I think the answer might be yes. The Gilded Gladiators are in that good of a spot. So I would like to see the Shivalba Storm Hail Mary play it. Just go in, take your fight in the jungle, leave it all on the board.
Looks like they're pushing up for maybe exactly that. The wave comes through, and a corridor gets trapped there for the Storm. Low health bars now. Tegveer has to back, but Kana and Kiermi, they've got to back to base as well. Kiermi with the blink away. And the chase down still there, huge from Ratmilk to find the execute, and now it's the Storm with the pressure around the Fire Giant. Snoopy will fall as well, and on a dime you find 2. If you're the Storm, maybe even looking for more. Jankaru loses the beats, but Jake finds Globe, and you lose members on both sides. Nobody is going to have the power play here.
Beads Aegis off of Shinigami, so the Gilded Gladiators have an easy target going forward. That said, Shivalba Storm get far more done than they should have been allowed to in that fight. I mean, the lazy back from Kiermi, that's just hubris. Allows Ratmilk to find him. All you have to do is prevent the back, blink away. Only got him so far, and without Kiermi, the team fight looks so much worse. I mean, he's got all of the kill confirm pressure. Everybody else on his team is doing a good job creating space. Jangaru could do some poke damage, but if someone's going to get knocked down, you're looking at Kiermi to get that done. Without him, you just kind of have to reset it. Fortunately for the Gilded Gladiators, they've got such a lead at this point that they're not exactly concerned about Shivalba Storm pulling the Fire Giant, but this does buy time. And anything that extends this game at this point is just favoring the Shivalba Storm. If you buy 30 seconds, it's a win for the Storm. If it's a 4-1 trade and the Shivalba Storm lose 4 but their base stays up, it's good for the Storm. That's how late in the game we are.
I almost thought that Kiermi could have gotten that back off. It was a dangerous one. Ends up blinking away, and Ratmilk with the huge execute to start the fight. But I mean, it almost felt like that was going so well for the Gladiators at first. You hit 4 people with that wave coming through from Awesome Jake, but just the poke coming through, the damage over the wall from the ultimate Kukulkan, and Globe, as you said, has that biggest source of damage on the map. I mean, if you're the Gilded Gladiators, you're late enough at this point where, yes, you still have the lead, but full upgraded starters on the other side, it's dangerous to pull this Fire Giant. You're risking a steal.
So you got to play wary of it. Vision, as it stands, about even, checkered across the map. Shivalba Storm still contending with the poor map state, though. I've already got those minion waves pushed up on the left-hand side. So the Gilded Gladiators now have 2 opportunities ahead of them. They can throw their weight around and say, we're still 9,000 gold up, we should still have the advantage of the fight, and they go for the engagement. Or, what is more likely, we see them sit on this Fire Giant and enforce a staring contest until someone is forced back to base. There it is. Tegveer shows himself on map. Fire Giant's pulled.
They're on the Fire Giant. Let's go to a listening with the Gladiators. They look for the fight.
Dan isn't here. Can we kill Maui, maybe? Achilles TP. Can we back up again? He has to play waves again. Watch out. Both of our tanks are pulled. Can we help Cherno? We're bubble ulting to peel them out. Jake, you're just like 2S Jake. Their Titan's dying, by the way, and the mid bridge going back up. We're gonna look to pull this, okay? I'm gonna back and TP. No. I'm gonna need X. Pull this.
They're looking to pull the Fire Giant. Onus is still on the Gladiators. Ratmilk forced back to base so the Titan can survive, but the low health bars and the Fire Giant's getting low as well. The Glads secure it, but the fight on the back end happens in trouble, and Kana's low as well. Tegveer brought up into the ultimate, but the damage is there on landing, and nobody will end up falling. Fire Giant to 5, though, of the Gladiators.
But it extends the game once more, and because Fire Giant took so long, Shivalba Storm should be able to keep both of their Phoenixes back and up. Last time around we had seen the Siege. It was a much more off-kilter game. The Gilded Gladiators had a significant advantage. This time around, we're approaching 6-item slot for the majority of the Storm. A lot of those starter items have already been upgraded. Relics are in a much better position as well. This is going to be the most difficult Siege the Gilded Gladiators have had so far this game. And Globe's damage has become a massive threat to the Gilded Gladiators. We've seen fights go well for the Gladiators, even in that last Fire Giant, where they force out the front line of the Shivalba Storm. They've nearly got the kill, and then the tornado goes down between them in a narrow jungle path, and the Gilded Gladiators just have to ignore it. Oh, well, can't chase through it. Globe's going to kill us. Someone's got to deal with Globe now. At 0-2 and 3, he's finally become a threat at the 30-minute mark.
Definitely a target if you're looking for who you want to dive if you're Kiermi. And Kiermi's really been the focus of this game. 8-2, almost all of his team's kills outside of just 2 of them. He's been involved in 9 out of 10. Once you get to these Phoenix Sieges, it's harder for Kiermi to get to the backline, though. That was something we saw in the last fight, him overstepping just a little bit, but as you mentioned, this is the split that could come through. This is a 3-1-1 here across the lanes.
Kiermi lines up against Ratmilk, who learned his lesson, got a hope from last time. Needs to play very careful here. Solo lane matchup in the center of the map. Kana's just there to distract Tekvir, to bring him away from the engagement. Ratmilk fully disengages, allows that left side bird to go down. But because all three Phoenixes were up for as long as they were, Chihuahua Storm's Titan, which was around 30 to 40%, has regenerated a lot.
It's now healed a ton. Tekvir in onto defense here against 2. In execute range is Kiermi. Has to make sure that he dodges the ultimate and is unable to, and will fall early on in the fight. Now Kana, the focus and available to be executed. Snoopy, he finds the ultimate over, but wants the 1v1. Happens to make sure it's not a 1v1, as Shinigami joins the fray as well. Look for the wave, and Snoopy grabs the support. Low health bars here as Ratmilk falls as well. They've got 2 birds down at this point. Globe, no relics left, and Jangaru's got a double kill. It's Thor versus the world. 3 versus 1 is Shinigami, the only member left standing here, and would have to find a miracle defense and will not do so. The Gilded Gladiators find game 1.
It took him 32 minutes, but the Storm finally found the answer to Kiermi, and it's sick Tekvir on him. Unfortunately, an overcommitment into the chase towards the center of the map leaves them out of position, and the rest of the Gilded Gladiators step up to close out that game. But it was close. The SEC bears its fangs.
Yeah, there was some moments in that game where I got a little bit scared, admittedly, for the Storm when you had a 7-0 Kiermi walking around the map. Certainly something that you're looking to change up maybe in picks and bans. I'm not sure if I want Kiermi to have that Maman available again, but I mean, outside of, if Kiermi doesn't have just the single player standout performance that he does, it almost felt like an even game outside of that.
It does, and it generally was, but because Kiermi was having the hero play, it's not an even game. Kiermi was there, was dominating the entirety of the map, and if you were to evaluate both junglers' output, one jungler had very, very low damage. That Thanatos did not find the value it needed to.
Yeah, Ratmilk maybe struggling a little bit on that pick. They banned away the Thor, and the picks and bans definitely looking to target out. And maybe it is a jungle v jungle matchup. I mean, do you think they take away the Maman? We won't even get a chance to answer. We'll have to see how they adapt in picks and bans right after the break.
Of the universe inside of me, help me beat the shit out of my ego, please. Embrace the sunrise and the sunset and the time between them. Let us stay forever young and never die.
Welcome back to the SWC Worlds Qualifier Groups. Game number 1 goes to the Gilded Gladiators, and for the first time since our first set yesterday, the SPL have gotten a win over the SCC.
Let's go,
just
baby.
Step 1 now for our SPL team here in this best of 3. It's J-Mac and Charlie here on the desk to help break down the game. And this one for the Gilded Gladiators felt pretty simple. It was early game. Kirmi was the guy. Kirmi was run him down, get those early kills, get himself up, I think 6-0 at one point. And then as we started transitioning to the late game, we started seeing it more fall into the hands of Jingaru as far as getting the brunt of that damage out there. And Awesome Jake starting to turn me back into the believer, at least as far as Charon's supports go. Hadn't really seen too much of it out of this weekend, but this game in particular, Awesome Jake looked fantastic on the pick.
So you are sold on the Charon now?
I'm sold on Jake's Charon right now.
Okay, well, let Jake hold that one. But what I was really impressed with Snoopy late game, because I wasn't quite sold on the Chernobog, right? This was a pick that I was like, are we done with Chernobog meta? Is it gone? Kirmi carried the early game and said, don't worry, guys, I got you. But when late game comes around, I'm going to need some help. And that last fight, man, Snoopy absolutely popped off. There was twice where Snoopy made very, very impactful ultimates. There was once when Kirmi was just split pushing up mid, tried to grab the mid Phoenix because there was a bit of a double down with both the Titans pushing up right. And he just goes in, and Kirmi is able to grab the mid Phoenix, win the 1v1 with Rat Milk. But right as Rat Milk died, Snoopy ults in. Now you have 2 people. Why not grab 2 birds? Once you get 2 Phoenixes open, your end game becomes so much cleaner. And that last fight, Snoopy went in, pre-Aegis the Scythe, baited out so much damage. The juke shoes were insane. So I was very much impressed with Snoopy late game here. This was a pick that I didn't know was going to get online, but once it did, he was cooking.
Yeah, I think Kirmi on the Mammon also just shows a really great prowess on this god and shows that he can join up amongst the ranks of the Mammon jungle players. I love what we saw out of him. Aggressive play throughout the jungle, dives under towers, even early game, that tier 1 tower dive, dual lane, netting him a kill, the dive over on the right side of the map under that tier 2 tower as well. And the answer for Shabal Storm late game was, how do we deal with this Mammon? Kirmi's just absolutely fragging. How do we deal with him? Well, they sent Tegvir to deal with him. But what did it cost them was literally everything else in team fights. If you're sending your frontliner to kill the one lone jungler, then you still got to deal with the damage that Snoopy's pumping out late game. You still got to deal with the damage that Jengaru's throwing out as well. So the Gilded Gladiators able to unify here, find themselves a win in game number 1. Now I need to repeat that because it is still elimination on the line. Now for the Shabal Storm, being 1 game down means 1 more loss. They're out of the tournament. They can find a win, push to game 3. That puts the backs against the wall for both these squads.
And because of that, I do need to see just a little bit more. The Thanatos, it was okay, but giving up Mammon to Kirmi when there clearly wasn't very many answers. I believe he was 7 or 8-0 at one point. Sure, he got shut down, and I thought that might have been the heads-up moment for the Storm. Like, we just got a 7-0 shutdown. We got so much gold in pocket. Maybe we can come back from this, but didn't happen. So best way to stop that is to not let Kirmi get a character that can get 7-0 like that, or just not let him have that much early pressure. I'm hoping out of the jungle we can see just a little bit more from Rat Milk.
And now with the Storm being in that first pick spot, almost kind of forced the Gilded Gladiators to go with more of these standard meta bans where the Shabal Storm can go a bit more targeted or could be a bit more lackadaisical with how they want to go with their ban phase. So now it opens up the question of, do the Gladiators still put that respect to Rat Milk's Thor this game? Now that they are in that second pick slot, they have a couple of bans to deal with, and I'm surprised to see the Storm going for the Afro ban themselves here in second, because that now takes away one that may have had to be forced by the Gladiators to go for a ban, and it does leave open that option that they have the free ban to take the Thor off the table on the side of the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's possible that the Storm don't like that pick, right? It's not something they're interested in. They just don't feel as if the Afro, maybe they don't have an Afro player on their team, or just wouldn't bring enough to the table. They had to assume that this Thor ban was coming, though, so I'm very curious to see what the Storm opt to first pick, because they knew this. The way the bans have gone so far is, pretty normal. This last pickup from the Gladiators might be telling of what they're afraid of being first picked here from the Shabal Storm, but I'm kind of curious as to what their game plan was. Like, what did they design this draft to get in this first pick selection? Because if you're picking first pick, you gotta have that number 1 god in mind, right? Like, we want Thor first and then go down, right? That's probably the way that they designed this. And of course, the Thor was not going to be on the table. You can see the Gladiators took that one away, but they are really holding on to this last ban here, trying to think exactly what they want to give up and then what they can grab in return. Because remember, you get 2 picks immediately after seeing what the Storm go to. They're going to go with the Ganesh as to not give that up. We'll see. What is it? What is it the Storm that they really were trying to go for here?
I wonder we see the Ratatosker picked up by the Storm. That's been Kiermy's other god that he's played so far this weekend. That and the Mammon have been Kiermy's kind of go-tos. And now the Shivalba Storm taking the Rat away, banning out the Mammon. It will lead the question is what does Kiermy go for in the jungle? More importantly, now what do the Gilded Gladiators draft in that top 2 spot? Do you go for your Hunter right away? Considering how far down Chernobog has kind of fallen in priority, probably not something you need right away. Really, only these SPL teams are kind of running the Charon right now, so maybe they wait on a selection like that. So where does that leave for the rest of your squad? Maybe something for Kiermy right away, grab him and Jangaru's early picks, or could maybe even look to grab something over for that Soul Lane right away. Seems the Baba Yaga worked well for Jangaru, and the Gilded Gladiators might just want to lock that one in early.
Yeah, I don't hate that. The Baba Yaga looked real clean. It can handle early pressure very well with the extra healing that your passive provides, and of course late game. Gonna be swinging. I expected this Chernobog to come back again. It wasn't as if Snoopy was able to impact the whole map early on. This really was just 2 fights that I saw the Cherno really get value, but sometimes that's all you need, especially when Kiermy is doing the most and just taking control of the early game. However, what did I say before, Picks and Fans? What will Ratmilk do to try and stop that? This Ratatosker has the ability to just stop, you know, whatever pick Kiermy goes to. There's not many that are going to have the early presence that a Ratatosker has. So I already like the adaptations here that the Storm have made. But when you see Baba Yaga, when you see Chernobog on the other side, you need to be worried about letting this team get late game. So the Storm have to decide probably right now, are we playing to sort of just roll them over and not let this late game get online? Or do we want a 30 minutes plus game where we can match this pressure that the Cherno, that the Baba Yaga can really dish out?
Nike top 2. Not entirely questionable, but maybe a bit early for the Nike selection, but Kukulkan does make sense. I was wondering if we'd see Kukulkan or Thoth be the selection for the Storm's mid laner, considering Thoth has been left open now in this game, but instead it will be the Cuckoo back toward the mid lane, and then the Gladiators go for Daji with the Baba Yaga select, and I only say it because Jangaru has played the Daji once in mid, but unlikely we would see it in a big matchup like this one, unless it was something that was really in the pocket. So we've got the 3 primary bulk of damage dealers for the Gilded Gladiators. You got your jungler now for Kiermy, drafting that one before the next wave of bans, so still looking towards support. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe saw a bit of respect thrown towards Jake this time. Last time in game number 1, Storm banned out mostly Soul Lane, I think taking away the Sun Wukong and leaving eventually open the King Arthur for Kana. Would you like to see the Storm maybe take Jake away from the god, considering he's now had a few games of practice on that Charon?
I mean, if it's something the Storm are really worried about, but I like the call they're going for here, where just focus everything but support at this point. It's not as if, you know, the Charon is going to be game-changing. It is certainly strong, and of course Jake feels very comfortable on it. So there is value in taking that pick away, but it seems to me they're more so looking at either A, the safety that Wukong provides, or B, the aggression that the Sobuk can. So hey, they're worried about beats, which makes sense. When you see Daji on the other side, you don't want that pluck coming through as well. You don't want anyone else that can burn the beads from Globe. That's not going to be a fun one. And as you said, I think everyone would have been assuming the Charon would have been on the forefront of Awesome Jake's mind, and that one gets picked immediately.
So now it will be Kana's pick left for last for the Gilded Gladiators. Shivalba Storm still need their support, still need their Hunter, so dueling entirely. Just left for the final selection for the Shivalba Storm. Think about what Hunters are open. On her got taken away, Hachiman as well, and then that Chernobog. So then we fall down to things like Rom, Heimdall, Ishtar has been a pretty relevant one that's popped up as well. So
this man's an Ishtar enjoyer.
Still a few moments, or still a few picks, I should say, that are available to the Storm's Hunter. For the support role, that's where it gets maybe a little bit different. So no Athena, no Ganesh, Afro, or Sobek. And now I guess also the Charon, because that got drafted away. We did see Maui before. Do you think that Maui kind of still fits in with the composition that the Shivalba Storm is running? Doesn't matter. Instead, it'll be Ymir.
It doesn't matter, because the Ymir, I think, as far as just CC immunity goes, you're not getting much value there. I think it was just the wall gets a little bit of value here up against Charon. You know, Chernobog can sort of catch his dash in that instance, so both of which could have been an option. I really did think that Shinigami would go towards that Ishtar again because he just loves it so much, but you know what he also loves is those Rama snipes, so being able to grab it towards the later end of the draft. I asked at the beginning, hey, are you going to match the late game pressure or just go for early? Seems a little bit of both, right? Ymir, I think, is another one of those gods like Rat that can bridge the gap between early game to late very well. Very strong, very threatening at like level 2, 3. But then you look at Cuckoo and Rama, and you're like, you guys aren't too worried about late game either.
Now it falls back to the Gilded Gladiators for their last selection. What will it be for Kana in the solo? King Arthur was what he played in game number 1. Played it yesterday, and he'll go back to it once more now for the solo lane selection. What is it about King Arthur, or maybe, you know, is it just a Kana thing? Is it King Arthur in general? What about it in this pick is seemingly more enticing for Kana to go towards his selection?
This just seems like a comfort pick to me, man. As far as the general solo lane meta goes, I think you can go to Arthur consistently if that's just a pick you like, but think about all the like Haddix, for example. He's a big King Arthur player. I haven't seen him look to a pick like that. You know, I'm sure it's fine, but this just seems like something comfort for Kana. It's not as if everyone is going to go towards this god, and doesn't have the worst matchup in the Nike, right? If you don't care much about knockups, you have abilities that you can just, like, you know, kind of spin around or not care. I'm guessing that's the mindset. I myself, I'm not going to King Arthur, but hey, I'm also not Kana.
So for the Xibalba Storm, got to find a win here in game number 2, try and push that third game, try and make it out of this initial elimination matchup. What is it for the Xibalba Storm that they got to do to try and poke away at the Gilded Gladiators until they can find themselves a win?
In this case, I think the Storm need to get that early game rolling, right? They need to make sure that they are not getting, you know, behind 3,000-4,000 gold, letting Kirmi get these big, massive leads. As far as Globe's positioning, he seems to me to be the main target of Kirmi's aggression. You pick the Daji immediately after seeing that Cuckoo, so you're like, all right, this man gets 1 pair of beads, and I've got knockup immunity while I'm casting 1,000 cuts, so I don't really have to worry about Spirit of the Nine wins until late game, and I'm going to constantly hit the paddle to try and pull him, so Globe needs to watch the positioning, hold on to those beads. As long as that happens, I assume Kirmi's going to spend a lot of his time near Kana, right? That solo lane is probably where the Daji's going to look, so you got a couple options as Rat Milk. Do you match that pressure and try and fight him, which is certainly possible. It's not as if Daji has the greatest early game into Rat. Being able to stun out 1,000 cuts certainly helps. Or just go to duo lane and say, Shinigami, we need you to get ahead, and we need you to stay ahead. I think both are viable. We'll just have to see how they're feeling.
Yeah, I think kind of talking about Kirmi and where his priority has been on the map, a lot of his matchups as of recent has kind of been more towards that solo lane slanted, try and get either Kana, get him ahead, or just make sure that Kana's not falling behind over there. So maybe we do see Kirmi just stick to that side, and then that kind of response answer from Rat Milk is to maybe try and deal with that duo lane there. So I think the Battle of the Jungle is going to be a very important one here, taking the Ratatosker away from Kirmi. A strong start for Rat Milk, but now has to see what his execution is going to be like on this pick. When it comes down to kind of this early mid 2v2 scuffle, which of these kind of twos win out here?
I'm looking, I mean, it's honestly kind of even. Like the Baba Yaga and the Cuckoo, they're not necessarily known for their early game damage. They can clear, and then that's the idea, right? Like let's just clear and worry about that. It's more so the junglers that will be facilitating that damage.
Ready to jump into game number 2 here. Elimination on the line. Can the Xibalba Storm bring it back, or are the Gladiators going to send them packing? Let's jump into game number 2.
Xibalba Storm with their backs truly up against the wall. Elimination on the line for the first time this weekend. You've got Frog, you've got Mifflin, of course Doug taking us through the action. A couple composition changes. We go into game number 2 here. The poll now favored towards the Gladiators. Just Xibalba Storm have lost a little bit of that favor after the game 1 performance, but notably, a lot of that game 1 performance coming off the back of Kirmi. The Mammon getting banned away and instead going towards that Daji in the top half of the draft.
And looking at Kirmi again, seems to me he's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting once more. When I see Daji compositions, I treat Daji very similarly to Hunbots in that this is a god that is very much dependent on her ultimate, how much CC is she able to output. And it's a lot, but she's not burning beads and then making use of burnt beads on her own. So who's burning the beads for the Gilded Gladiators? Is it Kana? He could do it with his ultimate, but he's a soul laner and he's not going to be involved for the most part. And when he is, that's largely single target, unless you just get a really nice lineup. Is it Jangaru? I mean, maybe? Maybe if you're super lucky with that first ability. Is it Jake? Charon's not known for his CC. Is it Snoop? Absolutely not. So there can be some weaknesses in this Gilded Gladiators draft. Should they play from even or behind? From ahead, you're burning beads just inconsequentially because everybody's scared of all the damage you're doing. But from behind or from even, it's really just that Pal-Out that's going to threaten CC immunity. And there's multiple forms of it on the Storm. You're not all reliant on those beads every single time. Happen can do it with his ultimate, Shinigami the exact same. So there are ways for the Storm to play around it. I'll be keeping my eyes on Kiermi. He's got a lot of lifting ahead of him.
This first 10 minutes is going to be crucial for the Gladiators if they want to set the pace of the game. Last time we saw some of that early focus around the Soul Lane. This time, maybe we'll see it more focused around the dual lane. I think my eyes go towards this Ymir pick. We talked about, you know, maybe Happen having some comfort on the Maui last game around. Is this another pick that Happen is known to be comfortable on?
It's not one of his primary picks, but it's certainly something that is in his wheelhouse. It's a pocket pick for Happen. And I agree with the Des that it's essentially just an answer to either the Charon. It's pretty decent into the Chernobog as well. You can catch Daji sometimes. She's got conditional leap with the Trickster Spirit, so I do like how Ymir plays, and any support with CC Ymir in the kit's going to serve you well up against a Daji.
A little bit of poke onto Snoopy, and you saw the junglers hanging around on either side of the map. Once again, just trading for that shield buff, grabbing the cooldown buff on the right-hand side of the map. Expect to see if we get any of that early action once again around these buff timers. And speaking of the junglers, we talked a lot about Kiermi. Ratmilk has Rat. He's got the Ratatosker, man. He has the namesake. That's got to be a buff, right?
I mean, it's also just one of his most played gods in the CC as well. So one of his favorites, to be sure. I think a much more higher value pick at that. So I'll be keeping my eyes on Ratmilk. He had a relatively quiet game in game one, I believe. Crest that 25-minute mark with about 7,500 damage, so want to see a little bit more from him there. And he's got some decent targets. I'd really be keeping my eyes on Snoopy if I'm Ratmilk. That's a great lane to put some of your pressure in. Snoopy doesn't have great answers to the Rat either. Generally, it's going to be Dunk. We see Snoopy dash away, and then you've got Dart to chase down. So a lot of opportunities there. Otherwise, could rotate solo. This would be a good time for it.
Dart in from Ratmilk. Stun off the mark a little bit, but it's Kiermi looking for the damage after the fact, and Tegfear is the one on the receiving end. You lose your Soul Laner for first blood yet again. And it looks like they're finding even more. That blue buff is under pressure, and they'll look for the invade. Looks like they find it as well. That is a spill for Tegfear.
That's so tough. Ratmilk, this is twice now where he's gotten first gank in the match, but gets immediately countered by Kiermi. Kiermi shows up second, punishes the overcommitment from the Shabalba Storm. Tegfear able to leap away, but because Trickster Spirit was still available, an easy chase down for him. Even ticks over to level 5 off that kill, so Kana allowed to stick around and keep that pressure up. Ratmilk maybe would have been able to go for that invade if Kana didn't tick to 5, but he does, so has to go back to base himself. Tough stuff, man. That's really demoralizing as a jungler, especially when you think you've got as good of a lineup as the Shabalba Storm did there. Ratmilk can't get dissuaded, though. Want to see him keep that pressure up, keep active. You can't let Kiermi establish a lead like he had in Game 1.
And as you mentioned in Game number 1, maybe it has something to do with this itemization from the Shabalba Storm Soul Laner. Tegfear once again opting to go into that aggressive item first. I mean, I know you mentioned some of the EU guys being a little bit mysterious about this. Do you like it as an itemization option, or do you think he should be going a little bit more defensive?
I generally really do like it, especially when your ultimate is as important as Sentinel of Zeus. Tegfear getting access to that secondary HP bar, essentially, off cooldown is going to be very, very important. So Jotun's Wrath first slot makes a good deal of sense to me. And then you've also got decent ability to poke out. It seems to me, though, that Stone Gaia is a great answer to it. If you're worried about Ren coming up every 8 seconds because he's itemized towards CDR and damage, you could just immune it by healing up passively the entire time. And that suited Kana very well.
Jeremy, once again, looking for pressure on this right-hand side of the map. Last time, it was a bit of the avoidance game, as we mentioned. It was like he was trying to find ganks wherever Ratmilk wasn't. And then the answer back on suitable sides of the map just wasn't there from the Thanatos. This time around, I'd be interested to see if Ratmilk, after that failed gank attempt on the right-hand side of the map, now that the blue buff is respawning, I'd like to see Ratmilk over here, maybe even Globe over here for rotation, because I mean you see the grouping here, it's coming from the Gladiators.
Palau's a great defensive tool as well, though. Should be able to avoid a lot of that damage if Ratmilk and Globe decide to initiate onto Kiermi. Seems to me, Kiermi, Kana. The Hunters have got 3 surrounding them. The Storm group up first. This presence should net them the blue buff. Jangaro just showed himself in mid, so the Storm realized it's a numbers advantage.
Do grab the blue buff, Kana. Poking out a little bit, but that's because Globe has found the pressure here in the mid lane. You hit the shots of Palau, you burn the beads. but no kill to be found there. Kiermi, I like that he's at least got a focus. I was worried when he went away from the blue buff, tries to find something else, but good for Globe to be able to stay alive.
I mean, you don't exactly want Kiermi committed to a 3v2 on blue anyway, so rotating towards mid, burning the beads off Globe, simplifies his next engagement. Palau should be lower cooldown than Globe's beads, so just rotate back through when you've got that ultimate available to you. Keep your eyes on Kiermi and that blue diamond next to his name. Want to see him on top of Globe as soon as possible. Kukulkan has no inherent CC immunity kit, so the entirety of his survivability is tied to that first relic.
Interesting to see where he puts that pressure. Hopefully it is, at least hopefully for the Gilded Gladiators, he takes advantage of that relic being down. I mean, taking a step back, maybe not as active in the kills. Hold that thought. Ratmilk onto Kana here, off the mark with the ultimate, hits the stun, and it looks like they will have the damage there. The first answer back from the Storm.
That's one of the weaknesses of Stone of Gaia. It's great when you're just boxing in lane and trading HP back and forth. Not so great when it's a full-in commitment on the right-hand side. You don't exactly have the tank stats, you're not exactly leveraging the healing either, and you haven't got the same damage output as Tegvir. It's great in the 1v1. Get the 2 involved, though, and all of a sudden it looks a little bit worse.
Do you think he misses the Rat ult purposefully to not proc the knockup? Do you think he's that big brain?
I mean, he might have, but we also went for the leap from Tegvir, so there was a knockup regardless.
That's happened under some pressure on the left-hand side. We haven't seen these supports leave the duel lane quite yet, and it's been the Gilded Gladiators getting the better end of this one. About a half-level lead for both of those dual lane members, and that's what I was going to mention. Maybe not as aggressive when it comes to the kills. I mean, at this point, last game, we already had a killing spree, a shutdown bonus onto Kiermi. At this point, only 2 kills thus far, but the Gilded Gladiators have been coming out on top with some of this neutral farm, with some of these stolen camps as well. And Kiermi not being afraid to go in like that. I mean, he has this control continually. Once again, he's back here for the blue buff.
It's a really disrespectful Trickster Spirit. If Acorn Blast connects, Globe was close enough to follow up. Shinigami in trouble.
Great
Good wall.
Slows down the engagement. Got to dodge the wave. Not able to, but it won't be slowed down enough and happen with the peel there. Makes sure Shinigami can live on that left-hand side, at least if he's careful. Worried about Awesome Jake maybe trying to grab the last hit here as he's pushing up, but with Ratmilk over here, shield buff should go down in favor of the Storm. They're able to get Shinigami out of there. We talked a lot about objectives in game number 1, and now that this Gladiators team has this earlier lead, 2,000 gold, some experience benefits in almost every role at this point, do you expect them to try and pull the trigger on objective a little bit earlier this time around?
I mean, they haven't exactly got a composition that's perfectly suited towards early Gold Furies. Confirmation on map still belongs to Chihuahua Storm as Globe has gone back towards that Kukulkan. I mean, even steal potential from Shinigami on the ROM. Astral Barrage, not crazy for the steal, but considering Jengaru doesn't have a standard just 1,000 damage mage ultimate, still threatening enough that I think the Gilded Gladiators might think twice if Shinigami's alive on the left-hand side. So potential to pull gold. I'd much prefer to see the Gilded Gladiators, if they do pull gold, try and force the fight.
Kiermi, he's just keeping up the pressure, constantly asking dangerous questions in the enemy jungle. Happen. He's losing some health on the left-hand side, and it's the Gilded Gladiators once again in position for this, but they find the damage onto Kana, and they'll take down the second kill of this one. The ultimate over, though, Snoopy finds Ratmilk, and Tegvir now under pressure here. Damage from 2, and it should be enough. A double kill for Snoopy there.
Woo! Kiermi narrowly avoids Globe's ultimate there. A bit lucky. Just out of range. Globe now in trouble. Stuck in no man's land between Kiermi and Jengaru. Can he turn it around? The answer? No. Kiermi just barely survives at sub 50 HP. Jengaru tanked up a few too many tower shots there. Zephyr might have been able to get at least 1 in return, but the Gilded Gladiators once more just playing hyper aggressive and making it work. That's the Shibalba Storm, though, deciding to get aggressive on right. Starts off with Ratmilk, ulting in on Akana. Successful, but at what cost?
You lose 3 members there on the right-hand side of the map, and a great answer back. And importantly, 2 of those kills go to Snoopy, who already had a little bit of a lead over there in that ADC role, but having your global pressure Chernobog able to show up to any fight with a 1.5, 2 level lead at this point, I mean, that bodes well for Snoopy and for them to fight pretty much anywhere they want on the map.
And the difference between Game 2 and Game 1 is that the lead is split on the Gilded Gladiators. It's not all Kirmi. It's not all any one individual member. You've got a lot of it in mid. You got a little bit in the jungle. You got a pretty significant amount in the duo lane as well. So the Gilded Gladiators as a unit are much stronger here at the 11-minute mark than they were previously. The Chihuahua Storm much less favored in an actual team fight, which is why I want to see these neutral objectives pulled soon. You don't exactly guarantee yourself the objective, but you do guarantee someone has to show up and check it. Someone's going to have to show up and threaten that steal, and when they do, the chase potential to go to Gladiators, that's really one of the primary strengths of this composition. Awesome Jake's going to stick to you. Kirmi's going to stick to you. Kana's doing the exact same thing. Snoopy with the global slow and teleport, all very dangerous.
Ultimate from Rat Milk, dash off the mark, but Snoopy CC'd, does not get to move. The peel's there for a little bit, and it's actually Rat Milk taking a lot of damage, has to hit the snipe, and does. You'll trade out Snoopy. Globe, though, falls in the mid lane, and all the while Kirmi stealing away the farm. So you get a 1-for-1 trade, but it's still the Gladiators feeling like they're in control.
Yeah, no beads available for Snoopy in that fight, and hasn't ticked to 12 yet. If he had Aegis, might have been able to turn it around. There's a lot of damage coming from that Chernobog, but the return kill, Shinigami getting credit, significant to catch him back up in the lane. Tegveer, this is dangerous.
That damage from Kana shows up behind the Nike, and the ultimate gets used. The jump gets used, but it will not be enough to get him out of dodge. Kirmi once again finding a kill onto the solo laner. 2-0-4 at this point. Once again, a part of every kill on the map at this point. And despite the lead not being all on Kirmi, right? He was 2,000 gold up by himself in game number 1. He is still really entirely the one driving the lead. I actually have a replay of that kill in mid when we saw Globe fall down there. Jangaru and Kirmi both here. You use the jump, you get a little bit of damage on the follow-up, pulling back, and that's clinical. That's the follow-up you need.
Catch Globe without his beads, and you've caught Globe entirely. This time, though, Globe having ticked to 12 will have Aegis, and beads are available. So a little bit more difficult for Kirmi to reprise that exact same play. Good Gladiators in a very good position here. Pyramids are spawning up. When most neutral objectives are on the map, that does open the opportunity to the Chihuahua Storm to just go for the opposite. You'd likely see the Gilded Gladiators group on that Gold Fury first, unless they can find another pick in the soul lane or in mid. Then you're not exactly worried about an immediate turn and burn onto the Gold Fury. So we'll see which one of those POIs entices the team with the lead. And it's a significant lead. 5,000's always been that alarm bells point in the game where things are starting to feel really one-sided. You can see it in the itemization. Kirmi's finished up his tier 3, has serrated 20% pen, some lifesteal, a lot of tankiness starting to develop as well. Jangaru finishes up his prophetic cloak. And once that's done stacking, feels like Jangaru might just be unkillable.
Pyromancer picked up here and knocked down by the Gilded Gladiators. Nobody even in the vicinity to try and defend that happen. He's actually under some pressure, and he's got no tier 1 tower to fall back to. But it will not be enough damage from the Gladiators. Maybe not the damage they were looking for, though. This is a grouping. All 5 members here on the left-hand side of the map. Shinigami should know that this is happening, at least with the rooting. I mean, they are heading towards the Fire Giant happen. Maybe looking to start this one up, but you see the pings coming out. The Gladiators, they know this one is happening. They're going to try and step up for it.
Kirmi, no man's land, surrounded by 3, makes it up to the Powwow. Where's the pool?
Rat Milk so low up in the sky. I don't know if he can re-engage. They grab the Gold Fury, but Happen is caught in no man's land. The ultimate peels for him a little bit, and the freeze slows things down. But they'll find the Ymir on the back end of the fight, and that might even open a window on the Fire Giant for the Gladiators to pick up.
15-minute Fire Giant pull. Globe, no ultimate available. Steal potential at an all-time low, but you can't let it go down. Not with the lead the Gladiators have. You have to fight here.
15 minutes in, though. This Fire Giant is not falling quickly. They've got to be careful of the health bars. Jangaru is the first one to fall. Tegveer and Rat Milk in the front line for the enemy team and just trying to survive. They slow things down, they find themselves a pick, and then it'll at least pull the Glads off the FG.
Great presence from Globe. Not sure why Jengaru's the one zoning there. Plays himself pretty far forward. Not involved in the DPS on Fire Giant. Wanted to return damage, unfortunately for him. Receives it. Zephyr plus Tornado from Globe essentially secures that kill in its entirety through the Aegis of Jengaru. And speaking of relics, it's a graveyard for the Gilded Gladiators. Only one relic available, beads for Jengaru out of mid. Chihuahua Storm might be able to find some sort of opportunity around that. Keep your eyes on Rat Milk. If he's around Globe, a dunk into Spirit of the Nine Winds combo might just be enough to secure a kill. And any pick here would be massive for the Storm. 2-3 kills, if they go unanswered, the Storm are right back in this game.
This is a tough lead to fight into, though. I'm looking at the levels. It's another 2.5, 3 levels for Kirmi. A 2.5, 3 level lead for Jengaru as well, despite falling in that last fight. He's still holding on to that support lead. Luckily, I think during that fight, the entirety of the time, Shinigami was just farming up over on that left-hand side, so able to slow down a little bit of that ADC lead. But meanwhile, Happen getting caught out a little bit here over by his own red buff. Up into the Pal-Out, and CC immunity goes. A great wall to make sure he can survive a little bit longer, but Kirmi with the Trickster's Spirit on a killing spree, 3-0 now.
Shinigami back to the split push, which means he's not here to defend. 5 members of the Gilded Gladiators threatening the Tier 2.
Tier 2, all 5 members, as you mentioned. Only 3 here to defend for the Chihuahua Storm, and they've got no chance. That drops instantly. And the global pressure there from Snoopy forces Shinigami away. And you don't even need to take this 1v1. Kirmi's on the rotation. Just wait it out. And eventually, Kirmi, Jengaru, everybody is on their way over. Shinigami, no way he makes it back to base. Best case would be a trade, but I don't even think he gets that. They'll get another pick on the left hand.
Does at least grab that Tier 2 tower, so a little bit of global golden experience for Chihuahua Storm, and exposes a Phoenix. That's the most significant portion of it. If you went out on a team fight cleanly, now the Chihuahua Storm have a way to break the base. But because Shinigami's death is so desync, the Gilded Gladiators allow to reset themselves, regroup, head back towards that Fire Giant. Globe on the way back to base. That's dangerous timing. Gilded Gladiators can pull this one.
All 5 members here for the Glads, only 2 for the Storm, and this time it's going quick. Happen is there, and Kana in zone trying to pop the frenzy. Tegfear gets in there, would have to be a miracle steal, but the Gladiators secure it this time around. They're looking for the fight after the fact. Happen pulled back in, and the target onto the support. They'll take down the Ymir, and they'll chase down the rest of the Xibalba Storm. Tegfear, Globe, Rat Milk, all on the back foot. And the Gilded Gladiators force everybody out and get Fire Giant on 5.
Simplified game now for the Gilded Gladiators. Fire Giant's the hardest objective to knock down. Now, you can just go ahead, grab the remaining neutrals on map, knock down the towers, put yourself in a really, really good position. Not that they weren't already, considering the gold lead as it is. Gilded Gladiators now, I mean, it's just W Key City. I don't see anyone doing enough damage to Jake to stop him from walking down priority targets Globe or Shinigami. Kirmi, it hasn't even come up. We've seen 2 or 3 Pal-Out pulls. It's just been damage output from the Daji, and it's worked out beautifully for the Gilded Gladiators jungler. Keep your eyes, though, on the Chihuahua Storm. Shinigami, in particular, has got a good deal of damage to play with. We even saw Snoopy scared to take that 1v1 on the left-hand side, instead waited for his entire team to rotate through. So some threat for the Chihuahua Storm to rally behind, but it's single target for the most part. Maybe if Shinigami can grab like a luxury 6-item Odi bow, might help out a little bit in that AoE department, but that's a ways off.
And we saw it a few times in our first set of the day. One Kukulkan ultimate can completely change a team fight. You've got the walls that we've seen be impactful from Happen in small moments in these fights. They've got the tools to potentially try and fight back here. With 2 Tier 2 towers available, though, the Gilded Gladiators still have much to siege ahead of them. And Fire Giant, pre-20 minutes, I mean, they've got to use a lot of their lead to push down and continue fighting. The fights change a little bit on the siege as well. I mean, you're looking at the defense for the Chihuahua Storm. Do you think they even try to put up a fighter on the Tier 2s, or should they back up to the birds?
Well, you don't want to dedicate to a fight, but you can certainly slow down the siege. Throw some tornadoes at the wave, make them think about it a little bit, but don't get picked and don't put yourself in a position where you have to dedicate to the engagement itself. Unless you can find a pick on right. Keep your eyes on Rat Milk, considering a fight up against Kirmi. Kirmi should know, though, there's a numbers disadvantage here.
Blink in, won't find the stun, but forces the pal out and forces Snoopy over to
Yikes.
the fight. You lose your ADC on the Phoenix damage, and Kirmi, no! One auto does it, and a Rampage keeps the jungler alive. The rotation from Kana, from Snoopy, help out Kirmi, and Ratmilk's the one to fall.
The jungle gap is just ridiculous. Kirmi rolls him and smokes him. That's not allowed to happen. Ratmilk needs to hit that ultimate. It's completely different if he does. Kirmi dies to the damage through the ultimate of Ratatasker. Instead, just falls down, and there's nothing in response. The Gilded Gladiators keep up their siege.
Now a man disadvantage here on the right side Phoenix as Kirmi walks back from base, full HP now.
Is he laughing?
To help out his team. He's looking for a pick, though. He's all the way behind. He's alone again, though. Got to be careful he doesn't get caught behind a wall by Ymir, but I'm a little bit surprised they didn't try to continue the siege. Felt like they had an opportunity there on the right bird.
Yeah, but had to have Kirmi go back to base. Maybe don't want to play without him. He's the Runic Bomb holder as well, so no true damage to knock down the structure. And the Gilded Gladiators, no stranger to this position, have struggled to close out games in history, so take it a little bit slower against their SEC opponents. The Schwalbe Storm, happy to have the opportunity to slow things down a bit as well. And the level disparities have not gotten much better. Fortunately for Ratmilk, Kirmi can only be 20, not going beyond that point. Unfortunately for Happen, Awesome Jake's still a little ways from 20 and is already nursing a 5-level lead, so the tankiness of the Gilded Gladiator support cannot be understated. I just don't think there's enough damage on the Schwalbe Storm to knock him down unless it's all 5 of them hitting him.
Yeah, that level 13 Ymir is going to be tough to stand up in a team fight. You were going to get shredded down. Items still coming through. I mean, at least he's level 12. He's got the second relic, but not upgraded quite yet are those relics. You got to start thinking about the next couple of objectives. Really, just the next one on the horizon, right? This Fire Giant. Still very early in the game, right? Not really thinking about EFG at all yet at this point. But I mean, I think they're thinking a lot about the defense as well and how difficult it might be to fight into this lead. Just another regular Fire Giant. Do you try to step up here for the Storm?
I think you let this Fire Giant go. The Storm's neutral territory team fight has not looked great. And it's hard to say because when you look at the composition, Globe and Happen, Kukulkan and Ymir, both great at jungle corridor fights. Not exactly in a position to leverage that considering how far behind they are. They need the damage of that unofficial 6-man in the Phoenix or in the Titan. So played a little bit further back, rely on the fact that it's not an enhanced Fire Giant, so it's not the end of the world just yet, and pray that you can withstand this storm. The Gilded Gladiators, though, I mean, their siege is just good. Considering Kirmi's been able to split the map, and even in a 2v1, it's never really a true 2v1 with Snoopy's global on the map, but even in the 2v1, Kirmi able to return so much damage. I just gotta think that it's going to be a 4-1 split once more, and whoever the one is lining up against Kirmi is just going to struggle.
It's been Ratmilk traditionally that's been wanting to take this 1v1. We saw it in Game 1 as well, a struggle on the Thanatos versus Mammon matchup to try and find an even 1v1, and it's been Kirmi coming out consistently on top in both of these games. So maybe you try and send somebody else. Maybe you try and put Tegvir in the face of Kirmi, but I mean, there has to be some sort of answer as to Gilded Gladiators set up for a siege. Can't help but notice, though, Kirmi's not here. Kirmi's clearing the wave on the left-hand side of the map, and this is what we were talking about. This split coming through, I mean, do you split both side lanes and put Kirmi that far away from the team?
I mean, you can. The entirety of the Gilded Gladiators are ahead this time. It's not just Kirmi. Generally, we'll see a team, when they realize one person is that split off, try and all-in initiate on the opposite side of the map, but the Storm is so far behind, it's not even an option.
Kirmi in on the left-hand side. Nobody's there to answer him, and nobody finds an engage on the Gladiators either. He just walks in and takes the left-hand Phoenix, and the Schwalbe Storm have not been able to do anything to defend here. Globe's taken half of his HP for just sticking around, and now you have all 5 members still here, still strong, and still a Runic Bomb in the pocket of Snoopy to push down either of these birds. A blink in, a dash through from Kiermy onto Globe, and he's taken down just in the blink of an eye. Kiermy is being targeted out in the back line as well. Ratmilk shuts him down, but all the while the rest of the Gladiators are on the objective. Mid Phoenix falls, and Kana doing a great job of zoning out the rest of the team. This could be a chase though. Storm gotta be careful if they want to try and answer back. They have to go quickly, and Jangaru, he might be caught out.
Should have the leap available, pre-beats to prevent any CC, but doesn't make it over the wall?
He doesn't get over the wall, and the stun comes
Doesn't
through.
matter.
It's a turnaround, and the damage rips through the fight. Kana finds Happen, and the wave grabs Take Fear. It's now only Ratmilk and Shinigami surviving for the Xibalba Storm. 4 members strong, but no jungler, no Kiermy available. Waves pushing in, and they're looking for the end. Globe gets taken down right as he spawns. Ratmilk gets taken down by Snoopy, and it's only Shinigami here to defend. Half health on the Titan. Waves are a little bit too much for you to handle. Jangaru with the double kill, and the Gilded Gladiators will move on.
Call it calculated, I suppose, from Jangaru. Doesn't make it over the wall, does deal the damage, stays involved in the team fight, and lo and behold, late game Baba Yaga with Prophetic Cloak, actually pretty tanky. Wasn't able to knock him down in the storm. Knocked out. Gilded Gladiators, that's 1 for the SPL. Or 2, I guess.
Yeah, they take it 2-0. They take the first win since yesterday, and they push themselves on to what will be a qualifying match come Sunday. That does knock the Xibalba Storm out of the event, though. Hard fought for them, but I mean, what can we say about the Gilded Gladiators? I was a little bit worried after game number 1 that it was a little bit too much on the back of Kiermy. But in game number 2, like you said, the lead's not just on Kiermy. Everybody stepping up across the map. And I think they look pretty clinical for the Gladiators.
The lead may not have been entirely in Kiermy's pocket, but it did come entirely from Kiermy. He had 100% kill participation for the first 15 some odd minutes of this game, involved everywhere on the map, preventing Ratmilk from finding those ganks. And it seemed to me that Kiermy was in Ratmilk's head. I just didn't see great plays from Ratmilk there. He was just caught out every single time. Even when he was going for ganks, Kiermy's just hovering around the wall like a little goblin waiting to catch him.
Like a little goblin just around. Yeah, dude, Kiermy was a menace in that one. He was always on the enemy backcams, always on the blue buff, stole away the red buff. I mean, and that's what you need, is a driver of this team. The Gladiators, ever since they made the roster change, they've needed a driver. Kiermy shows up in this one and keeps the Gladiators' hopes alive. That'll do it for me and Mifflin on the cast. We'll throw it back to J-Mac and Trelly on the desk.
That's right, the Gladiators safe from elimination this time as they knock out the SEC contender Xibalba Storm, now out of their chance of qualifying to the SWC. But it's not the end of the road here for the Gilded Gladiators either. They still got quite a path ahead of them, waiting out who the loser of the top side of their bracket is going to end up being. But getting that first big win here is a major step now for the Gilded Gladiators, and I think the cast has put it right. A great start of this game, dictated by the pacing of Kiermy on this Daji, similar to how we saw him in game number 1 on the Mamon, able to really control the early pace in this game. And then once you get to the late game where maybe the damage or the CC isn't as relevant on that God, you still have plenty of backup in your carries.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the Daji play. I didn't know how well it was going to, draft up into this competition. We knew Globe would have a problem with it, right? The Cuckoo was a good target, but besides that, I wasn't quite sure how much value Kiermy was really going to find. The Palo was hitting, sure, but it was really the damage that Kiermy was able to put out that facilitated that early game and really bridged that gap to just let a whole team there pop off towards the end. There was a couple, and I got to echo what Miff was saying. It did seem like Ratmilk just couldn't really match up. Maybe he was in his head, but there was some missed dunks, some missed acorn blasts, things like that. Can't be happening when your Worlds qualifiers are on the line. Still, though, a great tournament played by the Xibalba Storm. I think, being as low-seeded as they were in the NASCC and making it this far, you got to give them some props.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Storm was 6th seed. If not, then they were the 5th seed whenever they came into the qualifiers. Make it through to be one of your top 2 teams from North America and now make it all the way through to this event. So props to the Xibalba Storm for as far as they made it, but their journey ends here to the Gilded Gladiators able to punch themselves now into a qualifying position. Again, still waiting for a loser on the top side of their bracket to see who their opponent is going to be. For the Gilded Gladiators, I think this is a major step up and a major improvement for the team. I think the communication, when we got to listen into them during this set, sounded much cleaner than it did yesterday. You're starting to hear more than just Kirimi's voice popping through the communications. And it sounds a lot more decisive, saying, we're going to go here, we're going to do this, back away, don't step too far forward. So loving to hear the improvement on communications from this team and just really their play on field as a whole of the unit.
Bro, 20k on Daji is wild. She has no poke. It is all in. Like, that is Daji's kid. It's just all in damage. And that just goes to show exactly how much work he was putting on. Shouts out to Kirimi, man. This is a game that they definitely, the Gilded Gladiators, needed to win, and they needed to win it cleanly just to build some of that confidence back. But at the end of the game, beautiful stat lines to just about everyone. Kana takes, double his team's deaths, but it's just 2. So not bad at all here for the Gladiators. This is the exact step in the right direction. This is what we've been talking about, what we needed to see from them, that clean early game, transition that into your easy fire giant fights, that sort of thing, and their sieges look clean as well. I think the entire team is just looking exactly what we wanted, so that's a good sign, because they're not there, as you said, their tournament journey is not over yet.
Yeah, it's the first step now to seeing if they can qualify themselves up to the SWC. The Storm have been knocked out. The Gilded Gladiators move on, and we've got Jangaru, the mid laner for the Gladiators, standing by for our post-game interview.
That's right. We've got Jangaru here. Congratulations on the win up against the Storm. First and foremost, I mean, you guys obviously coming off a loss yesterday, didn't feel great. Have to feel a little bit better after the win. What were the vibes like, the energy in the booth after the win?
Definitely, I would say it's actually the same, but definitely more proud of ourselves. I feel like we're not really a team to really get down. We just want to improve as much as we can. I'm glad that we can at least show today that we aren't, just going to fall down. We always get back up regardless of anything. So I think it was definitely way better today than yesterday.
That mental fortitude, I mean, you guys definitely showed it today. And I think I have to ask about Kirimi, because in game 1, he plays the Maman, he runs them over with a truck. And then in game 2, the lead wasn't all on him, but it still felt like he was the driver. He was the one basically pushing all of your aggression. Is that the role that you guys have been needing out of him, to just be sort of the driver of the team's aggression?
Yeah, that's the role that I think he likes to be as well. So we just try to help him as much as we can. We get him ahead, and he'll just say, guys, get me ahead, let me carry. So that's what we try to do. If he's carrying, that's less work I got to do.
Definitely a good attitude to have. Have to ask you about the rest of the weekend. You guys have guaranteed yourselves a qualifying matchup come Sunday. Going to be against the loser of the Ravens versus the Mamba. So still 2 tough teams. How you guys feeling going into that? Is there anybody you would rather play, or what are your thoughts on the match on Sunday?
I do think I won a rematch against the EU team yesterday. That would just, I guess, personally be something I would want. I still feel confident going into both. As long as we played as good as we did today, improve as much as we can as well going up to our next match, I think we'll be good to go.
Good confidence coming out. Once again, congrats on the win. That's Rigdaro. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Just thinking about that, a rematch against the team that knocked you down to the lower would be one nice way to try and qualify up to the SWC. A story that you can have to say, hey, you beat us once, but you got to be able to take us down in a best of 5. And I think that's maybe the difference between these SPL matchups and the SCC is all the SCC stuff's been best of 3 all the way through. These SPL teams have had that time. They've had that practice playing these full best of 5. So we'll have to see how the Gladiators can do in that. We can take a look, though, at our brackets for the event so far and what you've missed out on in our first couple of days of play as of late. The Gladiators did fall down to Hex Mambo in day number 1, 2-0, but now find themselves 2-0 over the Shabalba Storm, who is the first team out of the SWC group stages. It was a good run for the Shabalba Storm, but unfortunately for them, it ends here. And now, as mentioned, the Gilded Gladiators await their opponent between the Ravens and Mambo. Winner of that matchup qualifies to SWC. Loser then faces the Gladiators to see who will be the second team of the group from Group A to qualify out. But it's not just Group A. We still have 4 other teams over on the opposite side of the bracket. We can take ourselves a look at Group B and see what the path still remains for them. We'll have our elimination match coming up next, and I think this is the big one that really got a lot of head scratching going on. We have 2 SPL teams up next, Camelot Kings and Eldritch Hounds, guaranteeing that at least one SCC team will be going to Worlds through this bracket, because one of these SPL teams is going to be going home after this one, Trelly.
Yeah, a lot on the line. Nobody wants their journey to end, but unfortunately, this is the position you've been put in because you couldn't win that round 1 matchup. So we'll have to see. I mean, that's going to be one where I think both teams, they're not going to be as confident as maybe they once were. Falling down in this position is nowhere that the Kings or the Hounds wanted to be in, but unfortunately for them, only one can go on.
Man, just thinking about even just the general storylines for some of the players on the Hounds and on the Gladiators. These are teams and players that missed out on a chance at Worlds last year because some of the EU teams had knocked them out during that qualifier.
Right.
Now, again, backs against the wall, potentially being knocked out here. And even just thinking about the side of the Camelot Kings, if the Kings don't make it, this is the first year since Worlds ever started that Captain Twig would not be at a Smite World Championships, which is unheard. He's been at all 9. This would be the first one if he loses out on this set that he does not make it to the SWC stage. So there's a lot on the line for both of these two teams. One SPL team going home. That's coming up in match number 3 right after this break.
you're the one who holds the key. Like a fire, burning wild in my heart. Take me far away in the dark. Only you can show me how to come alive. I feel shivers down my spine. I've been waiting for a long time. So I need to make you mine. Think I want you in my bloodline. I feel shivers down my spine. I've been waiting for a long time. So I need to make you mine. Think I want you in my bloodline. In my bloodline. Want you in my bloodline. Want you in my
They've done it! The Camelot Kings, after one more fight, they'll get the ring for Twig, untouched, unscathed, bow down to your kings!
Untouched, unscathed. The Camelot Kings had one of the cleanest runs through a world championship that we have seen in Smite history. After a rough first phase, they lost their MVP support and found themselves scrambling for a new one. Rookie Quig steps in and steps up, but the Kings still struggle to find that spark. Heavy is the head that wears the crown as they attempt to find their style and make Lightning strike twice for a second championship.
The Kings, for me, as soon as they lost genetics, I feel like they lost their identity. I feel like there's no leash on Variety, not do his weird plays, no leash on Twig to do the right things and things like that. But I would say as the season progressed, when they got Quig, they were working on doing certain things. And you can see now towards the end of the season that they're kind of being more cohesive, playing a lot around Yark, making sure Varieties has comfort picks or the meta picks, pressure in that lane. So I think they are, on an upward trajectory.
I feel like they had a pretty good phase one, I would say, and then they ran into a little bumpy road with their roster. They're doing okay now, but they are trying to find their team identity again, I feel like.
I think they've just struggled to adapt to the changes with Quig. I think they're all really good players. I mean, obviously, if you win Worlds, you have to be a great player, right? Individually, they've all been struggling a little bit compared to what the levels they can hit and they should be hitting. But they're a team you can't really count out at tournaments because if they come in prepared and ready, they have the ability to beat anyone.
They lost the best player. Well, I mean, it's really hard. When a player like me, I'm very selfish when it comes to comms and plans and ideas. And when someone like that leaves a team, it's obviously going to leave a dent. Not that they can't fill that in, but it does take time for you to fill a void and fill a vacuum. And it's just they're doing that right now with Quig.
The silver lining for the Kings the whole year has been your backline are two of the best, most consistent players in the league. I think Big Man and Hardcore have for sure earned that respect as just being two very prominent carry players that at any time, if they're fed, you're on the other side and you're thinking, uh-oh, we're in trouble. They're just very, very consistent, good players. Honestly, I think Variety and Twig have just not looked comfortable at all this year. I think Variety, especially in the mage meta, as of recent, has not been looking that great.
Whenever Twig really gets to run a game, it looks like they're doing really well. Tings is always going to do his job, Yark's always going to do his job, but if Twig can really get rolling, it really seems like they're kind of back in form and they really can close out games pretty quickly.
I would say their playstyle now is probably going to be more not making mistakes and just getting to late game, as in the past it was with Titans and Leviathans 2 years ago. It's not really favorable anymore. Even teams like Ferryman have moved more towards mid game, and the Warriors and the Leviathans playing early game, but that's their style.
I could definitely see the Kings making a run at Worlds. I don't think I'm that confident in them going back to back, but it could happen. I also will say about the Kings, I have felt like all year Quig has been a top 2 support the entire year. I think he's very underrated from the outside perspective. I think Quig offers a lot of unique ideas to that team. I think he is a very consistent player as well. And I think there could be a world where, you know, Quig has just kind of figured stuff out before people, or has kind of figured out a meta of like, hey, these are the characters I'm going to play, and it would be like a mini genetics effect in the draft for them. If I'm them, I'm leaning on that duo lane. I think Hardcore and Quig are kind of their win cons this year.
I think they have a lot going for them, and if they can kind of figure out their style, they'll do a lot better than what they've been doing like this last phase. I don't think they're chasing the same identity that they had before. I think if they are, they're doing it wrong. They should definitely try to come up with a new identity, because they're not the same 5 players as they were before. But I think they have potential for sure.
Will the team reclaim their former glory and make it back to Worlds, or will their crown crumble?
Welcome back, everyone, to the third and final set of the day, and our second elimination match of the day. It's Gore, it's Mifflin, and it's going to be a fun one, because Mifflin, no matter what, we are losing one of these SPL teams, which is insane to think about. And it's either going to be the Hounds, who admittedly did amazing when you go back to the third place match, or I guess just really in general, their matchup against the Ferryman and the Summer Masters, and the Kings, who are the current reigning world champs. But before we get into that, we have to, well, maybe tell you a little more about how things are going on again, why this is an elimination game, and what they're getting eliminated from is the big deal. And what they're getting eliminated from is their opportunity to go to the World Championship next week. So right now we've got, well, I guess technically 7 teams. We just eliminated the first one. We're going to eliminate the second here, and that's going to start to dwindle things down a little further, making it so that what we are looking at are, again, 2 groups of 8. 2 of those teams from each of them. Sorry, 2 groups of 4, 8 teams total.
Got it.
2 teams from each are going to be going to Worlds. And right now we're slowly whittling down the contestants. Then tomorrow we are going to be doing best of 5 matches that are going to be a qualifying matches. Sunday, you can look at it one way or the other. I know, Mifflin, you said in the past you like to look at them as elimination matches. The rest of us will look at them as qualifying matches. But they happen to be the one and the same on Sunday. No matter what, someone's going to Worlds, someone's going home, and you only have a couple of shots. It's double elim for these groups, which is how we get to where we're at now. We are in the second match for these teams, and what will be the second loss for at least one of them, which is why it gets so crazy that it is the Hounds and the Kings. And we're done with regular season. We're done with, okay, well, we'll see you next week and you'll get another shot. This would be the last time we see one of these 2 squads.
And think about the potentialities on the line here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if the Camelot Kings go out here, this is the first World Championship event in Smite, full history, where Captain Twig wouldn't be in attendance. That's ridiculous, as reigning world champion at that.
That is, and I've seen a comment saying that, you know, most teams, they have like post-Worlds blues once they win. They're like, you finally broke the Worlds curse for Twig just to have the longest post-Worlds blues that we've seen so far. The question is going to be whether they can overcome it when time is necessary. They have to do it not only here, but again, if they win this one. The team that they're going to be going up against, though, is the Hounds. Of course, we're going to be watching tomorrow, the Ravens take on Hex Mambo. That's a qualifying game. The Gladiators, we just saw avoid elimination. They took out the Storm, and they are going to be hanging out in their qualifier/elim matchup, waiting for the loser of the Ravens Mambo, which admittedly, neither of those teams seems like it's going to be a very easy matchup. Both of those, by the way, are going to be best of 5s. Everything remaining in Group A is a best of 5. Here in Group B, though, we have this last best of 3 to make it through before we move on to the best of 5 matches. So the Scarabs and the the Wardens that are sitting right there, those 2, one of them guaranteed SCC squad going to SWC, best of 5. That'll be tomorrow. The winner of this matchup will play the loser of that matchup on Sunday. And we've got to figure it all out again in another best of 5 on Sunday to see who is going to be going to Worlds with them. And Mifflin, it could be Scarabs and Wardens going to Worlds. It could be either of those two teams plus either of these two teams. It all has to shake out. And I'm still kind of processing the one of these teams is done after we've watched them all year and after they put a lot into it. And unfortunately, I guess when the time came, they find themselves in an elimination match. So it's just going to be the question of whether or not they can push forward. The Hounds earlier, we actually got to see them today in a 0-2 loss up against the Wardens. And they had a lot of really shining moments. I mean, we got to see a lot of good farm in the early game. We got to see a lot of good fighting. But the question, I guess, is kind of left, is especially in this kind of position, what they plan for this set and how they plan to finish this weekend. The best person to answer that, well, it's one of the Hounds themselves. We got Neil Ma standing by for an interview.
That's right. I've got Neil Ma here for the pregame interview. Neil Ma, first of all, I'm going to start with, now you're in an elimination match. There's only one final chance to really have that fight back here to try and qualify to Worlds. How's the team feeling going into this match?
I mean, we're feeling good. Obviously not the result we wanted earlier today, but, I mean, you have to have the memory of a goldfish, not be perturbed. Look at all the good things that we did, because we did a lot of good things. A few key moments didn't go our way, I think. And I think if we just clean everything up, we're going to be fine. I don't think anyone's feeling any type of way.
What's the preparation you have going up against the Camelot Kings? They had a rough set themselves up against the Scarabs and now face elimination as well. What kind of prep your team been doing going into this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we looked at what they did the last sets, but it's tough when a team's back's up against the wall and they played against a European meta that isn't very similar to what people have been doing in SPL. So you kind of have to be ready for any curveballs, When a team hasn't been having anything working, they might whip out something crazy. So you kind of just have to be head on a swivel, be able to roll with the punches and see what they bring out.
And then, Neil, one final question for you. How does it feel knowing that a win from your team here would be the reason that we don't see Captain Twig at a Worlds for the first time in Smite history?
I mean, it'd be nice to win. I don't have any desire to wish ill will on anyone, send anyone home. That's not what I want to do. But, I mean, first and foremost, it's about us, right? If we beat them, we send them packing home. That's on them, not us. So, I mean, may the better team win. Good luck to them. But I'm feeling good. Our team's feeling confident still.
Well, good luck to you, Neil. I'll let you get back over with the team. Luck in the matchup. We'll throw it back to the desk.
I like the way he words it because it's not about them. It's about us, right? They got to win. That's all that really matters. Doesn't matter who's on the other side. And that's going to be true every step of the way. And also, I'm sure that's how that guy got 2 World Championship wins. Is just you don't care who's on the other side. You just got to win. And that's what this team needs right now. Again, Mifflin, earlier, a lot of shining moments that looked good for them with a couple of just really catastrophic moments, right? If that first game, they're up 4,000 gold before they all channel into one single Kukul Khan ultimate. If that doesn't happen,
avoidable.
They probably win that game, at least with the lead they have. They make it a hell of a lot harder for the Wardens. So there is some moments to clean up here for the Hounds.
And the Hounds have always been a team that has been good in the early game. That's been true all year for the Eldritch Hounds. It's their ability to close out that games that has been in question. I think that's a bit of what Neil Ma was alluding to into cleaning up their matches. So we'll see whether or not those adaptations have been made. It is worth noting, and Neil Ma, ever the gentleman, would never bring it up himself, but it is incredibly difficult to do double-header days, especially off the back of a loss. They didn't have that much time to prep. I'm sure they probably did say, well, in the off chance we do lose, we're meeting up with the Camelot Kings. Let's think about that a little bit, but they really were just nose in the notebook for the last 2 games of the set. I mean, the last 2 hours, those guys have been grinding away in the lobby, thinking about exactly what they're going to bring up against the Camelot Kings. Lots of homework's been done, a lot of strategizing. But you got to talk about the mental hit that it is that you have to play twice in one day.
Yeah, and we've seen some balancing, right? Because on one side of that, you lost 0-2. You've got to not be feeling great, like mentally. You've got to, as Neil had said, have the memory of a goldfish, right? Just forget about it, forget that it happened, and come in and play. On the other side, you've got 2 games in studio today that you've kind of maybe got a little warmed up, so it's really going to be the question. And admittedly, I think a lot of the questions I had for the Hounds was about their drafting, and so that's really what I'm going to keep my eye on when we move forward. The thing that they need to worry about is their opponents. Again, a team that very recently won a world championship, and by that I mean the last one.
Those are the world champions.
It's all of them except that guy with the I was going to say with the ball cap, but you've got Variety wearing one right up front. Now you've got BMT also wearing one. So Quig. Without Quig, they were able to do so. And it has been that kind of conversation, Mifflin. Since that moment, it has been a curious thing to watch this team, because sometimes we see them and it's like, that's the Kings that win. And sometimes we see, for lack of a better way of saying it, what happened yesterday, right? Where it's just like, okay, this team didn't quite show up, but I'm seeing some smiles. I think, especially since they're playing an opponent they've gone up against before, there's going to be a little bit of confidence against the Hounds.
And just to reiterate some of the storylines at play here, because I think maybe has gone a bit under the radar, this is, in essence, a grudge match for Quig, isn't it? Leaves the Eldritch Hounds earlier on this phase, now has to match up for him, or against them rather, with his chance to compete at Worlds on the line. Everyone had thought at the time, yeah, Quig to the Kings, that's a clear upgrade for him. We heard it from PBM as well. PBM thinks Quig's one of the top 2 supports in the league right now. I think he's probably talking about Quig's stint on the Hounds for that, because since then has been a real struggle for Quig and the rest of the Kings. Would love to hear what he would have to say about something like this. This matchup certainly has additional weight for the new support for the World Championship squad. I'll be keeping my eyes on them. The Camelot Kings, to me, in the past were the stoic team. They were the team that would drag you to 45 minutes, meet you at the team fight, and they'd beat you there. They didn't care how the early game has went. Nowadays, the Camelot Kings strike me as a bit more of an emotional team. You can see it in the player cams. You can hear it in their team comms as well. If a set starts to go poorly, comms start to shut down. People become a little bit less animated in those cameras. You can see that the losses don't roll off as easily as they once did. So I think this first game of this set has got additional weight even on top of being an elimination set.
And one thing, you're mentioning storylines and threads, I think, that we have to follow. I look towards the very, very end of that room. Not Vinny, but the guy beside him. It's Hardcore, right? Because Hardcore, this would be his opportunity to go for a three-peat. He could try to do what Zapman did.
Could challenge the GOAT.
And could, admittedly, maybe even push it further beyond, because the first one he did it in a completely different role than as a carry. So being able to try and step there, you have to win this match. And then you have to win your next one just to get to Worlds, right? Let alone to try and get the 3rd ring. So there's, I think, maybe a pressure that he's not feeling just yet. Right now it's just stay alive. But I think knowing that that's something that could be accomplished, something to try and be the second person to ever do it, it could be amazing for him. But you got to make it from here. And we've seen in the past how great some of these teams, when they run through this kind of gauntlet the week before Worlds, will feel when they get to the actual championship. And I'm seeing some smiles, which, like you said, is making me feel a little better, but it's making sure those stay consistent, whether it's win or loss, which is going to be the big deal, especially since we know on the other side you've got Neil Ma's unshakable mental to go against.
Yeah, Neil Ma, I mean, he takes losses better than anybody else. I gotta believe Neil Ma.
He'll come out of a best-of-5 where they're down by 2, having not got a single game, and he'll just go, just got to win 3.
Still smiling, no matter what. Elimination game, his entire year's work on the line, 10 years culminated effort. Neil Ma smiling in the booth right now. So the Eldritch Hounds, if it does come down to a mental game, gotta believe they've got a slight edge in that regard. This is a set, I think, that is going to be largely dictated in macro play. If the Eldritch Hounds can get the ball rolling in the early game, I think that's their strongest suit. It always has been. Play through Oath, allow him to run the map. For the Camelot Kings, their strategy needs to be facilitate big man Tings. Make sure your core has a good time. Those are the 2 win conditions for the reigning world champion squad. So if you're on the Hounds and you've been doing your studying and you realize, okay, well, big man Tings, he's the one doing all the damage. Your core is the one establishing pressure early on. You can either decide we can either play against the Camelot Kings at their weaker portions, try and abuse Twig in the jungle, try and catch variety on some of his overextensions, or you could say, let's deal with the strongest point of their game. Let's try and remove them before they become that monolithic effort, that paragon of damage output that is BMT, that pressure generator that is Yarkor. If we can get Oath involved in the mid lane, in the duo lane, maybe we can hamstring them early on. I'll be very curious to see what strategy the Hounds bring out.
And Oath is a great person to highlight, because I feel like we got to see this earlier. The Hounds played. Ducky was having the time of his life in his lane, it felt like. In fact, towards the second game, he was pretty much the
Legacy
only
game.
shining light that the Hounds had. Stu looked pretty solid, at least in terms of pressure early, but then I think in game 2 it definitely started to slip away. But Oath is someone who I think if they can, have a game like we just saw Kiermi have in a couple of games.
Legacy game as well.
Then yeah, it's going to be enough to pick up the slack for the Hounds, whether or not they show up. And they should be showing up. So the question is, what do they do here? Picks and bans, game 1. for the last set for one of these two teams. Which team? Well, we have to find out. Sobek, Maman, as well as Athena so far get banned out. The first two by the Kings, last one there by the Hounds. We've also been seeing quite a few, and I should say actually just specific mages, right? Our Raijins are gone. Those things, our Opwash, gone. But the Kukul Khan, I think Baba Yaga's been on that rise. Thoth has been in that conversation. Neither of these teams, well, I guess we saw a little bit from the Kings, but have prioritized those as heavily, right? Benny Q was going for Tiamat a lot earlier.
Yep.
I think Tings even played the Raijin yesterday,
And the
so
Vulcan.
even though he's fallen off in the Vulcan, he's still playing the Tings style. And it will only be the Kukul Khan and the Baba Yaga. Aphrodite as well join those bands. So what do you prioritize? Because for a while there, I got so used to seeing Chernobog first pick, easiest lock-in, that I stopped thinking of other gods as first pickable.
You know, it's so player dependent nowadays. It really,
really
does
is.
feel like every team has their own individual meta on what they prioritize first overall. If I'm on the Camelot Kings here, I probably would have looked towards Yamoja. Quig's one of the better Yamoja players in the league. Seems to me that god's been going, for the most part, under the radar recently and continues to do so, as Hachiman is the first lock-in. And Hachiman is surprising to me. He's certainly capable of establishing pressure, but I thought if we were talking about Yark, we'd be looking at Chernobog or On Her. Those are the first two picks that came to my mind. On Her if you want to dominate the lane, Chernobog if you want to dominate the late game team fight. Instead, Hachiman for some safety does help you out a whole lot around neutral objectives, though. The ability for Hachiman to boost his team's attack speed with Heavenly Banner and just slam a Gold Fury at that 8-minute mark is ridiculous. So if the Camelot Kings can rally behind that style of play, if Yark is still establishing the levels of pressure that we associate with him, that certainly is a potential for the Camelot Kings. Elchhounds do elect to pick up their support. Again, not the Yamoja, goes by the wayside, not the On Her or the Chernobog in ADC either. Duo lane locked in. You've got decent pressure from Ishtar, beads burning potential for sure, objective burn from the Dharmic Pillars on Ganesh. I think Ganesh is in a very good spot right now, and does play well into Hachiman. The safety that Hachiman brings from his ultimate requires him to channel it first. He needs to get onto the horse. If you can't speak, you can't call the horse.
And that's something I was actually really curious about what the support play was going to be, because Neil, while Neil has showcased a pretty solid Yamoja, it's not necessarily one of the top gods I think of when I think of Neil Ma. Quig has shown time and time again that the Yamoja is actually a very easy comfort for the Kings and for Quig. And to the point where I'm a little surprised that they don't go for it here. They go for the Thoth. They grab Lancelot as well, and it's another one of those, Mifflin. I want to take what you said, which is that each team seems to have their own meta. That is one of the most Captain Twig, I'm going to have a good game style picks that you can usually pick up.
Lancelot has been maybe Twig's second best pick, in my opinion. I think of the Hunbots first and foremost as maybe his bread and butter, but Lancelot is something he goes towards very consistently, loves leveraging the early aggression that god has, slight displacement, but it's generally that Grand Joust as a massive disruption tool in the team fight. Big cripple field, can catch out Ishtar, stop Thor teleport, Ganesh won't be allowed to use that, remove obstacles, so opportunities to play around that. And because it's such a large cripple field, will also act doubly so to create space for this Thoth. Not that Thoth needs a whole lot of it. One of the longest range gods in Smite, and BMT known for never missing his abilities. Should be able to put out a good deal of it. But I like the Thor on the other side from the Eldritch Hounds. When I see Thoth, I think, who can get to him? Because someone's got to do it, or he's going to do damage before you do. Thor does that. The Anvil of Dawn as a gap-closing tool, if you can get the Dharmic Pillars spawn up around that stun, all of a sudden Dash will get him out of there. Evade and Punish should get you out of the Dharmic Pillars, but defense shred, slow on the tail end, chase potential going to be there as well. I wonder, though, what mid lane selection we're looking at for the Hounds. There still are some standards available. We know that Benny really does like the Merlin, especially when his God Pool is challenged, but looking at the poke potential from Thoth and the dive potential from both Hachiman and Lancelot, Merlin might be a little bit questionable here.
I am a little curious. So we see Yamoja, Sylvanas get banned out. Those make sense, right? You want to isolate Quig a little bit?
I don't know. The Sylvanas
okay,
looks
Sylvanas
so
definitely seems kind of a little out of left field. Raijin, understandable. We were just talking about mid picks. The Ratatoskr catches me a little off guard just because while it's something we've seen both Thor solo and Rat solo, we've seen both of them in jungle, it doesn't feel like it's really been the thing lately.
It has been Ducky's thing.
Oh, good
Ducky
point.
does love that Thor solo. Sun Wukong lock-in does indicate to me that we are looking at an Oath Thor game, though,
Yeah.
and should be able to find some pressure on map. Has really good matchup in Hachi and Thoth, can block off entire segments of the lane, so no clear leaps to avoid the tectonic rift from Thor. Even Baron Samdi, to a certain extent, can have a lot of his utility completely cut off. Going to the life of the party, Thor spawns up a wall. You're pulling him into the wall, but you're not finding the stun. You're not getting the burst damage. So some counterplay potential there for the Eldritch Hound's jungler as the Camelot Kings scrounge for their last pick here. Odin's been on the resurgent recently. Have really liked what Odin's brought to a lot of these team compositions. Plays well into the Ishtar in particular. But I'm looking at team fight follow-up around that Odin, and I'm not sure that there's just enough AoE threat to go towards it.
That was some of the issues we saw and had with an Odin just earlier today. Also, you know, he doesn't get locked in, so maybe it's not too much to harp on, but a lot of people who can deal with getting out of the wall, or in Wukong's case, maybe not caring about the wall and instead saying, oh, cool, we want to fight, just sticking with it. So I like the call to change away. I'm curious, how do you feel about the Achilles coming in for him, though?
Achilles has just been a really good pick recently, especially with the Warrior's Axe changes. That item's a little bit better. That makes Achilles a little bit better. Start off the fight with a massive burst of damage, just get him in the execute threshold, and everybody in the Eldritch Hounds is now concerned about, oh, am I around 40% HP? Because that's 0% if Achilles is near me. So I think plays well, deals with some of the relative safety of gods like Sun Wukong, can catch out Thor pretty easily as well. So Achilles just a strong meta pick as of right now.
I don't know if it was targeted at someone, but Ducky did look straight into his camera right before they started hovering Nox, so I don't know where the energy was coming from, but he was definitely
don't love this Nox.
Spotting it. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had Nox, and Myth, it'll be even longer since we've had her not as a support. There's a Ganesh on the board. I can't imagine you're sending him literally anywhere else. So, like, for Benny, would you... How would you feel about this?
It's a really difficult pick. It does have the range to match up with Thoth. If you can clip Thoth with Nox's ultimate, especially in a late game team fight, you're doing like 50% of his HP and you're stopping him from poking. But I think this makes a good deal more sense to me. Had Nox got locked in, it would have been the most miserable laning phase we've seen all weekend. So the Morrigan maybe doesn't have the same levels as clear as Thoth, doesn't match the range, but isn't playing Thoth's game. Well, so many standard mages try and play Thoth's game. Let me play long range, poke from a distance, throw out my damage. That's not the Morrigan's MO. The Morrigan is, I'm invisible. You better hope you heard me start laughing when I went invisible, because if you didn't, I'll kill you with dark aspects immediately, right? It's a magical assassin for your team. But what it also does, and this is true of just about every composition that has the Morrigan on it, it almost forces you to play more aggressively through the mid game. If you transition to the late game behind, if the enemy team gets Fire Giant, if you're playing siege defense with a Morrigan on your team, things become so difficult because she's not the greatest at clearing waves. Her poke potential is really low, so you're really only going for the Changeling transformation all-in initiation style of base defense, which, depending on how far behind you are, can work, can also not. It just pigeonholes you into that play style.
Well, I know one thing you had mentioned earlier, which was, you know, if you have a Thoth, who's getting to him, and you'd like the Thor. Good news is that now if Thor doesn't do it, you can Thor part 2 and hope that somebody's going to be able to get back there. Or Sun Wukong. So you've got a good amount of dive. You had also highlighted that for a lot of them, and I think, you know, Thoth included, but Hachi, who you had mentioned, they're disengaged. You've got to be able to use it in order to do it. So if the Ganesh can get in their face, can cause some trouble. I like what the Hounds are doing in essence, and you know, on field play is going to be a different conversation. But do you like the Kings draft as a whole as something to try and combat it?
I think the Kings have got picks that will work for them, and that's so important for this iteration of the Camelot Kings. This is not the dominant squad that they once were. They're on an elimination point for their entire year right now. Get yourself on something that you're comfortable playing. Put Twig on the Lancelot. That makes sense to me. Put BMT on something that can absolutely dominate the lobby. That's Thoth. Land a late game ultimate. Clip a squishy target. Remove them from the map. You're playing a 5v4 all of a sudden. So I think a draft that can work for the Kings. The primary weakness I'm seeing is maybe ease of initiation. I'm not a Baron Samdi believer. That god really does tend to struggle, especially from behind. Great in the laning phase, good poke. If you've got a lead, dominates life of the party, feels like there's no counterplay sometimes. But from behind, good luck doing anything.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest question, I think, for a lot of the Kings right now to answer. And the biggest question, at least that we have, is going to be who is left standing out of this. One of these teams is going to be going home, and one of them, at least, is putting their best foot forward in Game 1, right? And trying to figure things out and see how the set goes. There's a whole landscape, maybe 30, 40, maybe longer, depending on how they go, between us and knowing where that's going to land. So a lot of pressure, I think, both on the Kings, again, reigning world champs, to try and do it, and the Hounds just trying to prove themselves. Neil Ma maybe trying to lead another underdog team all the way to the World Championship. We'll find out who's going to start out best as we jump over to game number 1, and that means going over to J-Mac and Trelly for the cast.
Thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin. Elimination set on the line for 2 SPL teams here. Only one of them will go home now. One of them will get a second chance at life to qualify to the World Championships. It's going to be a tough battle. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug here for game number 1 between the Kings and the Hounds to see who can start off on the right foot here in this set. And I think I want to kind of start back over towards this Baron that Quig has been going back to, because it's really only been Quig on the side of the Kings who has kind of elected to go towards this more kind of off-style support pick. So what are kind of your general thoughts on the Baron? What does Baron as a support offer that maybe some of the other gods in the pool don't?
I'm a Baron believer. I mean, at the moment, I believe 100% win rate for this tournament. It could be a little off there, but still very strong at the moment as far as support goes. It just depends on how you pair him up, right? What is your lane opposition? That is usually the call. It's been an answer to Yamoja a lot of the time, but in this case, Ganesh, same sort of style. I think you're picking Baron for the ease of engage, right? Wrap it up. Very long range, very easy just to land some quick CC. Yarkor can follow up on it, or you can wait till late game. You get beads off, wrap it up, go into life of the party. What supports are carrying 2 ways to get out of stuns? Not many. Maybe you get 1 set of beats. Maybe. More often than not, it's none, though. Already, a lot of damage. This level 2 is scary when you have these Warrior Zax procs. You got to be watching out for the solo kills, but I like it. I like it for Quig. He has the possible cooldown meditation that could really come online late game as well.
You know, it's wild to see how many more First Bloods are starting to come out of the solo lane as well.
Yep.
I mean, you think a few months back before the mages started taking over, we weren't seeing hardly anything over there. Warriors weren't killing each other. Guardians that were playing weren't getting much. Then the mages pop in. We start seeing a few more First Bloods over on that side. Now with the Warriors there, it feels like there's even more action, even more potential bloodshed, especially with, as you mentioned, these sneaky Warrior Zax proxies that have been coming through. The buff to that item really has brought some of these Warriors back to the forefront, especially some of the other just general itemization around them.
Well, that's the benefit of picking these ranged Warriors, right? Variety and Ducky. There's a reason they're staying at exactly this distance from each other, because Cudgel has such a long range. You don't want to get clipped by the Warrior Zax proc. Twig goes right. Oath goes left. This is usually what we see from these junglers when you recognize what side you want to play off of, what jungle camp do you find yourself going for more often. And Twig has been the guy that goes right. He sticks to variety like just constantly. He is always on this side of the map, so the cooldown buff makes a lot of sense. But Oath, once he hits over to level 5, not only do you have to worry about Anvil of Dawn, you got to worry about a possible second Anvil of Dawn, right? Benny Q can also get aggressive across the map with that transformation. There are just so many options that the Morgan can afford to you if you're able to get that farm online, which Benny Q takes over to level 4. He's got, I was going to say going into the Doom Orb start, but looks like he's going towards a possible Chronos pendant. So either way, the ultimate is going to be coming up pretty consistently here for Benny Q.
We've also, with some of the rise these Warriors in solo, have seen a bit of differentiation in the builds. We've seen some go towards like the Gauntlet of Thebes. If it's King Arthur, we're seeing Stone of Gaia. We've also been seeing a lot of the Jotun's Wrath, and we might see some of that damage put into play here as the junglers square off inside of the jungle itself. Both of them trying to go for something over on the opposite side. Quig dismounted off the horse. Oath going to chase down with Ducky. Double tap does connect, but Captain Twig has the knockback to push one away. Able to try and dash from Ducky, but gets caught out by the Tiger Stun spin. And the Master's will is good. Ducky and the Eldritch Hound strike for first blood.
Wow, and Variety even played it smart. I mean, he was so weak, he looked at the blue buff fight, he's like, I'm not ready for this. I'm going to go back, I'm going to teleport in, and then I'll be able to help you. Unfortunately, Twig just chose the wrong way to go, or just got a little bit baited, right? He took a little bit of damage from Oath and said, all right, I'm going to get on the horse, I'm going to stall until Variety shows up. What he didn't expect was that Tiger Stun would connect. Maybe you try and juke it and you live there, but he tried to outrun it, didn't quite get away, and once that stun comes in, that's going to be an easy pickup. First blood over for Ducky. And now Variety, at least he got his own blue buff, right? That's the shining ray of hope here, is that he was able to pull it while Twig was dying. So that's not going to be the end of the world, but it really does stink for Twig.
Makes it tough.
Oh,
Variety might just
goodness.
get caught out by Ducky. That's 2 kills now for the Eldritch Hounds, as the solo laner full damage first slot is more than enough extra boost to knock down the enemy solo. Well, Variety got blue, but he's also going to lose his life.
That's the other benefit of this Jotun's Wrath start. It's cheap, right? If you start that mace, you get it online so quickly off of one back. And this is a mistake I see a lot of solo laners make. Look at that Chalice. Variety went the Chalice instead of just the full item. Ducky got the full item. And he said, you know what? It's time, baby. I have Jotuns. I'm going in for that solo kill. It was close, though. Variety got him in the threshold. The issue is if you don't pre-execute before that somersault cloud comes in, you can't get him when he's up in the sky, and he's just going to heal. So well played by Ducky. 2-0. That first blood bounty is going to pay dividends.
Massive start for the solo laner of the Eldritch Hounds. Now, it's a matter if the Eldritch Hounds can keep up that momentum, keep up that pacing, try and get Ducky to get involved across this map. Both solo laners going towards teleport, something we haven't seen for a while, Charlie. When we had all of these mages dominating the solo lane, teleport wasn't really a thing. It was only if you were running a warrior against the mage that we saw this. Captain Twig in danger, Ducky on the way. Tiger to try and stun him out, does catch him. Oath up to the sky, the dunk target is there. The knockback's already used. Oath on the ground, and Twig in the dirt. 3 now, but the Hounds is about to be forced. Variety is caught between a rock and a hard place, and it's a double kill for Oath, the jungler of the Hounds.
I mean, Twig had Grand Joust, but he was worried that Oath's ult would have taken him off the horse, so he didn't even use it, just lets himself get ulted. And that's 4 kills for Oath and Ducky at 5 minutes, J-Mac. At some point, Twig needs to know when to give up on the right side of the map, and I think now would be that time. You do your speed, you do your red, you do your backs, and you say, sorry, Variety, you're done, bud. I'm going to go try and get your core online, because that's the only option they have. Playing through the Achilles is done.
And I think, more than anything, Oath making that small adaptation from the very beginning. Hold that thought, though. Captain Twig invade on the purple buff successful, but he gets stunned out, and now what does he have to escape? He's got ultimate Dharmic Pillar off the mark, though. And that allows Twig to use that Grand Joust to escape. So steal of purple buff, a net positive now on the side of the Camelot Kings at the very least, saving his own life, stealing a buff away. But as I was saying, the immediate kind of micro change that Oath makes was, I'm going to go to dual lane, we're going to get this shield buff, maybe my focus goes there. But ever since that point, Oath has pivoted himself to really sticking to this right side of the map.
Yeah, and it's been working out, and I think Twig, I'm glad he went for that purple buff, because that needs to be the side of the map that he focuses on. I'm telling you, that blue buff, you're not getting that XP anymore. If Variety gets to solo it, that's fantastic, but wasting your time on the right side of the map, it's just not going to be fruitful. Your new win condition is playing through Yarkor. Big Man Tings, he's going to be online. Trust me, he will get the damage done. This Hachiman is going to have to carry the majority of the weight this game, because look who he's up against. Stewart has never been one to want to step forward. He's never been one to take these 1v1s. That's Yarkor's bread and butter. You better believe this Ishtar is going to be underneath this tower for the next 4, 5, 6 minutes without ever trying to leave. That purple buff invade is a good start, but Captain Twig needs to be on it.
And I really think that's one conversation point. We had Variety falls for another kill over to Oath this time. Killing spree for the Jungler of the Hounds. 5-0 for the Eldritch Hounds team so far. Ducky a part of all 5 of those. Oath, only 1 kill he missed out on, and that was just that 1 solo kill that Ducky got over in the lane. But now I think that is the official tipping point on the scales that says Captain Twig just needs to focus elsewhere, and you see him head right towards that dual lane again. Missed out on the chance to try and take down Stu, or at least prevent him from going back to base. But Oath is back. Double tap hits as well as the Berserker's Barrage, but Variety quick on the trigger, able to hit that ultimate, get back to the tier 1 for safety.
My man just teleported in, J-Mac. He's got to get that HP back somehow. I mean, this is where the Chalice really will help out with that sustain, but if Oath just sits around this side of the map, it is going to be very annoying for Variety to try and catch up. But we saw a little bit of a 1v1 where Stewart got poked out, had to go back to base, and that's what I'm talking about. This is where Yarkor is going to be online. He wants to try and find those 1v1s. But you know where Yarkor is going to find some trouble is when Ducky upgrades that teleport and the 2-0 level 10 Wukong rotates in. We've seen it time and time again, so I'm going to keep my eyes on Ducky. The second he upgrades that teleport, you better believe he's going to be over in left lane, and that's when the Gold Fury is going to be looked at.
And when we've really talked about the strength of
Here
these
comes the
two
ult.
teams, hold on again. Variety, dunk down, wall is good. Cudgel, double tap, hammer, spin, and one more in hand will do the job. 4 kills now for Oath on the Eldritch Hounds. And Variety cannot catch a break, even at the back of his tier 1 tower. The Eldritch Hounds are just all over the map, but
no
Captain
mana.
Twig is here. Oath on the mana has no escape paths. Ducky's got to be able to try and bail him out. The dash is good. Grand Joust on the mark, and Captain Twig puts his team on the board. But now, can he get out of this one, or maybe can he find a bit more? Ducky up to the somersault cloud, eventually able to get himself away from there, but smart on for Captain Twig, able to find off that pick at a no mana target.
I mean, that's huge. That's a 4-0 shutdown for Twig, so that's a big deal. It wasn't as if Oath went back to base, right? He landed on that ultimate, used all of his mana, doesn't have enough MP5 to get out, so Twig getting that shutdown is massive for the Camelot Kings way back into this game. It's only 1,000 gold, so it's not the end of the world. But I'm looking towards Bennycube, man. The Morgan, he has been prioritizing farm. Hasn't really used his transformation, hasn't, tried to get active at any point. Leave that to Oath, of course, but there's still the ability, right? The ultimate is ready whenever Bennycube would like to use it, but he's just been prioritizing that farm. Hasn't really needed to try and fight over on the left side of the map. So just remember, these mid laners haven't been doing much, but they've got that damage online. They're level 12, 3-level deficit to Variety. He would look very squishy to some magical damage at the moment.
Yeah, I believe we saw a single rotation from Benny, and that was to go towards that Shaman camp to help pick up a kill on Variety just after the postmortem of Captain Twig. Outside of that, BMT sitting in lane, soak up farm. Benny sitting in lane, soak up farm. We'll have to wait and see when these mid laners can really get involved. And maybe it's around this first beacon that we try and see a first big group up for both these two teams. Remember, teleport is online for the both, but only Ducky has upgraded his all the way to that tier 3. Putting behind all some of his defenses, Bennycube transforms into the Wukong, goes up into the cloud himself for a little bit of resustain. A Dharmic Pillar plus Oath combo only hits Quig this time, and the Coffin is going to pull back
That was the
decoy
clone.
this time. So now Captain Twig will just have to roam around through the jungle, but Oath once again will dismount him off of the horse with the wall.
Even if the clone wasn't there, I'm not sure there was anyone even in range for Quig to pull back in, but I like where his head's at, right? The ability to turn a fight is not bad, and benefit there for Variety. He's just able to get some farm. If the ults are being used in mid, that means they're not being used on him, right? He's like, oh wait, Thor ult's down? Thank goodness. I got a little bit of time to just farm over in right lane, or at least go for my blue buff. You would think, until we see 3-man rotation over Variety. You gotta get out of here, man.
Stunned out by the Tiger. Does return some damage back to Oath, but losing out on yet another blue. But I think now the story is kind of what you were talking about with Captain Twig going over to the dual lane. You see a 12 versus 10 in solo. Flip it the opposite way. It's 12 now for Yark over on the side of the Camelot Kings versus the 10 for Stu. So the strengths starting to come on opposite ends of the map here. And I think that kind of plays a little bit into the identity and the story really of these two teams, where Yark, BMT have kind of been the go-to guys to the side of the Camelot Kings this phase. Same thing with Bennycube, Ducky on the side of the Eldritch Hounds. Now you have where those weaknesses are being exploited a bit more on each side. It all comes down to how they all collapse in together when we get to the team fight stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And because of that, again, I think the Camelot Kings are going to be playing this one a bit more defensively. It's not as if Tings and Yarkor need to be afraid, right? They're up. I believe about a half a level for Big Man Tings, and of course, as you said, 2 levels for Yarkor. But Ducky's going to rotate in. He has that teleport upgraded. He's going to use it at some point to show up behind the Gold Fury, near Yarkor, around this objective. And when it happens, Variety's going to have to make the call. Do I upgrade my teleport immediately and show up? If it's in the next 160 seconds, won't matter. He doesn't have the time. But if not, just sit back and farm. And does your team get like too far behind off that? Look at this, level 14. Stewart's level 11 at the moment. That is ridiculous, considering that there hasn't been any Gold Fury attempts or anything like that. So I'm thinking Variety might want to upgrade that teleport. Gold Fury's a big possibility here, as long as you got eyes on Oath, but hold that thought. Big Man Tings doesn't want to lose the beats here.
Well, has to lose the beats. Bennycube transforms into the Wukong, and that's a dead Thoth in the mid lane. And Bennycube jumps up on the cloud. We'll have the decoy chase out Captain Twig while Oath deals with Quig himself. A half HP on the Baron as the decoy just chases out, and Bennycube able to escape into night on the Morgan. Now 1-0-1 for himself as the Eldritch Hounds boost their lead from up to now 7-1. But if you look at the charts, it's only 1,000 gold. It really has not peaked beyond 1,500 for this Hounds team. The experience as well, because of the lead that Yark has built, essentially sits dead even.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at gold in hand, Yark's sitting on 1,500, and he has essentially a tier 1 over Stewart. And Stuart's got like 800. Like, this is a massive lead. Yeah, the net worth charts will tell you all you need to know. Solid 400 gold at the moment for Yarkor on top of that XP. So that's going to help out a lot when you're trying to look for objectives, right? If you can get that XP, that extra penetration online just a bit earlier. I'm still looking at Ducky, though. I mean, that is going to be a problem. We see what happens when Benny Q turns into him, right? Not only is Ducky the Fed Wukong, Benny can turn into the Fed Wukong to try and dive Big Man Tings on a tower, ends up working out, and now the beads are gone. This Thoth, a walking target for an Anvil of Dawn from Oath.
Go for our back that Ducky's dragging his buff. Doesn't fear that there's an invade coming, but just in case one of the Kings want to poke their head around that right side, pulls that far enough back for him and Oath to clear that one out. Vision around the Fury. You can see a ton of blue wards on the upper and right-hand side of that Fury pit, but on the lower and the left end is where the Eldritch Hounds have posted their vision up to see if maybe they can spot out the Camelot Kings trying to go for a sneaky play. But when we talk about secure on field around the objectives, well, that one goes immediately over to the Camelot Kings of this Thoth. Only way that you maybe out-secure that is if Benny Q transforms into a Thoth himself and goes for a similar style of trying to out-secure the objective.
It'd be a hard one to do, just because not only do you have to transform into the Thoth at the last second, you got to charge up the ult as well, which is very annoying because there's so much CC that can interrupt it. So I don't think it's guaranteed for either one of these squads. But still, the Hounds would be the ones to go for it, and it's just by nature of this solo lane. Variety did upgrade the teleport, so he has the ability to get active if he so chooses. But this has been a very, I mean, by the kills, it's been a bloody game, but also a slow-paced game as far as objectives go. I mean, this Gold Fury has been untouched, not even an attempted pull. The majority of the fighting has been at Variety's blue buff. Like, that's where the action has been so far this game. If there was a heat map, there would be a big red spot near the blue buff, and then a small one near Tings' tower.
I would even say maybe, you know, like Stewart's purple buff would probably have like the next point. It's like opposite ends of the map and then they converge in the middle. Benny Q getting pulled back to the coffin wall, not able to save him just yet. Pops the Aegis and the beads as he able to get away. Transforms, goes to the Wukong and gets on this guy just in time. Captain Twig off the mark with the damage. Now can Benny Q escape? Gets to the Tiger form to try and bail himself out. But now it's Ducky up on his own. Clever ride, he blinks to the back, takes down Benny Q, and now it's Neil Ma running. He's thrown down the pillars, but he's got nothing left in the tank. That's Captain Twig. Surges through the backline and takes down one. Oath to the sky, and a sliver of health is out. And the Camelot Kings, they just need one fight to bring it back.
J-Mac, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Benny Q had ult, beads, and Aegis, and still ate that Baron ult. I don't know why, but he did. He ended up using all three, trying to escape, and still died. That's all that Quig wanted. He just wanted his beads. He's like, hey, I got the Morgan, maybe I'll get beads. Benny ate the ult, ate the Thoth ult, Aegis after it came through, turned into Wukong, ran, and luckily Variety had the blink to chase him. He almost made it out. Props to him. He almost made it out. But still, now you're down the Morgan ult, beads, Aegis, and a runic bomb in pocket for Variety. That's exactly what he needed. That is exactly what the Camelot Kings needed to get back into this game.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but when you transform as the Morgan, you also get rid of those Hysteria stacks that you would have had on you. So
here we go.
Maybe you just go into something else. Benny Q pulled back at 1,200 damage to the dome. Well, you don't beads and Aegis early enough, or if you use them when you don't even need to.
He already used them.
You don't have them for the next time that it comes around. Quick and BMT can do that one more time before those beads come back up.
Yeah, that's my point. So he ate the stun.
Right.
Then he ate the ult, and then Aegis after the ult came and goes, oh man, that's a lot of damage. Then he beads, used his ult, turned into Wukong, ran, and now you don't have either of them. That's a little unfortunate, right? You kind of wish you had one of those relics. That's how he dies again. Because Quig said, wait, didn't you just use both relics after Life of the Party? I got one more in me. We can go for another kill. And Tings does 1,200, just in case you were curious how much Final Judgment is doing at this point in the game. And he can do that in a couple seconds. It'll be back up.
What's Benny Q's health bar right now? Like 1,200 damage is
probably
a lot.
Like 16,
how much health does he have?
Maybe like
16,
15,
17, 1,800.
Yeah.
So effectively 3/4 of Benny's HP with a single ability fired, and plus anything he throws in with the extra glyph damage on top of that.
And his party punch.
And his party punch. I think that's another point to bring up. Going for the party punch as opposed to the bow on Big Man Tings. That extra punch of damage that comes through
for the
from
party.
the mid laner. of Camelot Kings
that
to
Quig
bring
is
the
bringing.
party.
Well, Quig's bringing the party. Tings is just showing up.
He's bringing the
Baron's
punch.
Brew and Party Punch in hand.
Man, they've got a real party going on the side of the Camelot Kings now.
Meanwhile, Benny hasn't even stacked his bow yet. Unfortunately, that's just the way of the Morgan in this case. You're not getting too active, so you just got to sit back, but it's helping out. That extra burst damage will come into play. We saw a teleport. Did get used. Ducky showed up at the left side of the map. No Gold Fury pulled. No Gold Fury attempted, and Variety grabs the tier 1. I wouldn't be crazy to say that Variety is caught back up. You know, that is, we are in real time where the Achilles, sure, 1-4, while Ducky is 2-0-4, but look at the builds. They're basically mirrored. Sure, the itemization is a bit different, but as far as gold that is put into items here, I'd say they're pretty close.
How many times does this happen to Variety now where he'll go down 1-3, 1-6, 0-4, and then he's like, even if not ahead of his enemy solo laner, there's just teams that are not able to push that lead in the solo lane far enough to keep Variety down.
The man's the Zap man of the solo lane. 1-4 does not phase him.
It really doesn't. And this sounds mean when I say it, but him and Twig are so used to being in positions like this that they've maybe just kind of been, melded by this lower, KDA that they've had, that they can just now build upon that and now go for a Gold Fury for the Camelot Kings. And this is a Kings team that was just getting hammered at the start of this game 10 minutes ago. It's all Eldritch Hounds all day long. Now, the Camelot Kings are fighting confidently. They're taking objectives. Variety probably goes down here, but he doesn't care. His team got the objective on the other side.
Yeah, unless the Fire Giant gets done, and considering that Stewart's heading back over to left, it's not going to be the end of the world. You do lose Anvil of Dawn for that kill. Yarkor hits level 20, first in the game, by the looks of it. Yeah, plenty of farm going his way. This Hachiman is going to be a threat. Has the dominance, has the XE, and of course the Demon Blade finish, so not only do you have that tank shred, the crits are going to be coming through as well. Look at Stewart. My man's got 3 items to his name, right? He cannot match that DPS just yet. Once the Kins doesn't quite have the gold for it, or at least hasn't backed to purchase it, so now Pyromancer just gets done. The Camelot Kings, I would not be surprised if by the time Variety was 1-4, like when he finally got that 4th death, or 0-4 in this case, he was like, no worries, guys, we got late game. That's probably what they're telling themselves, because look at your carries, look at your backline. Tings and Yarkor were never behind. They didn't have any issues there.
We really haven't seen the Hunters do anything yet. Normally we talk about, okay, we'll see the solo laners in like 20 minutes, then the fights will break out, it'll be awesome, we'll have to see what happens when the solo gets involved.
It'll be awesome.
It's the opposite this time. It's, man, when are the Hunters going to get involved in this game? Yarkor's just been split pushing, takes that tier 1 tower. Now we start to see a little bit of a group up with him towards mid. As this next beacon spawns back up, might see the first big grouping. And I think for the Eldritch Hounds, maybe need all 5 to kind of group up, even with Stu behind. Getting that extra bit of DPS to try and take down to these targets that aren't Variety, I think is the better way to say it.
J-Mac, look at the difference between Neil and Quig. I mean, they both have full Bracer and Meditation. It's not in the relics. Quig looks like he's collecting items, and Neil Ma's like, I got my gauntlet and I got my dagger, and I'm going into battle. Upgraded starter. He's got tier 2 Magic D, tier 2 Fizz D. This is crazy.
This is just what it's always been like for Neil, though. Even when his team is winning and they're dominating games, it always feels like he's sacrificing maybe too much of his farm to get the rest of the team ahead. Now he's 2 levels down. He's essentially kind of an item and a half down because it's 2 tier 2s on the side of Quig. It's wild how much farm Neil Ma just gives up to the rest of his team.
And see, that's the thing. That used to be the conversation. Years ago, look how much farm he's sacrificing for his team. Splitting farm is not that bad.
It's actually better,
there has been so many buffs to splitting farm. I think you're just making yourself much less tanky at this point, at no detriment. It's not as if Yarkor got behind for Quig splitting with him. Yark's had a 2-level lead all game. It's not as if Tings got behind. He hit level 21st as well. I think now you just have a Ganesh that can't stand at the forefront of the fight, so Neil needs to start sapping some farm, or at least hit level 15. Upgraded starter would help out a ton.
Fire Giant teased out for the moment by the Camelot Kings, seeing which the Hounds will step forward. Benny Q first in line, it's Captain Twig right to the back line. Benny doesn't get a chance to fight in this game. Relic, all of those gone. Relic still stand, but no life left for Benny Q. The Camelot Kings just run down the mid laner.
Yep, they didn't care, and now Fire Giant being started up. Tings didn't have to use anything while getting dove by Ducky there. Got blinked on, didn't matter. Final Judgment available. Looks like they're going to walk away. Yeah, Ducky's not even making an attempt to go in for the steal. That's Fire Giant 23 minutes in on all 5 of the Camelot Kings. And they have a wave, J-Mac. They're going to push up and grab this tier 2. Why not?
Twig going to push up in the mid lane himself. Stewart will split push on the left side of the map. Gets a tier 1 tower for himself as the Titans now march up the mid lane, but it's tier 2 for the Camelot Kings in the solo lane, and an immediate beeline path from the Kings team towards the Titans that are in mid. And if they've got enough manpower there and enough ultimates maybe to still stick around, could just go for the push to this tier 2. The Eldritch Hounds are so split up, and we really just do not see Stewart active just yet in this game.
And the thing is, Tings is about to like full buy a Soul Reaver, and once he does that, he's at 100-0 territory. Like, he has arrived at that late game Thoth where you could charge up an ult before a fight, keep canceling, let it fly, and just delete Benny Q or Stewart off the map. Even Oath, who just went full damage here, as long as he's not in the jungle getting Protector, it could be a problem. Now a full health Order Titan walking in.
Walks into the Phoenix. Ducky gets CC'd out by Quig. Gonna try and pull someone back into the coffin. It might just be Ducky. Gets the ultimate just in time. But Ducky's already at half HP. Crashes down the middle as Captain Twig tries to take down Benny Q, who's eliminated by BMT. And now the other towns are down. A man make that 2. It's 1 for Captain Twig. The execute just off the mark onto Ducky. He'll be able to run away. No, he won't. It's Captain Twig with the double kill on the Lance. It's only the dual lane left for the Eldritch Hounds to defend. Mid Phoenix gone, the Titan removed off for now, and now it's 5 of the Camelot Kings pushing into the throne room. BMT still half HP, batting away at what little health that Neil and Stewart might have. Captain Twig right to the back line, pulls the Aegis, Neil Ma goes down, and Stewart only has to run back to the fountain. He gets 1 before he loses his life. It's the Camelot Kings with game 1.
That is ridiculous. How far down? What a terrible start for the Camelot Kings. I mean, Twig and Variety, 0-2, both of them by 5 minutes. That was 4 deaths in solo and jungle combined. And Oath and Ducky, they weren't able to carry enough of it because there were some questionable mistakes. I mean, Benny Q's relics come into question a bit there. The Morgan wasn't able to get a lot of value even there. Turns into Lancelot and was dead before he even got on the horse. That can be a very troubling fight. And the biggest issue for me, J-Mac, is didn't seem like a stop they needed to make, right? You kind of just go for a soft defense there. Maybe you lose mid Phoenix, but you don't lose the game off it. You go, all right, we'll deal with Order Titan, then reset. They just all in committed, and it didn't really seem like they had to.
And some maybe questionable transformations in general from Benny. It felt like every time except for that very last transformation that it was into the Sun Wukong. It sounds right whenever your Wukong is so far ahead. Just
the early game one was sick.
He's doing a lot of damage. That means I can do a whole lot of damage. I'm also kind of tanky, but when we start getting to these last couple of fights, the Wukong transformations aren't doing anything. Before he even gets the chance to really transform the fight before, he's dead because Captain Twig is just chasing him down on the horse. Right. It just felt like this Morgan had no impact on the map, that Benny Q really couldn't get anything done. And then I said it multiple times, that was the first time that we saw Stewart join a team fight the entire game.
He was 0-0.
And by that point, it was too little and too late for there. The Camelot Kings able to fight back through their early game and take game number 1. We'll see if they can keep it running in game 2 right after this break.
East Coast always in me, Commonwealth, Lil Joe, getting love from my city. I roll call for the DMV. In my own lane, you could still ride with me.
Lord knows I made mistakes.
You won't end, but it's too late.
I don't need your support just to know I'm important.
I will never sell myself short, cause I know you see me on the come up. Big girl with big dreams and big drip. Talk is cheap, but please dare me to run up. I'ma put my money where my mouth is. Talk a good game, I'm my alphabet. Even on my worst days, still an alphabet. Standing next to me, you gotta be an alphabet. 8 ball in your pocket, I'm your alphabet. Alphabet.
Never really fit in, always felt like an alien.
I be in my own space of mine, making boss moves in my own time, and I
Ride my own ride.
find me all alone. I'm on the road. I had to take a couple hits, a couple stones, but targets I don't ever miss. They wanna know.
To be me.
Let me give you this game for free. No, you see me on the come up. Big girl with big dreams and big drip. Talk is cheap, but please dare me to run up. I'ma put my money where my mouth is. Talk a good game, I'm an alphabet. Even on my worst days, still an alphabet. Standing next to me, you gotta be an alphabet. 8 ball in your pocket, I'm your alphabet. Yeah, alphabet, baby.
Despite an excellent performance during the first half of the year, the Hounds were met with the struggles every team has. Roster swaps. Losing Quig and Coast, picking up Stewart, as well as back-to-back champion and MVP Neil Ma, the team struggled to find their identity during the road to Worlds. Eyes turned towards Neil Ma to facilitate carry Stewart and Benny Q, and help his team keep a level head as he looks to lead yet another underdog team to victory.
I think the Hounds are an interesting team. They do have like sparks of like greatness, and you can see it, and all their players are really, really strong. Then it's just maybe they're not necessarily used to winning all the time, so when they get in that position, it's hard for them to close out a game. That tends to happen with lower seeded teams where in tournament settings or in competitive settings, you're like, early game, no problem. Mid game, no problem. Get a fire, and then it's siege, and you're like, ooh, what do I do now?
Like Oath is like, he's like the peak, like the epitome of a carry player, but sometimes like it's just not his game. And I think the same goes for like a lot of their players. Like sometimes Ducky has like an incredible Thor game or incredible Herc game, and then next game it's just not the same thing. I think that's what Hound's problem is the fact that they're not really consistent, all of them at the same time, to be like a top team, and I think that's why they struggle in the full split of SPL as well.
I mean, Neil is one of the best people to have on your team. He is the most uplifting person. He's really optimistic about everything, and he keeps everybody in a good mindset. And I do think the Hounds need that. Talking to some other people, it can be a situation where they kind of get down on themselves sometimes. So I think somebody like Neil, who has the experience, who has the attitude that they really need, I think going into Worlds, if like they let Neil do what Neil wants to do, it's going to be really good.
I think Stu, he had like a crazy Worlds run last year, and I think people always overlook it just because I guess we didn't win, but I think he played really well. And I think someone like Neil can definitely get him back to that spot, because I think Neil's always been a player that's kind of uplifted everybody's spirits on the teams he's been on.
I'm sure Neil has a lot of confidence when I think they were losing a lot of sets and they turned it around. So when you've got that experience of coming back, it's always going to be imprinted in your mind somewhere that you know you can win no matter what. But just because you have that opinion doesn't mean it's going to convince the people in your team that it's going to be that way.
Like I said earlier, if they believe that they can do it, then they can do it. As soon as they have that, even if it creeps in at all, that little sense of doubt, they're done. But if they believe they can do it, I think they can.
So I feel like Nilma is not the best mechanical support in my opinion, but he's a really smart player. Like he will make a team work. Like even though he could like be missing some stuff, like missing this and that, I feel like he can lead a team to a victory.
You don't always need a top player in every single role to win championships. And just look at SK in Season 6 and Season 7. Like, you just need the right team together to win. And I think Neil can be the glue a lot of the time to teams. And they have some star players on their team for sure. Benny Q always popping off on the Raw. Oath can be a hard carry, like quadra kills on Thanatos, going crazy mode. So they might be able to get their stuff together, but if I were a betting man and if I had to choose a team to play against, I'd rather play against them than a lot of the other teams.
The Hounds have one final chance to make it to the world stage. Will they get there, or will they fall short once more?
That's right. If you want to watch more videos like that one, then I've got the best place that you can go. You just saw the link, youtube.com/SmitePro. We've got one of those for every single team that is here, as well as the teams that are coming up, to just get the players' thoughts on how the teams are going to be doing, what their performance at Worlds is going to be like. And, of course, you're going to want to tune in at Worlds and keep watching on youtube.com/SmitePro, because we're going to be releasing some that are about players as well, which is going to be very fun to watch. And if you're like me and you want to get a little more in the mood for the World Championship, you can also go to youtube.com/SmiteVod and watch all the past Worlds finals and get that energy ramp as we approach the World Championship. A lot of fantastic content, so make sure you're checking us out on YouTube, subscribing, liking, leaving comments everywhere. But it's Gore's Myth, and despite the early game, the Kings managed to find themselves a 1-0. And I would argue maybe even in spite of the early game, they managed to fight back and find their way into this one.
So we had talked about in the initial estimate, how are the Eldritch Hounds going to try and play up against the Kings? Does it play against their strongest players, or is it try and knock down maybe some of the contestation points, the weaker points in their team composition? And they decided, let's go ahead, all in on variety. Let's try and deal with Captain Twig. And it works out. For the first few minutes, I believe 0-4 start for Variety. Twig down 2, so they're 6 out of 6 of the deaths there for the Camelot Kings. But here's the thing about the Camelot Kings, and this has been true about just about every single iteration of this team. The win conditions are in the dual lane and on the center of the map. Big Man Tings is just gonna one-shot somebody at some point. That is a guarantee. If there is an ability in Big Man Tings' kit that has a comma in it, he's going to one-shot somebody. And it happens, I believe, 3 times this game. Yarkor has a phenomenal match, a 2-level lead for him. Quig was building circles around Neilma at one point at 5 items to the 2 of Neilma, and one of the 2 for Neilma was Relic Dagger, so not exactly tanky there either. I think if the Eldritch Hounds want to make adjustments going into this next one, it's you're going to have to play against the strong points of the Kings. You can't let Big Man Tings free farm. You can't let Yarkor free farm. Because if you do, by the time the team fight phase rolls around, and we forget about this so often, the Camelot Kings are a late game team. That's what they do. That's their MO. They want a 5v5. That's the best point of their match. So if the best players get to that point from even or ahead, things generally look pretty good for the Kings.
Yeah, Variety going 1-6-5. Even if you ignore the 5, just say 1-6. And well, you look up and you see the win over it. Doesn't necessarily matter what the KD is, as well as when you just look towards the right, you see the 2-1-3, as you had mentioned. Some of those were just delete buttons for Tings, and 009 for Quig, 3-0-3. You know, when the left side of the map is able to pretty much free roam and get the job done in the late game, Variety doesn't care, because Variety's going to try to hit the same point that he hits every single game. This is actually something that we've seen against the Kings, I want to say relatively often, where a team will hyper-focus the right side of the map. And if you can get Twig heavily involved, right, if they were both 0-4, maybe we're having a different conversation. But Twig is able to get that one kill, and that kind of helps keep it alleviated. Variety will go 0-9 if he needs to, and it will still mean, okay, let's get to the late game and be tanky. We've seen it happen. Maybe not 0-9. That's a little egregious. But we've definitely seen him have some rough games that have resulted in Kings wins anyway. We'll see what they do this time around, especially, as you had mentioned, with the Hounds having to adapt to it. First adaptation is they're going to be first pick. Kings are up 1-0. And so far, Hounds ban out Kukul Khan, Aphrodite, and then one more TBD. Kings have banned out the Athena and the Sobek with their one more waiting as well. And so small adjustments as of right now, but it once again comes into this interesting dynamic, like you had said, individual team meta of what the Hounds now will see as first pickable, because earlier they even were willing to first pick at Tiamat, though I don't know that would go under a recommended section if we had one.
Wouldn't recommend it, personally, but I'm not Benny. Oh, man, speaking of Benny, some of those transformations in the previous game just were not lining up. The last team fight turns into Lancelot's get clotheslined on his own ultimate before he's even get to the end of it. I'd love to see Benny, the shout-outs from the pros, things like the Ra, the Merlin, the Raijin, some of his more bread-and-butter selections, I think, would suit them well. That's not to say that you can't play Tiamat, but I do not want to see it top 3, and if they don't pick it top 3, they probably won't get it. The Camelot Kings have clearly taken notice of that selection. Speaking of taking notice, now it's Twig on call here. Lancelot banned out by the Eldritch Hounds. Got to dig a little bit deeper into that God pool. So much still available, though. And when I think of the battery of the Camelot Kings, again, duo lane and mid, just about all of their selections are still out there. Big Man Tings could go back towards the Thoth. Yarkor can play everything in the Hunter tab. The Camelot Kings, I don't feel like they're feeling too limited by this ban phase, barring the Lancelot. Gotta see what else Twig's got.
And normally, you've kind of highlighted this, if Twig isn't Lancelot, it's Hunbats, right? I mean, those are usually
or
the
Rat.
two. Or Rat has definitely been up on that list as well. So, couple of options. Thor, I actually really agree with this first pick, just because even though, I guess technically a loss last game, I feel like it's something that has worked out well for the Hounds. Although
Flex
you had
potential.
mentioned it definitely, Ducky is the one who's maybe found more success on this pick in general for the Hounds than maybe Oath.
Yeah, so picking it first overall doesn't reveal too much about your draft, except that you are going to have a Thor, global presence, wall to spawn up, good damage output. Maybe you throw him in the solo lane. I'm not sure how Thor is faring in solo right now with the resurgence of Warrior's Axe. Thor was a really good Bluestone abuser. Maybe you could still go that Bluestone build, get that Jotuns in first slot, play him a little bit more damage-centric, but I would think we would want to see him a bit tankier, or just right back into the jungle. I think the Eldritch Hound's very capable of taking him there. Camelot Kings, on the other hand, got a really good selection on field here. Thor, although a good pick, I think matched up in pressure by things like Rat or Thanatos, so if you want global presence out of your jungler, certainly some options available to go immediately towards that. Instead, facilitate your big boys. Thoth and on her, that's BMT, that's Yark, and that's a lot of pressure.
That's dangerous, is what that. I mean, that is a dangerous top two. That is one of those moments. Realistically, you could probably just screenshot the Camelot King's Thoth on her, and like pocket that for about. Well, I guess you don't even need to pocket it for 20 minutes. You can just hold on to it now, release it now, and just showcase. Like that is a winning combination usually. And so we'll have to see. Again, there's a lot that maybe goes around it. I'm actually really intrigued by Quig's choices. And wondering what he's going to want to put with the on her. I feel like there's definitely been some picks in the past that match up well with him. They've banned the Sobek, but there are other Guardians that really pair well into these matchups.
There are. I'm thinking about the Hound's pick here. I think I might want to see Stu's lock, and Heimdall makes sense to me. With Hachiman off the table, I like Heimdall for what he brings to the majority of compositions, and what he brings is a good deal of safety, as well as great vision in late-game Fire Giant or Gold Fury team fights. That first ability, essentially turning you to a massive sentry ward that sees over walls, is just great. And I'm primarily the reason I wanted to see Stu's pick is Heimdall would have got banned had he not got picked in this selection. And then there's not a whole lot of safety hunters available. Yeah. Could go towards the Jingwei, but feels like that's a major concession to make just to have a safer laning phase. And I only say all that to say, Yark's on her is going to make it tough. It's going to make it very tough to exist in the lane. So make sure that Stu isn't feeling too much of that pressure. The Eldritch Hounds in Game 1 showed me a propensity to play in the solo lane more often than the duo lane. So if no one's going to be there to stop Yark from jumping on Stu, you got to get him on something safe.
Kuzenbo gets locked in. Now, Miff, I'm going to be honest with you. Kuzenbo, to me, has not necessarily stood out as the, hey, if we lose this game, we are eliminated from our world's contention. Our run is over. We're going home. But it's locked in top 3 for the Hounds. It gives a little bit of aggression, but you were just highlighting, especially if he goes to the dual lane, that Heimdall wants to play a little safer. Is this to bring people to the Heimdall so that he can continue to play safe and the lane can be aggressive? Or is this just a Neil pick that every now and then comes out and they got to hope that it does well?
A little column A, a little column B. That's not to say, again, Heimdall very safe. Also hits very hard. His auto chain, one of the better level 1 through 5 auto chains, can do upwards of 100 damage like a tier 2 item. So
I forgot about Maman, and she got banned the second time around, but I can't believe she made it all the way down there.
Yeah, I just got whiplash from that too. Good spot from the Camelot Kings, not giving that one up. But Kuzenbo to me screams, guys, I'm going to go run at that Thoth in the late game. I'm going to Watery Grave. I'm going to throw my Nene Kappa. I'm going to pop my Thorns, whatever it is, and I'm going to prevent Thoth from playing for 15 seconds. And in that 15 seconds, I need the rest of you guys to decimate whoever is in front of you because I am dying for this. I'm not walking away from this Thoth. He's going to chase me down afterward if I haven't done enough damage to him myself. So that to me is just big man Tings needs to be put in check. Kuzenbo's the god to do it.
Let's get back there. You talked about Thor into the Thoth last time, so maybe some play there. Daji gets banned as well. I think the Kings, again, another good read on that in terms of jungle. Umoja, Ganesh taken off the board in terms of support. Kings are just going to run it back. It was 009 for Quig last time. 2 games, 100% win rate for him so far this week. And the Kings want to keep that number exactly where it's at. And so now we're looking for, what, I guess either a last pick. If they want to, you could hard pivot and have Variety play the Rab. More than likely a last pick for Variety, and he's going to get to see the field of the other side.
Oh, that's real dangerous.
Now, I want to ask, because I'm getting conflicted mood, because I know a few seconds ago you did say that you agreed with the pros where he should play his Raijin, the Merlin, the Ra, but now I can recognize that it's a little dangerous to pick, especially in this scenario.
I mean, there's just a lot of dive potential on the Camelot Kings.
Stop him.
Thoth is going to have the poke advantage. Thoth is also one of the best applicators of Divine Ruin in Smite, so you're not going to be able to heal as much. It's just a really, really dangerous raw pick because of how much the Camelot King is going to be capable of just walking you down.
Yeah.
And if it is going to be a Nemesis lock-in, I think indicates that we are looking at Rat solo, which would just add an additional diver onto the list. Now, Nemesis is going to walk you down. You've got slow immunity on Ra to help out a bit, but that is a very dangerous selection. When Heimdall is as safe as he is, that's a double-edged sword, right? Your Heimdall is super safe. CC immunity dash, nearly global teleport as well, thanks to the Bifrost. That dissuades backline divers from looking at Heimdall first. I'm going to hit him a little bit. He's going to teleport away. Who's next? Oh, it's Ra. That guy just walks. He's just going to walk, and Kuzumbo's diving my Thoth. So nobody's peeling this Ra. That is a very scary selection. It can go one of two ways. He can dominate. He's going to take the level 5, hit Searing Pain, do 300 damage at level 5, solo BMT, and then roll with that the entire game. Or he's going to die one time at like level 10, and he's going to die again and again and again, because that's just the nature of Ra into a draft like this.
Yeah, it's dangerous. You described it the best way, to the point where it eclipses the Susano that gets locked in. The Nemesis locked in as well. It creates a very interesting dynamic, right? These are squishier squads, right? And admittedly, we've seen that Baron can build tanky, right? Rat with the right build can get a little tanky. But if you are, Myth, if you are going to play a Ra, and you are going to try and just be absolutely, monstrous with your ults, this might be the best draft for it, because it doesn't feel like there's a bad target for you to hit. It just feels like there's also a lot of targets that will hit you back really hard in the process.
Yeah, the front line of the Eldritch Hound's going to have to do a whole lot of heavy lifting. If you're initiating the fights well and Ra's just hitting Searing Pain off first bit of CC, that might be enough to keep people away from the Ra. But if the fights are being initiated by the Camelot Kings, the peel potential of the Eldritch Hounds is then called into question. And if they're all spending time saying, Benny needs help, get into the back line, oh god, the Nemesis, he's shredding defense, the dashes are down, get back there, who's stopping Thoth? Who's preventing the Thoth from free casting from all the way across the map, right? So there's a lot of nuance to how this composition can play, but I think so much of the Eldritch Hounds game is going to be reliant on the first 10 minutes.
That's a dangerous first 10 minutes. The good news is, if Rat is going solo and Baron is support, a lot of that middle engage is going to be what? Slice and dice for a slow, and I guess the ultimate on Nemesis at level 5. So in theory, and again, it's a pretty heavy theory at that point, but in theory, you've got a little bit of leeway in that first 10 minutes to try and make that work. But do you see things going super... I mean, Ra just does not go fast, as you highlighted. He just kind of walks around, hovers leisurely towards wherever he's aiming.
I mean, he zooms. He's a fast character.
But only if you use your abilities, though.
And you're going to be using your abilities. That's how Smite works.
You better be.
But safety, I think, at a very high question here. Both these compositions have a whole lot of potential to run the early. One of them has to run the early.
Well, the question is going to be who it is that's running the early. Will the Kings move on and will send the Hounds home, or will the Hounds hold on for at least one more? The only way to find out is to go down to the casters.
Thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin. Game number 2, elimination on the line for the Eldritch Hounds. Camelot Kings 1 game away from pushing up into a qualifier match of their own. See if they can make it back into the SWC. But after this set, only one of these two teams will still be in the contention at all for SWC. Will it be the Hounds? Will it be the Kings? We'll find out here in game number 2 if the Hounds have what it takes to fight back. Twitch poll seems to think that it's slightly more in favor of the Camelot Kings, and maybe with a bit of an unorthodox solo that we're not really used to seeing anymore, Charlie. It's an assassin solo at the Camelot Kings with this Ratatosker.
I love me some Assassin solo, man, especially with the Warriors X changes. I think the Jotun's Vigor start helps out things like Thor. Not so much like the characters like Nike and Wukong definitely use it better, but hey, Thor with a nice juicy double tap, then back up, then repeat the process can certainly get ahead in a lane. But what I want to look to is the fact that your season is on the line, okay? Your world's chances, your season, everything.
Yep.
And Benny Q goes to the Raw. This has been a pick that has been extremely strong for him. I'm not going to say and him alone, but mostly Benny Q, right? Like not everyone is going to this Raw. It's a pick that you have to be confident on, right? You can't go in being like, maybe I can hit my snipes today. No, you got to say, give me the Raw. This isn't a pick that your teammates set up for you. And already, Lucky gets off to a great start. A double tap into a spin might do just enough damage, but Variety is not going to let that one happen. Either way, I'm excited to watch this mid lane battle. 2 birds in mid and a lot of damage to come through.
This Raw is really a storied pick for Benny.
Oh, yeah.
You think back whenever he was first trying to qualify up to the SPL last year in Season 9. What did he do? He went to the Raw and he put on a highlight reel performance all on his own, essentially. Didn't need any kind of setup to help him land these big shots, firing ultimates over walls, blind essentially to try and get some of those kills, and did so. Even goes back to it, I believe it was during Masters, on a backs against the wall against an SCC squad. Picks it up, absolutely frags with it. So it's been a pick that, while Merlin would be a god that we always talk about that he kind of defaults back to, when Benny Q needs that power pick, when he needs that carry, this is the god that he almost always flexes back towards.
When Benny Q needs the dub, hopefully Raw won't flub. I was trying to think of something better, but that's not bad. We'll workshop it. We have plenty of time. This is going to be a slow early game, and we'll figure out something a little bit better. But once again, Oath heading left, Captain Twig heading right. Nothing shocking there. Especially, though, the fact that Stewart goes to the Heimdall. He already played very safe on the Ishtar, right? It was not a pick that he tried to get too involved with. He stayed very far back. I'm assuming the same sort of style here, right? Staying very far back, not really stepping up for anything. The Heimdall is a lot safer, yes, but maybe it's because you look at Neilma, and he's on the Kuzenbo. This is a pick that is not going to have much peel. It's going to be more so for engage. So maybe that was the answer. And because of that, you got to wonder, who's going to be peeling for Benny Q? Maybe he's just going to try and kill everyone that tries to kill him, and then you don't have to worry about peel.
Right, did go back to base, teleports back in, so better HP for him up against Ducky for the time being. But still not in the best position. Does have that tier 2 Acorn. And the one benefit that Ratatosker has over almost every other god in the game is that he can just buy his item there. At least just the Acorn. But now on the wrong side of the wall, Oath shows up and Variety will get put down by the jungler once more. It's a repeat of game number 1, but it happens in the lane this time up against Variety. The 2v1 goes to the Hounds.
Yeah, but Twig, smart man, knows that blue buff's gone. Just go ahead and steal the blue buff instead and then get away. Maybe even take away the speed. That's what a lot of junglers do here, is when they do invade that blue, they immediately go for the steal. The question is, does Oath recognize it? Twig actually blinks to try and get both done quickly. He could definitely get the red, but does he make it out? It looks like he's been paying. I think they're saying he went to speed and done, but no, he did the red instead. Still not bad, of course. Being able to take away that red buff certainly helps, but the real hurt is when that speed buff goes down. And look, Oath's not even checking it. He just assumes it's down. He's leaving it to Benny.
Yeah, Benny goes back, sees the single minion that's sitting in the red buff, goes, oh man, I lost my buff. I lost my XP. What the heck's going on? Man, Variety's already back to half HP. He just got back to lane. This happened last time. He teleported into lane, lost half his health. Is already back once more. Half HP, now level 5 for Ducky on the Thor. Coffin from Quig to try and pull Stewart back. Gets the beads out of the Hunter, but that ultimate from your core doing a lot of damage, as well as the damage from Ducky.
That's his ult.
Just getting bullied out. That's one ultimate down now in the solo lane on the side of the Elder Towns. Meanwhile, flip end, it's 2 ults down the duo for the Kings.
Yeah, well, Ducky is just trying to. That's the benefit, right? You got to, oh, he's dead.
Oh no!
You got no beads, man. What? He sighed.
Back up.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. He sighed as in like, oh man, unlucky. But he did the simplest double tap wall I've ever seen. You know, like, it just seems like that was a play that didn't need to happen. And now you're in a real rough spot because you already teleported. You're never gonna have beads. That's minutes away. And Ducky's gonna half health you every single time you walk up to the lane. It's just a little bit unfortunate. Oh, he forewent the point. He didn't even ult at 5. He just put the extra point of the double tap. That's where the HP went. He said, I'm just gonna keep leveling. Even better.
It says, who needs an ultimate if my hammer just does more damage and I have on, what, like a 10-second cooldown essentially up against the enemy. But this is the exact position that we were in last
That is true.
It's only a 300 gold lead, 400 give or take for the Eldritch Hounds right now. 2 kills up. Last time it was 4 about at this point for the Eldritch Hounds. Difference is that Captain Twig hasn't gone down. Maybe another kill on Variety. Oath misses the pull. Tries to get damage onto the wrap, but not going to get enough to really threaten Variety's health bar. He can dunk back over towards his blue buff, which I'm almost surprised we don't see Oath or Ducky going towards just yet. Just now seeing Oath make that rotation up to blue, going to go for an invade against Variety. But Captain Twig says, all right, well, I learned my lesson last time. Don't stick around here with the solo lane. See what we can get done on the opposite side. We'll go for a purple invade while the other towns strip away another blue.
Yeah, Twig's a smart man. He said, you know what, last game we were both 0-2 before I figured out that I should leave you alone, bro, and I have figured out my issue. I am leaving while you are 0-2, and it's going to help them out for sure. The question is, how long can Variety get bullied this way? I mean, with the build that Ducky's going for, like I said, half health every single time the wall comes through. And once you have that Anvil of Dawn available, you could almost 100 to 0 Variety before he gets the, I assume, Glad Shield will be the first item he wants to go for, because there's no way you go Jotuns from this spot, right? Like, the usual build is Jotun's Vigor into Glad Shield, but because the Acorn takes so long to get online, you are going to die so much more if you don't go a physical defense item here. It gives you value against Oath and Ducky, gives you a little bit of CDR. If he builds into a mace, I've got a bad feeling about the rest of this lane.
So now eyes kind of go towards the rest of the teams. Okay, well, Variety's having a tough time. Not sure how easily we can, dig him out of the hole that he's in. So what do the Camelot Kings do elsewhere on the map? Do you focus a bit more towards BMT, try and punish Benny Q on this Raw? Well, Benny hasn't really stepped up beyond the halfway point of the map at any given moment just yet. Do you go over to the dual lane and try and help out Yarkor? Well, we've seen what's happened with Stu. He'll sit back, and he went 0-0-0 until the last moments at the throne room last time, where he finished the game 1-1-0. Fight around shield buff, Neil Ma used the ultimate, and some good damage by Stu on the Heimdall. And getting Stu on this pick, it's one that's super safe, but at the same time, this is Stewart's most picked god. This is the guy that he has the most time and comfort on at the SPL level.
And because of that, I don't expect Stewart to get ganked too often. He's going to stay pretty far back. And I think echoed by that is Captain Twig going Blink, right? Yeah, and anytime a Nemesis is going to go for a gank onto a Heimdall, it's going to be knock up, ult by. Instead, ults aggressively onto Yarkor. Unfortunately, does not find the kill, and of course, Stewart's going to be able to spy, but the snipe onto Captain Twig!
And now Benny Q, low Variety able to take one down. It's a 1-for-1 trade over in the mid lane skirmish. Variety has no mana to his name. If anybody catches this Ratatosker, he is as good as dead. Keep backing up to that tier 1 tower. Pull back, but now BMT's on the wrong end of the wall, and it's Ducky to put up a second kill this game, and you can see the team getting energized on the Hound side of the booth.
Yeah, I noticed that relic pickup from Tings, and I didn't love it, and I definitely didn't like it there. 1 beads gets you out of trouble. Aegis does nothing against Susano. And that's the thing. I guess it's just for the snipe, right? Because anything else, Thor ult, Aegis does nothing. You're just gonna get CC'd out of it. Susano, you just hold your Aegis while the ult's popping. Like, there is just so many ways that beads is better early on, and in this case, beads saves Ting's life there, 100%, but Aegis did nothing. And now he goes down. He was just trying to save Variety's life, who was able to get that kill onto Benny Q, which certainly helps out. But now you got this Thor that's just going to be a growing problem. This was the same as last time, though. Ducky was a growing problem that was dealt with. But Twig going down, Ting's going down. That's what's really going to hurt here.
Benny Q just hitting level 11, where his counterpart's already been there, even with the 1 death to BMT's name. The Camelot Kings being even down 4-1, the game is still only about a 600 deficit for the Camelot Kings. Very similar to what we saw in game number 1, except not quite as extreme in the kill column. I believe it's 7-1 as we started kind of approaching this 12 to 15 minute part. The Camelot Kings were only down that 1k gold. All they needed was 1 fight to swing back in. Neil Ma, we're on the top side of the map, gets spotted out by Quig. As Neil Ma will now rotate back over towards the duo lane. A couple of pings come out, spotting out where Yarkor is, but now the Eldritch Hounds, what do they do at this point? I mean, Oath has that ultimate. It's a good, easy setup for Benny Q. We saw how good it worked in the fight before. Where do the Eldritch Hounds go now? They've got this small lead, minuscule essentially at this point. What's the best course of action for this team?
Well, they can certainly try and play through the right side of the map. I don't imagine they head left and look at Yarkor. It just doesn't seem like something Stewart's going to help much with. He's still stacking up Devos. He's just so far behind in that regard because of how safely he's playing. Mid lane could be a good look. I mean, you've got Blink on Neilma, and again, Tings only had Aegis. He just got his beads up, so that becomes a little bit more difficult. Now it seems that the Camelot Kings are trying to find something. Oath is nowhere in sight, but Neilma does not die quickly, and he is just going to be able to get out of trouble pretty quick.
Ducky hammers away from Variety, starting to get the better end of the trades. Yarkor spots out Stu. Bifrost will get Stewart away for the time being, but now that defensive tool gone for the Hunter of the Elder Towns, and his shield buff is the return priority. Still 2 minutes until that first beacon spots up. As Benny Q roams around on the Raw. Has that Book of Thoth and the Spirit of Desolation online, so Farm has been the name of the game. In fact, outpacing the stacks that BMT has for the Thoth, but unfortunate for Variety, he might be able to make it out of here. Has ultimate this time, so if he thinks that there's too much threat, he can just press that 4 button and get out. He might just go for a bit of split push here, try and take out those minions behind the tower, run through the jungle. I'm not sure where Variety's going, but he's going to take his time before landing back down. Wants to make sure to live out that jet stream before it can get procced.
Yeah, not too bad. There was no way he died unless Oath got him. Or I think Ducky needed to hit the wall. That would have started off a lot better. Stewart just going to Bifrost. But look at where the Bifrost is. He's in a bad spot. He has to place a different one. Captain Twig trying to chase him down. With Neilma close, I don't think it's going to be a big worry because of that right there. No beads. Captain Twig was never going to be able to chase down fully. And Stewart gets to live to see another day. Ult for ult. Not a bad look.
So now Stewart living. Captain Twig until he gets those beads. Kind of as you mentioned at the start of the game. It's pretty much how that song and dance will go. Invade to the purple buff. Oath goes in against Yarkor. Coffin gonna pull Neilma back, and a Typhoon sent through by Oath just to try and confirm that purple. Stolen away by the Eldritch Hounds, and now it's the Hounds trying to get some advantage on both fronts. They were getting the better end of Variety on the right side, but that really hasn't proved it to do much anymore. As Variety is all completely caught up. Now it's Stu trying to get ahead of Yark.
Yeah, because it's Ducky who upgrades this teleport so early on, right? If you put that much gold into your relic, it gives Variety a bit of build leeway where he can try and catch back up, and essentially that's what he's done. Mirroring level 12, not going to be the biggest deal in the world. Benny Q has been sitting underneath the tower, so besides that one death, has not really given any opportunity to find kills elsewhere. You asked me where I thought the Elder Towns would try and force their lead. It has been a whole lot of attempts, but not really anything sticking just yet. You know, the right side of the map, yeah, Oath goes over, goes, maybe we can kill Variety again. Oh, he's pretty tanky. Okay, we should give up on that front. Big Man Tings regretted his decision, waited until he had beads to start getting aggressive again, and now he's been coming out of the tower a little bit. I do think it's going to be Quig and Neilma that are the next ones to really get these fights going, because Life of the Party has been sent out to try and pull back in Neil, but that Sumo Slam gets him out of trouble 9 times out of 10.
I think the only time that we saw Neil really pulled back was in that last fight where he intentionally took the coffin so that way Oath could escape. When Oath charging that Typhoon, they guaranteed the purple buff, but now let's group up around mid. First beacon has already been capped for these two teams, so we'll have to wait another 5 minutes before that one comes back up. But it's been a very quiet game, and to be honest, I mean, this is what we see all the time when it comes to, elimination matchups, qualifier rounds, even, semifinals where you're trying to get to that finals, that grand moment for these two teams as things really start slowing down when you're on match point at this moment. So not too surprised to see the Elder Towns taking it a bit slower, even given the lead that they had started with.
That's a good point. There's a lot on the line. Like I said early on, like Benny Q goes to Raw when everything's on the line, but this game still does mean everything's on the line, not just for Benny, the whole team. They have to play this one slow despite the fact that they were able to get a good lead for themselves. The game's even, J-Mac. Look at that goal, and it has not moved, and because the Camelot Kings, no matter what, if their fights aren't going well, their farm is always going to be top tier, and we praised Variety for this last time. Sure, he took some invades, he got a little bit behind, got ganked, got solo, whatever. Now he's chilling, even on this Ratatosker. He's ready to make his rotations as well. That teleport has been upgraded for both Ducky and Variety. But a big difference maker that I've seen in a lot of the Hounds games is Ducky's the first solo laner to pull that trigger. He's the first one to teleport over more often than not. So you got to keep your eyes out. Make sure you're warding, because the skies are going to be filled with Rat and Thor later on. So I think that's probably why we see Stewart playing a little bit defensively, just in case Variety shows up, just in case he's not on the ward coverage. And also because he's up against an Anhur who's just going to win these boxing trades early on.
And really kind of talking about these two compositions, we mentioned it is the double assassin soul lane, which isn't something that we see very often anymore. It used to be, a Thor solo because he could just build super tanky like any other warrior. But it's been a while since we've seen kind of that double assassin style. How does it, especially given that they're both semi-global style of assassins, how does this change the dynamic of team fights come late game?
I mean, it's just way more difficult early on. Late game, it's kind of like you've got a tanky Thor and a tanky Rat, right? Everyone's dealt with that at some point, but early on, the teleports become so much more deadly. The rotations become faster. That's why the Gold Fury hasn't been looked at. Pyromancer started up. There is a raw snipe, easy for confirmation, but BennyQ is going to go for hits Variety as well as he gets pushed back in.
He gets pulled back. Typhoon doesn't matter. BennyQ's got more than enough damage. Oath, though, falling low. Captain Twig going to try to chase him out, as well as a dunk in from Ducky to try and keep Twig back. You step too far forward, Captain Twig, and BennyQ make sure that you know the punishment is ready. Double kill for the mid laner of the Eldritch Hounds. The Hunters left to their own devices as the chaos ensues in the right jungle.
Man, if Variety just ulted in, it would have been so much easier. Because he walked up, he gets hit in the face by a raw snipe. Remember, no magical defense built just yet. And then he just tries to go up into the sky. It's not going to work. The beads would have been very nice to have, but he's got Blink. So, unfortunately, and well played by Benny and Neilma. That's step one. Twig tries to just chase down the 1 HP Oath because of a nice final judgment off of Big Man Tings. But the peel was there. Ducky lands that Anvil of Dawn, gets the beads down, and Twig falls. You want to talk about a level differential. Captain Twig's level 12 right now. There's just no farm on the map for him.
Probably the largest disparity between the junglers that we've seen this set. I mean, we look back in game number 1, it was a couple of levels, at one point 3 levels between the Hunters. Solo laners were 2 to 3 levels at any point. But the junglers are always right there, so seeing the Captain Twig just now hitting that level 13 point versus Oath, who's been sitting on 15 for a moment. Really starting to show the level of impact that the two of them can have. Oath going to do half of Yark's HP. Yark going to stand his ground, but Oath's going to go back in. Unfortunately, Oath walked into 3, gets the Typhoon, but doesn't get the final damage to kill out Yark, and instead it's Ducky trying to get it done. Stewart picks up Captain Twig in the back, and Ducky finds a perfect landing on top of Yark. It's 2 kills now for the Eldritch Hounds for only 1 on the side of the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, Variety tried to make that same level of rotation, but the teleport was not available. Beautiful stall there, but Ducky was able to find the ultimate. Yark almost juked it, but took one more stack back in. And because of that, falls down. And of course, Captain Twig, he didn't have beats. He just died to Stewart's ult in the backline before we even got a chance to look at him. And that was, a decent trade considering Variety wasn't there. But the Eldritch Hounds are finally getting their footing. They're understanding how they can play this lead, and they know exactly how much damage this Raw is doing. Man, BennyQ, only 4K. But when he does connect with one of these abilities, it absolutely chunks.
I mean, we saw what was about 650 that he hit Variety with. And he wasn't even aiming at Variety at that Pyro. That was to confirm Pyromancer. Variety was just a stray bystander at that point who just gets clipped by a shot. And that's more than enough for Neilma to step forward, push him back in, and set up a kill for Benny, and then eventually the double kill.
A little 400 for Quig there.
But also, going back towards BennyQ, one of the few players, I think, in competitive in general, we might have to get to it in a moment. Ducky able to use the beads, teleport out with his hammer. But one of the only players that I see consistently going back to this 3rd item in slot, this Soul Gem, has just been a comfort item for really only BennyQ at this point.
Yeah, if you're a mid laner, you love the Soul Gem meta. It just feels so good for the cheap price that it has. But the nerfs over the year have certainly hurt, right? If it doesn't give you like pen or percent damage, it's not always nice to pick up, but I think it's decent in this 3rd slot here, where it's just going to give you that extra survivability, that extra CDR, and also that extra HP, that little steal that you'll love to get at the end of your abilities. As we see Ducky going to the sty, Gold Fury's the target, but Quig's the target as well.
Quig gets landed on wall, blocks him away. Quig's got nowhere to go. A good snipe by BennyQ, but it's a triple ult commit to kill the support. Now they got nothing left after, but Yarkor doesn't have any health. It's a triple immediately in, but Variety able to take down Ducky. 2 versus 4 on the left-hand side. The Fury is available. The Elder Talent can go right to it. They still got Stu, both BMT and Variety lurking by. Not the healthiest of members on the side of the Eldritch Hounds just yet. Gold Fury now down to half HP. BennyQ's ultimate nearly back off of cooldown already. Can use that. Just go ahead and secure this gold as Variety nearly gets taken out by Stu in the back.
and it's the Eldritch Hounds with 3 kills plus gold.
Yeah, they had to back up there. I mean, Oath didn't have the blink, but he was ready to go in the backline at any moment. Tings and Variety, no ultimates, so there's no way they could try and close gap or even go for a steal. And that was just the watery grave from Neil, and Benny Q landed a 1. Like, that Celestial Beam is absolutely chunking. That's not the ultimate. That is just searing pain. So much DPS if he's able to connect onto a carry, which is exactly what happens. And unfortunately, you can find Stuart at your tier 2 tower. Doesn't mean you can kill him. That Bifrost is going to get him out of trouble every single time. And at the end of these engagements, I just keep looking at Twig's level. Level 14, 0-4. This Nemesis does not have the DPS to get to the backline. He can't trade with Stuart. That's what he's been trying to do, but it's not going to work.
You're thinking about it, there's not too many easily confirmable ways to pull Stuart out of those Bifrosts. You have to be not under any effect of a major CC, and really it's only Yark and Variety who could consistently pull him away from there. At any moment, if Stuart runs into Captain Twig, drop that Bifrost. As long as you know you can live the damage, Stu can just teleport out for free every single time.
And my man just plays the horn. Like, anytime he's near Yark, he's like, I don't care, bro. I'm just going to play you a little tune and get out of here. Exactly. Pyromancer is started back up. Remember, the Hounds were able to grab that one and kill Variety in the process. But they aren't going to go for the immediate pull right away. And something you noticed during that last fight, this Ra ult is on a very short cooldown, right? If Benny Q's able to find a kill, the Spear of Deso procs help out a ton. But you can throw one out for poke and then still use it to confirm an objective immediately after. It is on that low of a cooldown that it's not going to be a problem.
I believe he actually used it right before Quig goes down, uses it to get Quig low, then gets the kill on Quig, 2 more kills after, massive resets. My goodness, Benny Q's just got such a low cooldown now. Variety up on the tree. Neilma dashes away from the snake toss from Quig as Ducky crashes down from the sky. The Camelot Kings get the pyro, but Yarkor
just jump.
Nowhere to run. Does his jump on cooldown? He tries to go over the wall, but he gets caught out by Stu.
Just
That's going to be 1 kill now for the Eldritch Hounds. Can they pull anything else from it? Quig caught out of position, slammed against the wall, and the Eldritch Hounds pick up 2 for their carry. A double kill for Stu, and the Hounds able to fight back.
Yarkor, I mean, unless he jumped onto the Pyromancer, which I can't imagine a world where he does that, he just wanted to stay and fight. He ended up using both relics and getting caught out. Beautiful ultimate by Stuart. Now teleported in by Ducky. Fire Giant looks pretty easy. Variety's going in, is trying to get some good DPS off, but Final Judgment's available. Keep your eyes on Tings.
Why is Variety trying to fight Ducky? They're both tanky. Benny Q and Stu just walk around the corner and throw a couple shots right into the dome of Variety, and now it's only 2 from the Camelot Kings to defend fire, but one of those is Big Man Tings.
Bird
charging up
versus
that
Bird.
Final Judgment. Gonna cancel it for now. Up into the sky is Ducky. He's got to keep BMT away from this fight. He'll land right in front of the Thought, then stops him out with the wall. Beads and Aegis uses. Oath zones him out and nearly takes him down. In trade for his own life, gets 1, but the rest of the squad gets fired.
Yeah, that's exactly how you have to play that if you're Ducky. Don't think Oath needed to go in, but you're happy taking the trade. Unfortunately, you lose your Fire Giant buff, but the Hounds get FG on 4. Man, that was going to be a tough play regardless, but Tings almost juked everything, right? He juked the ult, tried to juke the wall, couldn't get the stun off, and ended up using both relics there. I'm still just wondering, can Captain Twig stop fighting for a bit? It's just like he needs that extra farm to be able to trade damage. He has 2 items to his name, J-Mac. Like that build is not online yet, but his team needs him. So he shows up to the engagements and tries his best. It's just the build does not back up the plays for now. That's the best thing about Oath dying, is the Eldritch Hounds likely won't go in for a full siege until he gets back. So that buys some time. But let's talk about the positives here for the Camelot Kings. That's 15-4. The gold lead is not outrageous, right? You want to talk about 5K, a little bit more than 4K? It's not the end of the world. They've got decent range with Big Man Tings. Yarkor was able to upgrade his starter item, so he's kind of matching DPS with Stuart. Now let's look at the negatives. Ducky is on point at the moment. These walls are so annoying to try and deal with. It hasn't even been the stun necessarily. It's the wall off. That's what happened to Variety. He walks up, gets walled off, dead. It's like a Ymir wall in this sense, and just about everyone on the side of the Camelot Kings does not appreciate it. Variety, Twig, Tings, and Quig. None of them can get over that wall. If Ducky's on point like he has been, it's a very difficult wall to walk, and there's no Phantom Shell.
Well, the Titans march up mid. No, I should say the Camelot Kings isn't going to live for much longer. Benny Q
And Stu able to shred through that one's health bar and a full HP Titan. This is legitimately what ended the previous game, was a single Titan push. The Hounds stepped too far forward, and the Camelot Kings punished it and end the game. Now, it's the Eldritch Hounds who are on the opposite end. They're the ones pushing up on a tier 2 tower. That's a third of Quig's health bar. Pushed away by BennyQ. Titan slamming away at the tier 2 tower. Ducky up to the sky, but who's his target? It's Captain Twig. Dunks right down on top. Wall, double tap, not quite enough for the kill, but he's kept the jungler out of the fight. Titan still pushing forward. It's now the Eldritch Hounds pushing into the Phoenix. Quig, half HP, tries to pull back somebody, but BennyQ gets the better end of the wall. Variety off the tree, on top of 3. Benny low, but Benny's not down. Instead, it's a turn back to Variety, whose health bar is a bit worse for wear. The Phoenix lives, and so do the members of the Camelot Kings.
Man, that was a 3-man ult from Tings, but he wasn't able to charge it up fully. That could have deleted some members of the Hounds off the map. And this is what I was talking about last game, right? It didn't seem like the Eldritch Hounds needed to go for the all-in against that full HP Titan, and the Camelot Kings recognized that as well. They went for the defense. The bird stands tall. You lose your tier 2, but you live to fight another day. Go grab a Pyromancer, get a Runic Bomb, and try and hit level 20. That is the goal here for Captain Twig. And so far, I mean, level 18's not bad, but he's getting more itemization. Finally has percent pen, and that's serrated. Let's look at the opposition. Oath is working on Bloodforge. Ducky finally gets that Sundering Axe online. Some big power spikes to try and deal with here, coming from the Eldritch Hounds. But another Fire Giant fight is what I'm looking towards. I don't think the Hounds are able to break the base any longer. This buff is going to wear off pretty soon. And because of that, beats timers are important. Ducky has still been able to pull beat. I mean, that was a 100-0 attempt from a essentially full tank Thor. And it wasn't close, but it did force the Relic away from Twig. That's why he's going into the Magi's, and he was just able to purchase it. So he can be a bit safer towards this Fire Giant fight. But look at the Hounds. They're stepping forward. They're immediately getting aggressive vision, and why not try and knock down 1 or 2 more towers?
Only 1 tier 2 left standing for the Camelot Kings. Quig forced into the coffin very early, but Benny turns around for the snipe for CC immunity. Gets spotted out by Variety. Big heal for Quig, try to keep him alive. Benny Q's down, and Big Ant Ting starts off the fight massive. Now it's Oath trying to fight through, but the Typhoon misses Captain Twig, and it sends Variety on top of 2. The Ducky finds a double wall to keep the Camelot Kings back. But that's the pick that the Kings were needing. Takes out BennyQ, and that's 40 seconds without the mid laner on the Hounds.
Yeah, these low health members of the Camelot Kings have to go back to base without the snipes. Nah, there's no way. This Fire Giant's not going to spawn in time for the Camelot Kings to set up. They just need to get a little bit more farm in the meantime. But that is exactly why this Thoth is deadly. Raw has that same level, but it's a little bit more telegraphed, right? You can't really flick the Raw ult. You just got to stare at him, and you'll know where it's going. Tings can snake eyes you. You know, he can look left, shoot right, he can charge it up, he can cancel it. There's so much more versatility in Final Judgment, and that is exactly what BennyQ is fearing with his Aegis down. Still down for a bit longer, but tier 1 tower, that's not going to be too bad.
BT, third health from Ducky's combo. Now the Kings head back over towards Fire Giant.
No, they're running.
Not sure they're going to try and pull this one. Instead, just head for the hills for the time being. See if they can regroup, recuperate a little bit. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Captain Twig actually pick up a red pot, thinking that maybe this could have been the ending defense or maybe a winning fight after, but it's the Eldritch Hounds who now step back up to the Fire Giant pit. BennyQ has rejoined the team. All ultimates available. It's only Blink down for Oath and Aegis from Stu on the side of the Hounds. Meanwhile, it's the Kings with only a Bracer down on the side of Quig. Can the Eldritch Hounds find this kill they need, tie up the set, or can the Camelot Kings find a reverse in this fight and take the set 2-0? Could come down to one last team fight. The last one that broke out, it was only a 1-kill swing for the Kings.
The Eldritch Hounds have a lot of aggressive vision, and that's going to help them out a ton, just being able to find it. Things like that. It's been wall into BennyQ's 1 and repeat the process. It's going to take a chunk out of just about anyone. Quig cannot be at the forefront of the fight. He's got no beads. It's life of the party or you are dead. So Quig doesn't want to be that far forward. It's just Variety. He's going for prophetic cloak stacks and trying to give vision to his team. And every once in a while, he gets hit with one of those. Wall in a Celestial Beam. There's no heal for the Camelot Kings unless Quig's able to land his 2. And because of that, you got to go back to base if you get chunked like that. How many times are we going to walk up into this wall?
Stand back.
Yeah, the Eldritch Hounds, they're not committing to the Fire Giants, so it's not as if it matters just yet, but now Yarkor, he's got a chunk out of his HP gone. And remember, this isn't nothing. BennyQ's got E-Staff. He's stealing HP when he does that.
Hounds start up fire, but it might just be to try and bait a fight
Oh,
forward.
Ducky.
Ducky's in trouble. Let's listen with the Hounds. They try and escape this fight.
Wait, right. These guys are low in the back. We're good. Back to Pyro. Nem beach. Nice. Are you good, Ducky? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna TP. I can pull it. No thought. I'm resetting. I don't have ult.
Good defense from the Hounds, keeps them out, but Oath, he's going to go back in. Now Captain Twig down to a quarter HP as the Hounds reset towards the Fire Giant. The Ducky's going to teleport back in. The Hounds will pull away from Fire and instead go for the younger brother. The Pyromancer now picked up by the Order side team.
They've got time. EFG spawns in 5 seconds. Why not stall this one out? Yarkord is healing up off the green camp. He can show up. I think they're waiting for cooldowns, right? Ultimates. Benny Q's ult's coming back up soon. Stewart already has ultimate, and Quig's got some good vision on what's going on here, but Big Man Tinks needs final judgment. It's close, but not quite.
Ducky's doing his best to keep BMT away. Fire Giant's down to half its enhanced
Variety
now.
10.
So it's a little bit tankier, a little bit healthier. Hits just a little bit harder. But the Fire Giant's not going down fast enough. Instead, it's Ducky up to the sky. Ben and Neilma both low. The Duncan's on top of Yarkor. Gets the beats and a big snipe onto Yarkor. That's going to put him low. And the Typhoon catches him out. It's Benny Q with one, but BMT with another. The trade out of the mid laners, and no one on the Hounds wants to step up to Big Man Tinks. He's just hitting too damn hard. And now it's Captain Twig who finds Stu. Bifrost is not going to be enough. It's two
Variety's got
for
ult.
Big Man Tinks, and Variety will keep up the chase. Oath not going to get caught out this time. It's Neil Ma in a bit of danger. Variety falling low, but Neil Ma staying alive. The Pridwin shield just enough, and Captain Twig trying to keep down Ducky.
Yeah, the Camelot Kings were able to turn that one around, but can't quite go for Fire Giant here. They don't have their ADC, which means they got to back up. Ducky going absolutely massive for the squad, but on the other side, Big Man Ting's just deleting Benny Q off the face of the map once again. It has been final judgment, delete Raw, and then go from there, and I love that play from Big Man Tings. I'm amazed though. If Ducky doesn't find that wall, Yark jumps over the wall, and then it's gonna be a while before he's able to actually chase down this low HP on her. And if Yarkor's alive right now, you're probably losing EFG. But because they don't have that ADC, they don't have any form of consistent DPS, the Camelot Kings have to take that, back up, and go for the reset. I just hope at this point that Ducky just keeps rinse repeating. You know, just walk up, hit a wall, hit Benny's one, and then repeat. It's so easy. The Camelot Kings haven't found a counter for it yet.
Here's the comms from Ducky and the Hounds. Like, I got the wall, I got the beam. All right, we'll do it again in 10 seconds.
All right,
We'll
see
see in 10 seconds. We'll just do it again. Who walked up? Variety. All right, here's another wall. Here's another beam. All right, lather, rinse, repeat, boys. But for the time being, the Eldritch Hounds, the lead that they have built, is slowly starting to diminish. We're only sitting at this 5,000. This is about the highest that a gold lead has gotten for the Hounds in this game, is around this 4,000 to 6,000 mark roughly. And as we start approaching 32, 35, and if this game goes beyond there to 40, that lead starts effectively meaning less and less. Captain Twig still waiting to get that final item online himself, but he's been supplementing that by buying power potions to give himself that extra burst. Now, it's the Camelot King stepping up to Fire, just getting some vision down and making sure that the Eldritch Hounds can't sneak this objective away.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and that's the thing. Benny Q has been on point, but for him to get close enough, why is he this close, though? Ducky goes to the sky as Quig also going for it.
Benny Q ult hits Yarkor, but Yark uses everything he's got to try and escape, jumps out, but Ducky spots him down, and it's Captain Twig who falls. One through the realms, and on landing, it is certain death to Variety. Stu puts him down with the help of Benny Q. Quig caught out and spotted by Ducky, gets him on the wrong side of the wall, but slows him down nonetheless. The Eldritch Hounds, now with 5 versus 2, can try and just go for another kill, maybe even just go for the end. Quig hit for the knockout, BMT with a big snipe, but it's not enough to kill the jungler. Instead, it's Quig who falls down. The Eldritch Hounds will not go down in 2. They're going to keep this set going. It's elimination on the line. You think they're just going to bow out to the Camelot Kings? No, sir, says the Eldritch Hounds. They're going to try and take this one all the way to game number 3. You've got to go the distance if you want to knock out another SPL team.
Both of these SPL squads do not want to be the first one gone, and because of that, we're going to a 3-game banger. Just back and forth trading haymakers. That was close as well. If Benny Q doesn't have the perfectly timed Aegis there, I'm pretty sure he falls, and that fight goes a little bit differently. Maybe they still have the end call in a 4v2, but either way, it was so close margins, and I'm thinking ease of execution makes the difference there, J-Mac. The fact that the Camelot Kings even hung on being that far behind, props to them, but Ducky's wall set up way too much, and they didn't have something similar. The wrap it up from Quig wasn't there. If he got up that close, he was probably dying, or at least going into life of the party, and after that, he's probably the first target. So something like Athenaton, that never gets through, right? But right there is also the Thor wall, and they were ready to follow up on it every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as effective as, pull everybody towards me, hey, here's an easy shot, but it's pretty damn close for how low that cooldown is at that point. I mean, this is at a point now you get to game 3, so, okay, Oates had a decent game on the Thor, Ducky's had a decent game on the Thor, Twig's probably not going to play Thor, and neither is Variety.
Right.
Do you just ban it away at this point to keep it away from the Hounds?
I don't think I would hate that. It's not as if, Tings wasn't top damage for a reason. That Thoth was scary, but it needs just a little bit more, right? Tings can't be the only one that are deleting people.
Well, we'll have to see if the Eldritch Hounds can keep up this forward momentum and take themselves forward in game number 3, or can the Camelot Kings bounce back? We'll find out in the conclusive game number 3 right after this.
Well, it is all tied up 1-1 Kings and Hounds. And Mifflin, we only have one more left for this set. One of these teams is going to get sent home. At least this time, it was not the Hounds. They held on as best they could and keep things interesting for us. And there was a lot to hold on to that. And I know what we were talking about going into it and what we, I guess, got the answer to was how dangerous it was going to be for a Raw to exist in a game with a comp like the Kings on the other side. And luckily, Benny never really had to worry about it too much. There were definitely a couple times where it caught up to him, but overall it worked out.
Yeah, Benny plays it very, very well. He says, look, first bit of CC that comes out, I'm throwing out my ultimate, and maybe they're going to be low enough HP that they can't run me down. I think what we didn't take into account, though, is exactly what's on your screen right now. Ducky's heroic performance out of the solo lane. Absolutely dominating variety, transitions that towards the center of the map, and make sure that that lead was not just in the solo lane, and instead was for the entirety of the Hounds. Early game has been the Hounds' MO this entire set. I know game one, maybe it's easy to forget about it considering how long ago it was. They stomped the early game there. Game two, early game looks good again. So Eldritch Hounds in a real good position from here. Do got to give some shout-outs, though, to some members of the Camelot Kings. Big man Tings in particular felt like he was trying to drag his team kicking and screaming into a victory. 3-man ultimates, last one alive, dominating the backline, finding priority targets, but it just was not enough. Captain Twig struggles on the Nemesis to connect with the priority targets. Quig caught out in the last team fight, and the Eldritch Hounds punish game just on point. How many of these team fights does Benny survive at like 10% HP that gets to resustain because he's raw? Too many. Too many for the Camelot Kings' liking.
And you know what? It's just the way the cookie crumbles for them, unfortunately. They weren't able to do too much about it. Couldn't deal with Neilma, like you said. Ducky heroic on his. A ton of damage. 32,000 damage coming out from Tings, and not even close for anybody else. And so, like you said, kicking and screaming, tooth and nail, trying to drag anyone and everyone he could. Unfortunately, could not get there. It was even the last man standing at the very end of the game to try and hold out as long as possible. But the Hounds had a different idea in mind, and instead, they put the Kings down in game 2 and pushed us all the way to 3. So this is where things get interesting, because I would say that what the Hounds did that last game was ignore what has been meta for everybody else and play what has been good for them. And that is a huge boost to what we've gotten to see from them in the other 3 games they played today.
Yeah, and look at the slash line score. I mean, just impressive all the way across the board. Everybody at least a 2 KD, undying game from Neilma, and it's not as if Neilma was KD saving. My man was in the forefront of every single one of those engagements, just begging Big Man Tings to stop doing damage. Please, I'm right in front of you. You're hurting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Big Man Tings says, no, I'm hitting everybody, actually, is the whole thing. So love everything I saw from the Hounds there. But one continuous thread I've been following throughout this set is what predicates the win. Both games so far, whoever wins the first 5-on-5 engagement has gone on to win that match. And with the Eldritch Hounds winning every early game, they've got a pretty significant advantage in that first team fight. Maybe the Camelot Kings need to take notice of that, start drafting a little bit more early themselves.
Well, there's definitely a lot more on the line for them. And worth mentioning, as we get to picks and bans for game 3, the roles have swapped one more time, or the teams have swapped one more time. Kings will be first pick, and wow, that's a lot of respect. So Hounds, they start things off. Athena, Kukul Khan, exactly where you need it. Yeah, Kings, Sobek, they've been banning that all set, but the Ra and the Thor, both thorns in their sides in game 2, and they opt to get rid of that up top instead of let the Hounds have it again.
Makes sense to me. Just the Thor itself, that had to be banned. That's immediately where my mind went. You're not giving that one back, Ducky. So get it off the table. The Ra, though, a little bit surprising. Feels like maybe even if the Camelot Kings just had a different jungle selection, something that could deal with Ra a little bit better than Nemesis, things could have gone a bit better. Ra is a counterable pick, so it's surprising to see it banned out so early on. And what does that leave available? Just about every single meta hunter is still on the table. Yamoja's gone, by and large, completely ignored, but potential that we see her picked up as well. Chernobog's out there. Maybe you start to look a little bit more so towards those selections. First overall, gonna stick to it. It's the Hachiman for the Camelot Kings. I mean, it really is just a plug-and-play god. Hachiman does not really have any weaknesses.
Yeah, it also, like, I mean, it's really non-committal at the top, right? Like, I mean, you're just saying, hey, yeah, we got Hachi. That tells me nothing. That's like, I know nothing else about anything going on that team.
Late game, I will have a Hunter.
Yeah, and you know what? He's going to be mostly safe. Like, good luck ganking him once he hits level 5. So there's really not a whole lot revealed from that, and it doesn't tell you too much about what the Kings are going to strategize and prioritize around. But it does leave open a lot. I mean, specifically having Ra and Thor banned out leaves open a few things.
And at this point here, right?
Well, Rat, but I was also thinking maybe you grab the Thoth. Like, if you're thinking
that would be good.
Parallels.
Rat Thoth, I actually love that for the Hounds.
Yeah, you keep the Raw thematic for Benny-Q, at least a god similar to him, and also really you just get him away from big man teams.
And you take away one of Captain Twig's best picks, you take away one of Variety's best picks in one fell swoop. BMT's been dominating on the Thoth, so it's essentially double pick, double ban. If the Eldritch Hounds decide to take it for themselves, fits the play style of the Hounds. Instead, Sun Wukong, that high up on the draft, wants to make sure Ducky's feeling comfortable. This, I think, is a bit of an overplay of the hand from the Eldritch Hounds. ADC selection did not need to happen, top 2. There's, I would venture to guess, it's never 0, but infinitely approaching 0% chance that the Camelot Kings run a double Hunter draft. You could have got your Heimdall in 3rd slot and used maybe your 2nd pick as a dedicated ban. Sun Wukong as well. I think a little bit more likely the Camelot Kings would have taken that for themselves. So I'm not willing to argue against it first overall, but that Heimdall did not need to happen.
Yeah, and the only thing I can think is maybe the Hounds are willing to go towards something a little different, or, and we've kind of been commenting on this, I don't want to say passively, but really right now, you know, Benny-Q, when it comes to meta picks, like, we've been digging deep and talking a lot about, like, Tiamat and Merlin this set. This is the only team I think that's ever going to come up with. And so what he plays is going to be a big question mark. With Ra gone, again, Thoth available, and now Baba Yaga locked in for the Kings, it feels like something you could maybe shoe in for yourselves.
If I'm Hounds here, it's Rat pick, and then you immediately ban Twig's God Pool, or excuse me, Variety's God Pool. Instead, Agni. A standard mage, fits Benny's play style, plays well. It's certainly within his wheelhouse, but it is such a departure from every prediction that I have made so far. Incredibly surprised to see this one locked in where it was, especially considering how many of Benny's picks are still out there. Tiamat, Merlin, Raijin, all still available. There were a lot of mages on the board, but Agni going to be where he goes. And again, back against the wall for both of these teams. Loser goes home and stays home. Winner gets an opportunity to advance to the world stage. And in this situation, it's Sun Wukong, Heimdall, Agni as the top 3. Camelot Kings, on the other hand, I mean, that is as Camelot Kings as it gets. Lancelot's been the bread and butter. Baba Yaga has been the top of the league, it seems like, for just about every mid lane mage. Has great damage in the late game. Really good scaling with defense thanks to the Prophetic Cloak. I really do like what the Kings have brought.
Now, dealing with the bans that have come through, Odin and Hercules, you had even said, well, admittedly, the prediction was Rat, but Agni gets locked in, but then ban out Variety. And they've done that. But do you think that it's maybe too much focus on Variety, not enough on Quig? It feels like Quig, you know, last time it was Yamoja, Ganesh. There was a lot more to try and limit him as a support, but now, I mean, outside of the Athena and the Sobek, I guess the Aphrodite thrown in there as well, you've kind of got a really wide playing field.
Well, Quig's not gone towards the Yamoja, and if I was going to ban a support, it likely would have been Yamoja. I don't think you really care about his Sylvanas. You're not really dedicating a ban towards the Ganesh either in this position, so if you're not banning Yamoja, dedicating bans to Variety makes some sense to me. Odin's incredibly safe. Hercules is incredibly safe. Variety's been struggling mightily in the early game. That's where the bleeding has started every single game this set. It's been Variety. So making sure he doesn't have a pick that he could just go towards and say, well, you can't kill me now, is a very smart selection for the Eldritch Hounds. But there is one more you can't kill me pick on the board. I'm thinking about maybe Nike here for the Kings.
We've seen a lot recently, and a lot of that in the SCC, but the SCC teams have played it. Delny played it earlier. Looked really solid. Played 2 games of it so far. Why not keep it going? Baron Samedi, 2 of the 3 games played, and one of the wins was the Kings. We'll see, I guess, how it performs for them. They'd feel like it wasn't the issue for their last game. The question is going to be Variety's pick. and how well-rounded this comp is going to be. Tankiness came to the equation, or into question for me last time around. It felt like everybody on there was relatively squishy. The Rat is still available if he wants to go for something like it. You had mentioned the Nike. They seem to be thinking alongside, same vein, different god, right? Warriors have been on the rise. Cucullin being hovered. And this is another one. We also have seen like a little bit of King Arthur. Like there's some warriors that have been on the very, very fringe. But it feels like when they are played properly, and if you get them in the right hands, it could work out pretty well. Do you think that Cucullin is a good way to go, or do you still stand by the Nike?
I would say Nike or Achilles over Cucullin. Cucullin would be a dedicated initiator, and I think that's something the Camelot Kings were likely looking for. Someone that could start the fight consistently, considering Baron Samdi, very telegraphed CC for the most part, long range, and then life of the party is your guaranteed, all right, let's fight button. Having someone else to help out with that would be significant out of the Soul Lane, and Achilles can do it to a certain extent. Blink Stun starts the fight pretty well, so I think even having a little bit of threat from the execute could serve the Camelot Kings well. But I'm now trying to think about what the King's answer to Yemoja is, and there aren't exactly great answers to the Yemoja here. A lot of these team fights that Twig plays in the late game, especially on this Lancelot, is, all right, they're grouped up as 5, time for me to grand joust, right? I'm going to run through the entirety of the team. Good luck. River's Rebuke. Here's the thing. There's a giant water wall between you and them. Good luck lining up your shot. Oh, let me line up my execute. Fatal Strike. Oh, here's the thing. River's Rebuke. Here, giant water wall. Sorry again, you know? So there's a lot of Yemoja play that can make it really difficult for the Camelot Kings to exist, and that's just taking into account, like, abilities. Let's talk about just the ability to get past the walls. It's Baba Yaga. That's it.
And that's the other half of it, right? Not only just getting to the back line of the Hounds through Neil. Also, if you manage to get there, there's a good chance you don't get back from there. Good luck from that point. But like you said, if you get locked up by Neil, it suddenly becomes a much more difficult prospect to try and break through. I have to ask you about the Awelish, because I know you have been an Awelish fan. Not only that, but Johnny likes to go back to this pick time and time again, and usually looks really good on it. Oath, it feels like if I'm thinking that kind of play style for jungle, he has lined up with that. Do you like the Awelish with this comp?
When I think of Awelish, I think of just like bully junglers, and there are two that immediately come to my mind as the bully junglers. Awelish and Camazotz. And when I think of Oath, I generally lean a little bit more towards Camazotz. He's gone towards that pick a lot more consistently throughout the year. So what is it about these compositions that attracts Oath to Awelish? And it's the draft they've already built around it. Knock up on Heimdall, knock up on Sun Wukong, knock ups on Yemoja. There is a lot of setup for this Awelish, and there's only one enemy leap. So often you could get caught up in the minutia of who am I going to catch. If there's 3 leaps on the enemy team, you never know. Maybe if there are 2 people are leaping at the same time, you grab the wrong one. Now, if one person can leap, and it's the one, it's Baba Yaga, a priority mage. That makes it pretty easy for you to line up your Gravity Surge.
Not only that, like that's her survivability. Like outside of the house, I guess, with like a little bit of shielding, you're going to strip that away. I actually really like what you mentioned, which is the synergy with like the Riptides, right? Because I feel like, and you had highlighted it well, Yemoja's River's Rebuke, the walls that go up, it's going to be very helpful against, Baron. It's going to be helpful against Achilles. It's going to be helpful against the Lancelot. But then you add in the Riptide and say, hey, we didn't get Baba? Cool. You want Hachi? I got you. Being able to kind of bring that in. So it really does feel like the Hounds have got a solid draft. But the question really does come down to play on field, what we've seen so far in the last 2 games and what you expect to see out of these 10 gods as they move forward.
I expect the Eldritch Hounds to stick to the game plan, which for them has been early game pressure, generally centered around variety. So how does the Awelish Sun Wukong combo play into the Lancelot Achilles combo? I could see a world where it's a level 3 gank. Maybe Lancelot heads over to the duo lane because he wants to control the shield buff, and Awelish goes over to the soul lane to control cooldown buff, but Tiger Stun, Knock-Up combo, Feather Step, CC Chain. Level 3 feels like Awelish is already hitting her massive power spikes. There is a lot of potential to put pressure directly onto variety, and that has been the chink in the armor so far. That's where the bleeding has started every single time. The Camelot Kings need to figure out some way to keep variety alive for the first 5 minutes.
Well, someone is going to get sent home here. Is it going to be the Hounds? Is it going to be the Kings? The only way to find out is to go over to the casters and jump into Game 3.
It's the end of the road for one of our Pro League teams. Will it be the Hounds? Will it be the Kings? We'll find out here in this third and final game for elimination. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug back one final time today to see who's going to be the first SPL team going home. And maybe for the first time that I can recall, Trelly, a 50-50 split even on the Twitch poll. We've seen like 51-49, a couple percent here and there. This is one of the first time I've seen a dead even split for those two polls.
And this is the first time this weekend, there's been a lot of Baba Yaga, that someone finally does the Baba tech. You can see the house was walking all the way from left lane all the way over. I see a lot of these Baba Yaga players throwing potions in base, trying to get the best one. That's all well and good. It changes your DPS by like 10. Getting a fully stacked passive before you even show up to lane, that's like a full health pot, man. It is so worth it. Just wanted to know that. Big man Tings, good stuff, man. You get a thumbs up from me. However, this Awilix getting through. Man, this is nasty in this composition. I was holding my breath to see what Oath was going to go for because I saw that it was open. The Yamoja alone would have been enough for me, but there's just options in pretty much every single lane for Oath to get aggressive. Not only that, just the early pressure. I mean, we haven't seen a first blood at level 2, but when Awilix is in play, that's the kind of time, especially with like Agni as well and Conduit Gem. Ooh, they may be looking for it, and it wouldn't be on a Tings. Remember, that guy's got plenty of healing with the house. It'd probably be on a Twig.
Blink for Oath leaves me a bit scared for the side of the Camelot Kings. A lot of what we have seen, though, has been this brawling over in solo lane. Already 300 health apiece for the two warriors and the two solo laners on these squads. But I think Big Man Tings and Captain Twig recognize the blink on Oath and say, we might need to play a little bit more cautiously with some of our damage, with some of our abilities. Just to stay back, make sure you don't fall down too early. The trades, the blows that are just going to go back and forth between these two teams. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this early game.
Yeah, and that combat dodge was nice because these procs, man, they will start to hurt for sure, the Warriors X procs. Right does not want to fall down early. Not only is the teleport very important, but how many times have we seen Variety die off the teleport immediately? It's, hey, blue buff's coming up, it's about to spawn in. Do I have enough health pots to stick around? If the answer is no, I have to back and teleport. If the answer is yes, maybe I can. But I've seen Variety get first blooded twice now, one of which was because of that HP, the other of which was because, they're fighting for that blue buff. So keep holding on to your health pots for as long as possible. It's going to be very important here for Variety, and luckily, he's got one more than Ducky at the moment.
That's why I'm so shocked to see that Oath is on the left side of the map as opposed to the right side.
This man never comes here yet.
Ideal target fighting. I mean, this is where all the kills happened in the first two games, like 10 minutes, was all against Variety and Captain Twig. So it's shocking to see that Oath didn't elect to go with his soul laner to try and fight for that cooldown buff, maybe try and fight for that first blood. But
hey, you just wait for that blue buff to spawn in. I know exactly where Oath's going to be. They haven't deviated from the plan, because it's worked every time, right? If Variety doesn't die for the blue buff, that's a great sign. And I think Captain Twig and Variety bring a lot to that fight. The Lancelot and the Achilles, they can scrap. It's not as if like the Awilix and the Sun Wukong just outright win. There is room for outplay. So I do want to see a full 2v2, at least defending that blue buff, if Oath decides to go for it. But again, looking at health bars, it's not as if Variety's that weak. He didn't start the Jotun's Wrath. He actually went for a defense item, so he will be a bit tankier as well. And it looks like, yeah, already the grouping. And if anything, Captain Twig stepping up aggressively.
Does have a better position towards, at least going towards this invade. Ducky going to walk back, and I think for the first time this set, we're just going to see the two teams just give each other their own buffs at this point.
Wild.
That is a miracle, Trelly. Game number 3, though, and if we thought last game was a lot more cautious style of play, Eldritch Hounds, their backs against the wall, they've got to make sure to win. Now it's a one-game set. It's all it is for these two teams, so there's even more stakes on the line. Because the Camelot Kings, I don't like to say that they had a game to play with, but if they lose game 2, no big deal. We can still have that third game to come back to. Now there is no fallback plan for either team. They've put everything on the line to avoid elimination here for game 3.
No, this is do or die. Your season is over. Your shot at Worlds out the window if you do not get a win at the end of this game. So you're 100% right. It's not a best of 3 anymore. It's a best of 1. And look at this. Already action flying.
Twig falling low, but a big heal for him. Stewart going to be out for the time being. Captain Twig goes through the Grand Joust. Hits 2 with the horse after. The knockup's good, but Oath doesn't have the ultimate to pull it back. Instead, it's Neil Ma picked off. And for the first time this set, it's the Camelot Kings on the board first.
Wow, that was very close as well. You could tell Quig and Yarkor were just trying to get that level 5. They needed a little bit more XP, but Captain Twig strikes first. ridiculous play, shows up to the shield buff, says, hey, Oath doesn't get these for free every single time. That's a great start to the game. Menyq just has to dash away. Still has the beats to his name, so won't be a problem. But first blood going over to Yarkor. Chills, J-Mac. Chills. That's going to be rough for Stewart. Devo's online first. He gets to start stacking immediately. And you know the way Yark likes to play. He's not going to do nothing with this lead. He's going to get those bastions down immediately. He's going to start rotating. He's going to look for fights. Did Quake just miss his wand?
Just missed Chester? Bro, he did the cool guys don't look at explosions and realized that it was a dud. Stewart in a bit of trouble. Does Bifrost away thanks to the Gallarhorn, but Quake just misses Chester, walks by like it's nothing, no big deal.
Chester doesn't even move, man. He's locked in. He knows what's at stake for this game. Cut him some slack, all right? He's like, you know what? I'll wait. I'll let Yark get that farm. Maybe it was on purpose. He wanted Yark to get the solo farm.
Honestly, big brain of him.
I'll give it to him.
Big brain for Quig, making sure that Yark gets more farm. Already has that first blood, has those Devourer's Gauntlets stacking up. 11 stacks on there.
Oh.
Ducky escapes. Thanks to the help of that ultimate.
You gotta trust your jungler there. I'm pre-ulting. I'm like, he's gonna put him in range. I'm fatal striking before he shows up, but didn't want to risk it, and I can understand that.
Ultimate used by Neil Moss, and no River's Rebuke for 140 seconds now. That ability's on cooldown, but that's not gonna stop Oath. Goes in for the knockup, pulls back. One, Quig falling low, does get some damage with the gaze, but doesn't have access to the heal just yet. Gets it just in time to heal himself back up, and now there's the wrap up, and Yark finishes the job! The Mount Calvary is one, but Yark might not just stop at one. He's got a perfect target in Neil Ma. Doesn't have the dash available. Neil Ma. Don't walk back in the lane! Don't walk back, Neil Ma! That's where the killers are! It's Quig and Yark with another 2 in duo.
He's a one-man army, J-Mac. He said, oh, you're gonna die EI Jutsu. That was a 2v3 through and through. Captain Twig wasn't even close. This is what I'm talking about. You can't give Yarkor first blood. This man is a machine and already owns this side of the map. Stewart's lane is done. Like it's not the end of the world, but because of the fact that he's 2-0-1, because of the fact that he's got 27 stacks on Devos and plenty of gold in hand, there's no more fighting. Stewart is going to use the Bifrost as a teleport and just sit underneath the tower for the next at least 18 minutes.
Loses his purple buff too.
Of course.
Quig walks up, takes it away.
That's not his anymore.
Now Stewart, yeah, that might not be anybody's purple buff, but Yark's at this point. Just walk up and grab that, go for a fight anytime he wants. Yarkor's already got those Gooseberry stacked up too with those fights. Doesn't have to worry about anything with this lane. This has been set in stone now for Yark. All he's got to do, just keep up that pressure. And I think that's the important part that we didn't really see when the Eldritch Hounds got their lead in game 1. We'll see if there's some fight back to Quig. This time he barely lived last gank, see if he can pull anybody back. Grabs Neil Ma. Oh my god, the damage combo from Twig and BMT. Neil Ma's just gone. It's now 4-0 for the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, take a look at Quig's relic, man. He wasn't worried. That was not him ulting defensively. He said, oh, you guys want to kill? I've got Phantom Shell. Even if you threw the rivers up, which were not available. This is why Quig goes to Baron. It's a fantastic matchup into Bologna. Neil's going to have to get some beads or a Magi's, and it's not going to be for a while if he gets either of those.
You got to think this all started with River's Rebuke going up by Neil for question mark, unknown reason in duo lane. Oath walks in after the ult is already done, tries to start a fight. 3v2 goes in favor of the 2 because it's Yarkor picking up 1, Quig another. And then still in that same time frame of the ultimate being down, Neil Ma's just waltzing about the jungle and runs into a few. Variety dash away, stun doesn't connect this time though. Oath doesn't have the damage, has the knockup, gets the pull back from the gravity surge, but is there enough to kill Variety? One more in hand will do, and the Eldritch Hounds now on the board.
Man, I was going to say, this was the night and day difference. Variety opting to go for the tanky start instead of the damage, but he turned around and got gravity surge. Twig, for a little bit of a scrap here, probably not something you want to continue unless big man Ting shows up. Ducky gets up into the somersault cloud, should be just fine. Quig showing up as well just to try and get some extra damage. The Camelot Kings are an absolute wrecking crew right now. They're just trying to find fights wherever they can. Yarkor rotating to defend a green buff. It's not as if he's going to lose farm over in duo lane, but that is a great gank onto Variety. Get the ball rolling. We see a little bit of action as Neil Ma does get pulled back in. Shouldn't be too much DPS heading his way, so he'll be just fine. But keep your eyes, again, we've been talking about it all day. Teleports. Varieties is down. Duckies is also down, but upgraded already. Variety is ready to make those rotations to left lane.
Will we see those rotations? is the question. Waiting to see answered. 1 level up for Variety, 1 for Yark, but 2 for Quig. Already hit that level 9 where Neil Ma is only 7. And I think for me, the difference maker in this game that we need to see from Neil Ma being down is to not go so far down. You look back to game 1, it's 4.5 items just about to the 2 and maybe 1 tier 1 from Neil Ma because of how much farm he's giving up to the rest of his team for the rest of his team not being so far ahead at that point. So we've got to see Neil Ma be able to step up his farm game if the team is going to stay behind here in game 3.
And that's the thing. He's the target, right? I mean, he's 0-3 now because Quig recognized immediately this guy's got no beads. He's got no magi. It's like my pull is going to connect every single time. And the only way to combat that until level 12, and I don't even think he's going to get beats, by the way, is to get tankier. So, yeah, I think Neil Ma does need to sap a little bit of farm. It's not going to be the end of the world. Your carries will thank you when you're able to eat a full-on life of the party. That could be a big contention point because Quig is relentless. This man continues to walk up 1-0-3, a part of every kill so far. I mean, usually you look towards the junglers. I'm looking towards the Baron to start these fights.
Yarkor 1v1 versus Stu in the Bastion. A couple of in-hands in favor of Yark this time. But this is about as far as Stewart's going to be able to step up. Maybe towards that first little tower next to Yark if he's not there to clear out a wave, but Stewart is effectively out of this game for the time being. Variety pulled back again. Ultimate not body blocked this time by the Eldritch Hound, so Variety back to the safety of his tier 1 tower. And similar to how Stu is pretty much stuck inside of his own tower, man, we see a lot of that from Variety, but when you send so many people over to solo lane, the Camelot Kings are just going to capitalize off it. 4-man rotation over to left, and that's a Gold Fury for the Kings, and a 3,300 gold lead in 10 minutes.
Like clockwork, J-Mac. They noticed the failed gank over and right. Stewart cannot leave his tower line, so that's a guaranteed 5v3 at best. And what's Neil Ma going to do? Is he going to walk up? Not when Quig's there. So, yeah, smart call to go in for that Gold Fury. Uncontested. Ooh, looks like Yarkor's second purple buff is spawning in here shortly, so Captain Twig's going to show up to the party as well. Neil Ma's nearby, but without Oath here, I don't see a world where you fight. And yet, Benny Q turned around. He said, good luck, boys. I'm not even going to attempt to try and help you guys. I'm going to go get my red buff. So, no farm for Stewart this game. It just doesn't belong to him.
Yeah, it was 3 people at purple and 1 playing Gatekeeper at the top of the Harpy camp there. That being BMT, just to see where Benny Q is going. And if there's any hope of a rotation, well, Stewart's not going to get any of that favor this time. The Camelot Kings with firm control of this game, at least over on the right and the middle end of the map. Left and middle. Right side's been a bit back and forth, a lot of attention towards Variety, but the fact that we're now 12 minutes into the game, Variety's only died 1 time. We're hitting massive improvements from game 1 to 2, now 3. He's halved his deaths at this point in the game every single game.
And I love the way he's adapted as well. He recognized Ducky's going Jotun's Vigor every single game. I'm going to start Contagion. I'm going to just be tanky. I know I'm going to be dealing with 2 physical gods for the first 15 minutes of the game. I'm going to have to live a lot of ganks. And because of that, he's got stacked Fizz-D. He's got anti-heal for the Jotun, so that sustain isn't quite there for Ducky. And Variety's only 0-1. I mean, considering he's been 0-2, 0-4 sometimes at this point in the game, this is a great setup. The Camelot Kings have certainly adapted as these games have continued. Not to say that the other towns aren't in a they're not in a terrible spot. It really is just Stewart. Benny Q's a level down, but itemization-wise, not the worst. He's got some gold in hand here. And Oath actually has a level lead over Captain Twig, so that's not going to be the end of the world. This Owelik still is a threat.
I just wanted to point out that before Yarkor goes to base there, he had 2,700 gold in hand versus the 500 of Stewart. He had an entire item in pocket ahead of Stewart at this point. Goes back, now 3 items filled for the Hachiman. Camelot Kings playing firmly with their lead, nearly 4,000 up. Quig doesn't grab anybody with the life of the party this time. Neil Ma just quick enough to be able to get through one of those riptides and back to safety. But that coffin has been what has been really the start and sometimes even the end of fights.
And that's the other thing that you got to notice about being up this much. Yarkor can afford sentry wards out the wazoo. This man has the whole map lit up, whereas Stewart, you think he's going to spend some of his limited gold. Look at the difference between itemization, right? A full executioner. That's essentially the difference at the moment. A tier 1 balance blade there for Stu. You can't spend your limited funds on these wards. You just got to hope that you can sit under a tower and be just fine. And so far, it's been working for him. But Yarkor's got this whole side of the map lit up. He knows if he's getting ganked. Why not rotate into mid and grab a tier 1 tower? Sure, Pyromancer as well. There is no punish so far.
Might be time to leave, Variety. You got 3 people on that side of the jungle. Was able to get a little bit of proxy farms, keeping those 3 distracted while his team gets the Pyromancer. Says, all right, I'll trade out my life. My team's getting the rest of the objective, and he bought plenty of time on that end of the map. So much so, the Camelot Kings can comfortably grab the objective and now recuperate themselves. Start heading back, clear out these buffs, and reset the momentum of the game. A good pick and a good punish by the Eldritch Hounds, but it's just Variety who's the only one dying on the side of the Kings so far.
Yeah, and he still has the execute, right? So it's not like his usefulness is going to go away by the death. However, didn't seem necessary either. I think he could have zoned just fine from near the Pyromancer. Going to force the Bifrost here. Stu's going to be just fine. Unless Yarkor camped it, even with the ultimate. Does he beat the slow? No, he immuned it with the ultimate. Nice, well played there from Stuart. So just uses the ultimate and the Bifrost to get away. But either way, I think at this point, Variety doesn't have Blink. There was no way he was going to make it out, so why not just sit there and try and pull the enemies away from the Pyromancer for the squad? I think the biggest thing there was that Stu got some free farm, right? He was able to push up, grab the Bastions, push a wave or 2 under. That is going to help the Eldritch Hounds. I'm trying to find their way back into this game. The Agni's online, right? Big Man Tings and Benny Q essentially have mirrored builds. It's just Chronos Pendant in for the Book of Thoth. So good poke, good CC. If Benny Q shows up to a fight, he can really half-health someone over the wall just dropping 3 meteors. So I'll be watching that one. I do not think Ducky will die, though.
Probably not. I mean, 2 levels up over Captain Twig. Only 1 full defense item up against it, but that defense is more than enough to back away Captain Twig, who's also elected for some anti-heal in the build. Brawler's Beat Stick, 2nd item. Deals with the sustain not just of this Wukong, but also just what the Emoja can bring. Oath jumps away from the level 17 Yarkor, and we're not even 16 minutes in the game now, and Yark's already pulling up level 17 compared to everybody else. BMT at that same point. Primal Fury started by the Camelot Kings. The Eldritch Hound trying to step up to answer. It's Ducky first on the scene, but he gets stunned down. The Camelot Kings hit the Primal Fury. Ducky up to the sky. The coffin from Quig is going to pull back with the decoy this time, but won't use the sun. Instead, we'll turn it around. Riptide pulls Quig, and that'll be a kill for the Eldritch Hounds, but now it's the Camelot Kings going back in. The Rivers Rebuke, though, has half the team. There's only 2 on the side of the wall. It's Captain Twig falling low and picked off. Double kill for Benny Q, and now with Yarkor to the front line, Ducky bails out the rest of the squad. The Hounds, they grab 2, but the Kings get Primal.
Yeah, I see low health bars, J-Mac, but it was just unfortunate Quig got picked, let's get out. That should have been the play call. The fact that they went back in is a bit questionable to me. I mean, Quig even used Phantom Shell as a regular shell, like before the Rivers Rebuke even came through, so it just didn't seem like a great call. Captain Twig, only level 13. It's not as if his death really mattered that much. He was quite behind, and still is. It didn't need to happen, though. You know, I mean, Quig's death, rather. Captain Twig certainly didn't need to happen because he chased a little bit forward. But that's going to continue, right? Quig does not have beats. Riptide into River's Rebuke is going to be a pretty easy pull from Oath as long as he's on point. Sometimes that's going to happen. You got to learn when to just let Quig go. Be happy. You got the Fury for free. Not going to be the end of the world because we just saw the graphs that Doug showed us. The Camelot Kings are up massively. Just, I think Twig farming for those 45 seconds would have been much better than him chasing, dying, and, you know, trying to get back in there.
Just now procs over level 14, 1 full level behind Oath, where everywhere else on the board is either even or ahead. It's those mid laners both sitting at level 18, which is surprising for Benny Q, considering he's 3-0 at this point. He's 75% of the kills for the Hounds, but he's sharing and is parity in level with BMT, and even if you go to the net worth chart, it's still BMT ahead of him by 500 now. So that's no to the fact that the rest of the team is ahead by a total 5,000 gold. But Benny Q's really holding his own, only being down that far against a team that is 5,000 up. Impressive stuff for the mid laner, the Hounds.
Yeah, it's gonna still hurt though. That full Soul Reaver over Benny's gonna be the difference maker, right? Tings looks at Ducky and laughs in his face. He says, I'm 3 levels ahead of you with Percent Pen and Soul Reaver. You can't 1v1 me. That is not a threat any longer. Whereas if you look at the difference between Variety and Stuart, it looks a little bit more attainable. Variety actually has a lead up against the ADC who he's trying to go up against. So it's going to help out a ton as far as tank stats go. Ducky goes in for the steal, can't find it. Camelot Kings will get a Runic Bomb in the pocket of Quig. I almost said Twig, man. We've been casting this team for so long, but the Quig Twig will always get me.
Captain Quig, it's the combo.
Yep.
You know we're talking about at least one of them. When you hear IG at the end, you know we're talking about at least one of these guys. So now for the Camelot Kings with their lead. What can they push with it? Pyromancer goes down. That gives them an extra little boost. Gives an extra Runic Bomb to the hands of Quig for whenever they want to go for these objectives. Secure isn't the biggest name of the game for really either of these teams. BennyQ can throw those bombs out. That's a good 500-600 damage late game towards each objective that he hits down real quickly. Probably the best Secure. BMT. Potion plus that first ability. Pretty decent Secure, but not that kind of guarantee. So having that extra 1,000 true damage will really help out the Camelot Kings. And I'm just waiting, man. I'm waiting for that chance that we can see Stuart try and get a bit more involved in the fight. The action's really come to Stu so far. We haven't seen Stu really be the one to help join in on these team fights. It's all just been, hey, Stuart, we're fighting over on your side of the map. You better get over here and help us out.
And I think Stu's doing what he needs to at the moment, because when you're this far behind, your job is to survive and get online. You need to show up to the fight as a level 20 full build hunter. And if you can't do that, the sort of wet noodle fight he'll do right now with dominance and execution is just not cutting it. I would much prefer him to be over in left lane than showing up to any scrap that is near a Pyromancer. Unless it's like enhanced Fire Giant, he needs to be just in lane collecting farm. Luckily, he's got 2,400 in hand, and he is able to just, chill until a fight breaks out. But still, the Yarkor is locked and loaded. This man is ready to show up to any engagement, has beads, has Aegis, had Mad and Archery. Yarkor should not die for the next, 5 minutes. Even if he's completely out of position, he has so many tools to escape.
So Stu can go back and get some crit if he at least wants to match what Yarkor is going and build.
I think he's the Kin's Odie bow kind of guy.
Been seeing a lot of the Kin size, the Odysseus bow more than anything from Stu. Blink on a Variety, pulls him back, but even the 2v1 Variety's doing just fine. In fact, a nice little heal from Quig will keep him a bit healthier, but that's an ultimate from Oath now used. Comes up empty-handed. Doesn't even pull a relic or anything. No ultimates, no relics burn in response. Sure, ultimate cooldown is low for Oath, already a quarter of the way back, but all of that to, more than anything, get a heat check on how much they can do to Variety.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. But now Fire Giant started up. Look at the Hounds. 3 on the left side of the map. This seems like the call is to just give it up. Oath does not want to be anywhere near. It's going to be Oni Fury for Fire Giant. The Camelot Kings have built up this gold lead for this exact moment, just to get an uncontested FG. The question becomes, what will they do with it? They're heading to the right side of the map. They're just going to go for the tier 2 right away? Or are they going to go back? It looks like they want to push this.
They're going to push up right. Variety will head back to base. He can teleport in to stop the split push of the Eldritch Hounds if he so chooses, but tier 1 tower at the very least will go down. Variety not going to teleport. Instead, he's just going to go ahead and walk right in instead. And it will be a tier 2 on the right side for the Eldritch Hounds. So trade out of towers, one obviously a bit more beneficial via the Camelot Kings grabbing that tier 2. And still that 6,000 gold up for the Camelot Kings. We haven't really pushed much further than this point. For the last about 6-7 minutes of the game, we've been sitting at this point. It's mostly just been that momentum for the Camelot Kings that allows them to hold this positioning. Ooh. Straight crit hits Oath. That's half health from the Awelish. He's got to go back and reset.
Yeah, that was just the power of Yarkor, man. That was 2 auto attacks and a little bit of poke from Captain Twig. So you got to watch out for how much damage Yarkor can do, especially from a range. One of Hachiman's strengths, really. When you're underneath the Phoenix, when you're underneath the tier 2, he can just crit you from across the map. But the tier 2 tower looks like it's going to go down with little defense from the Eldritch Hounds, because Stuart's getting level 20. That was the plan, right? Leave him alone, let him try to get some farms. So far, he has done that. But here's the difference, J-Mac. I need to see something being done with that level 20. Once he comes back and gets the Leader's Cowl online, it's time to get involved in these team fights.
You can have to look at itemization for the mid laners here. Alternate timeline on side of BMT. Gotta note, though, no Prophetic Cloak. We saw a little bit of on some of the Baba Yagas earlier today, earlier this week. We've seen some without. It seems that BMT is just going for the full damage. I'm not trying to be beefy. I'm not trying to stand up in the front line. I'm just trying to hit as many abilities as I can and hit as hard as I can with this style of build. One item away from finishing up, just holding on to that party punch for the time being. But that second chance at life in the alternate timeline, where you go to the other side for BennyQ, mentioned went to the Conduit gem. Instead, we'll just kind of get that gem of focus. Gives him a lot of utility more than anything, as long as he can keep those abilities spammed. And as an Agni, pretty easy for him to do so.
Yeah, Agni's not going to have a problem keeping that one stacked up. Tier 2 tower on the left is the call. I don't think Phoenix is ever going to be the play here for the Kings. They are confident, but Doesn't seem like something they'd really want to overcommit for. They're looking to see if they can find a pick, though. With the Titans rolling out middle, I cannot imagine they step underneath the Phoenix. Like, yeah, you burn through the Titan here, but once the Order Titan shows up, then you have your opportunity. But you got 1:20 left on fire, and it's going to take the Titan about 30 seconds just to get here.
Titan is going to go down fairly swiftly. Bombs done by BennyQ does good damage to Captain Twig. He can heal back up as long as he can get to a nice camp and re-sustain there. But now the Camelot Kings can regroup. They've got a minion wave on the left side, pushed a little far back. But now that will split the attention of the Eldritch Hounds. Do you deal with the Titan in mid lane that's marching, or do you deal with the Camelot Kings who are going to be pushing up the left side?
Seems like a bit of a split push anyways. Just Variety and the Titan for now. Stewart's got plenty of DPS for it, but he's going back and forth. This Ducky takes a lot of damage.
Half health on Ducky, but a lot of damage back to Yarkor. BennyQ pumping out major damage with these bombs. So we're going to charge up the horn, try and stay healthy, but Cap Twig to the back line, eats the damage, and ultimate hit from Stu nearly takes down Neil Mom and has to joust away. He's caught behind the River's Rebuke, but able to narrowly escape death. BennyQ can't find the damage, but all the while in the mid lane, Variety able to split push with the Titan, does take down the middle bird.
Yeah, they had to split their attention. The Hounds made their call. Let's defend against the Kings and let the Titan and Variety take that mid lane Phoenix. Of course, the correct call when you think about which Phoenix would you rather defend. The one that's in the middle of the map makes a lot more sense. I'm amazed. What got Yarkor so low? It was probably some damage from BennyQ. Yeah, this Agni is an absolute threat with those Soul Gem proc, or the Soul Reaver procs rather, and so much CDR. I mean, he didn't have to relic, but it was still nasty. And as you point out, 4,000 gold in hand for Yarkor.
Good lord.
And he's already, he's going to sell the gooseberries and just get a full Deathbringer, I would imagine. Whereas Big Man Tings, he also wants a last item over that party punch, full Obsidian Shard, just to cap out that percentage pen and make sure he can overcap the percentage pen. Oh, he went Kins.
It's the kin size. I was in the same thought train as you. Crit's already hitting hard, make him hit a little bit harder, get that Deathbringer, but instead will be a kin size, fully upgraded Ferocious Executioner, and a Power Potion. That's one heck of a back for Yarkor. Full item, glyph, and a power pot. And now they can march right up to the right-hand side. Fire Giant just about to respawn in just a few more seconds. Pyromancer in a similar spot here for the Camelot Kings. It's the Eldritch Hounds who have to make the choice to go up for the defense. It's just the middle Phoenix down. The Eldritch Hounds don't have to walk too far to commit to defend both their bird and the objective.
It's going to be a slow play. Captain Twig, Variety, trying to figure out where they can get their vision down. But this is what I was talking about. BennyQ just being able to half-health someone over the wall. Fire Giant's coming down quickly. Ducky, the first one to step forward.
Fire down to half. Ducky goes in, gets damage on a BMT, but Ducky's already lost a lot of his health. Bomb hits Yarkor, but he's got the Aegis this time. Quig will pull one into the coffin. Ducky is low, nearly taken down, but he's in the back line. It was all a fake. It was a decoy the entire time, and it's Quig instead who's the first casualty of the fight. Variety pulled back by the Riptide, but Captain Twig not able to get the damage done in the back line. It's a 2-for-1, but BMT gets one as out. Takes down Variety, jumps in aggressively as Ducky removes Yarkor. The Camelot Kings, they were winning this game up until this point, and now it's the Eldritch Hounds who can fall back to the fire.
They got to retreat, though. With Stewart dead, it's not as if Fire Giant's on the cards. Big Man Ting still has his Aegis, has his alternate timeline, and wants to try and go in for a steal onto the Pyromancer. Can't find it, but that's going to be the whole-on reset, J-Mac. It's not as if the Hounds can go in for anything just yet. They had to deal with the Fire Minions as in mid as well. But the dive, I mean, that was not very clean from the Camelot Kings. I liked what Quig did, is going for the pull, but I'm amazed that Ducky got burned through so quickly, goes into the Somersault Cloud. And then it just seemed like the Camelot Kings forgot about him. He landed on Tings, he landed on Yark, he ox-formed through them and just stalled all the while. The rest of the team was cooking.
The Eldritch Hounds down almost 10,000 gold going into that fight. Now the lead starting to diminish just a little bit, but still some item deficits between the teams. Stewart able to go back at the Odysseus bow. Now matching full build versus Yark. BennyQ, full build himself. Obsidian Shard now online, mirroring that of his opponent in BMT. With the Fire Giant reset, the two key teams can walk back up. Camelot Kings, they've controlled this game from minute 1 of this game and have still been holding on. This is the first real blunder that they've had so far this game. They don't want to make the same mistake twice against the Hounds.
They certainly don't. That Phoenix in mid is going to drop here shortly. Take a look at the relics. Beads from Big Man Ting's gone. One leap, one Riptide near Oath. He could just be deleted, or at the very least, that alternate timeline proc could come through. All the while, no relics for Yarkor either. So it's not as if the Camelot Kings love the idea of fighting at this very second. They'd rather stall this one out because the Eldritch Hounds, they're looking fine. I mean, just Aegis gone for Stu, and he's got the Bifrost, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. The Camelot Kings are going to have to stall this out about 50 seconds or so for Yarkor to feel safe, and that's going to be an enhanced Fire Giant. This could be the FG that ends the game. This could be the FG that sends one of these teams home.
Camelot Kings trying to go for maybe a pincer onto Oath if they can pick off the jungler. This would be massive for the Camelot King. It's the Eldritch Hounds on the run and on the defense. Oath able to escape, but the Camelot Kings have at least put down one for a moment. And think about the stakes online for both these two teams. The reigning world defending champions here in the Camelot Kings on the verge of being knocked out of contention to even go to World. You look at the opposite side for the Eldritch Hounds, a finalist in Stewart from last year's Worlds, now on the verge of being eliminated. Benny Q missed out on Worlds last year with his team in the Valkyries, and is now potentially one fight away, one game away from being knocked out of Worlds again. And then the rookie in Oath, his first chance at an SWC on a pro team, still one match away. So many storylines with these two teams. Can you even imagine the fact that this could be the first Worlds we see without a Captain Twig? So many stakes on the lines for these two squads.
And because of that, it's going to be a slow dance around this enhanced Fire Giant. No one wants to step up first. I talked about it a while ago, haven't brought it up since, but Neilma, no way to get away from life of the party if he isn't immediately in that Riptide. So he doesn't want to meet Quig in the jungle. He doesn't want to be the first one to step forward. It's going to be Ducky. He's the only one who feels confident at the forefront of these engagements. He's the only one who feels confident giving any sort of vision in towards this enhanced Fire Giant. All the while, just trying to find their moment in. Sundering Axe procs back and forth. That's what this dance has become. Just Ducky and Variety hitting each other. No one find their opening just yet.
Camelot Kings, the aggressive swap. What in the world? Just hit 3 members of the Hounds. They're low. What just happened to Benny Q?
There's a potion over the
wall.
He's
already at 3rd HP. He's got to back away and reset himself. It's now the Camelot Kings with advantage around the Fire Giant. But there's going to be some sustain from Neil Ma. The Sundering Axe procs from Variety. Ducky's going to try and go in, but he's got to jump up into the ultimate. The health bars are too low for the Hounds. It's the Camelot Kings who get the Fire Giant, but can the Hounds even get back to the base in time? Ducky, half HP, still hasn't made it back to the Phoenix yet. Benny and Ducky have got to walk all the way back. There might not be anyone there for the defense on this right side Phoenix.
Yeah, Bracer gets dropped. Yarkor statted up. He's ready to take down this right side bird. Little contest for this one, but the Camelot Kings know to play this slow. You would think, but Variety steps forward. Does not want to get pulled back in by Oath. Jukes the Riptide. Should be fine for now. Remember, this mid Phoenix already looking weak, and Variety steps forward.
Coffin for Quig, trying to pull back anybody. Stu used the ultimate to get away. Benny Q, who just got back to full, is already sent back to the fountain. Neil Moss sent back in a body bag. Variety gets the first kill of the fight, and now it's a 5 versus 4, and it might be even less than that. Ducky getting low, and so are the rest of his teammates on the Hounds. But the Kings disciplined on their siege. Take down 2 birds, head over to left. But there's not much contest on the left because of the enhanced Fire Giant.
Well, they step up and go for the end call. They're thinking, they're sitting around. Big Man Tings' ultimate is coming up soon. Home Sweet Home is their best DPS besides some auto attacks from Yarkor. And Neil Ma's down for 28 seconds. In 3, there goes the Bracer. They've got the DPS. Are they going for the end or are they going for the kill?
Captain Twig stunned down. Ducky goes up into the cloud, but he's so low in the backline. But Twig and Variety are falling low themselves. Stu uses the Aegis. Variety gets taken down. Now it's 4 versus 4, and Ducky able to escape. The Camelot Kings, they can't get the siege going with Neil Ma up in 6. The Camelot Kings have to turn tail and run.
Variety got so much damage onto Stewart, pulled the beads, pulled the Aegis, but then gets CC chain before he can escape, and now the Eldritch Hounds siege forward. They've got 5, they know Variety's gone for 40 seconds. You've got a few options here, J-Mac. You sit in the base and you turtle. You await your imminent demise and just go for a defense. Or you get proactive, you clear out some waves and you hide. You sit somewhere in the jungle and you hope the Camelot Kings aren't disciplined and group up. Maybe someone walks up, maybe the whole team walks up, but either way, Variety not on the map for 20 seconds. It seems like they have to play the slower route because no one on the side of the Camelot Kings has passed a speed buff at the moment.
Camelot Kings, just under 2 minutes left with their enhanced Fire Giant. All 3 Phoenixes down, the Eldritch Hounds completely distracted with having to deal with Fire Minions. It gives the Kings the chance to reset themselves, get everybody back off of respawn, and clear out everything inside of the jungle. But with a minute and a half left, there's still time to maybe go for another siege, but I think the Camelot Kings are content with just clearing out farm, deal with the beacon, go for this Fury. Maybe if you get the chance, go for one final push, because we see Yarkor and Quig already pushing forward. The Kings aren't going to give up just yet. Last time it was 5 versus 4 in favor of the Kings, but now it's a full 5v5 at the Hound's base.
They're stepping forward. They have just about everything available besides Variety's beads. You called it. They've got time to go in for the all-in. It would be risky, but they have the damage to kill the Titan. They got to watch out for Benny Q. Grouping up for Agni Bombs could be a death sentence here as the whole team starts to split. Ducky goes to the back line.
Scorching Blink in, immediately up into the cloud. He's fine for now, but the health is not great on the side of the Hounds. Neilma caught out, used the River's Rebuke, but he gets pulled back into the coffin, and Yarkor takes him out. It's Ducky trying to distract to the back, but he's in no man's land. Yarkor picks up the double kill. Oath on the run. Stu low, still no relics for the Hunter. Yarkor full HP and gladly will step up. The worlds without Twig is not the worlds that we want to be in. The Camelot Kings will not go down without a fight, and they send the Eldritch Hounds packing.
This is a squad that took their L's. They made sure they learned just about everything they needed to in this matchup, and they said, we are not falling down early again. Variety is not getting first blood again, and we are making sure that Yarkor has all the DPS to back us up. This Hachiman was an absolute unit this game. A one-man army, and then the whole team behind him. Man, the Camelot Kings, they had us in the first half. I won't lie. It looked a bit rough, but they really tightened it up towards the end of this set.
It was looking dicey in game 1. Didn't go so hot for him. Game number 2, similar situation. Kings able to at least get that first game back after fighting at what was a 4-kill deficit about 6 minutes in. Clean things up. Get 6 minutes into game number 2. It's only 2 kills down this time. Get into game number 3, and now it's the Camelot Kings getting first blood. You said it best. The small adjustments that were made every single game by the Camelot Kings from, okay, we're only going to die maybe 4 or 5 times. Okay, now we're only going to die a couple. What if we just stop dying and instead just start getting some kills? Captain Twig says, all right, Variety, I'm done dealing with your lane. Have fun, best of luck. We're going to try and get things going elsewhere, and it works out perfect for the Kings in this game.
And it's only going to get better. If your whole MO is, learning, adapting, guess what? Best of 5s are coming next. You got plenty more time. If you don't get it right the first time, you got 2 more chances to really tighten it up, and that's exactly the kind of meta that the Kings are going to thrive in. It's a questionable journey. We knew some team was going home here, but Camelot Kings are not that team.
The second team here in the SWC group stage is sent home is the Eldritch Hounds, and it's by the hands of the Camelot Kings. They move on. They've still got a best of 5 qualifier to see if they can make it back to the SWC. But that's it for Charlie and I here on the cast. We'll throw it back over to Des to break down game 3.
And really, there's a lot in that game to unpack, Mifflin, because while the Kings had a lot of great, there was also a lot from the Hounds to slow them down as often as possible, to the point where even at the end you were even saying, like, oh, the Kings have messed up. They've activated Neil Ma's trap card. Unfortunately for Neil, it doesn't come true. He doesn't get the turnaround. But to see the turnaround from the Kings today from yesterday, I think that was the biggest deal to me. Yesterday, that version of the Kings doesn't make it to Worlds, I think, any day of the week. Today, we've got a team that could fight back and really, I think, needed this one.
And I think the casters hit it very well there. It's the adaptation from the Camelot Kings throughout this set that really impresses me. Okay, the 2v2 in the soul lane just isn't working. I'll help out on first blue buff rotation. Maybe after that, I leave as Captain Twig's MO. Last game of the set, look, man, I just don't want to be around you, Variety. Things aren't going so great. They move the fight over towards the duo lane and play around one of their strongest players. They facilitate Yarkor throughout early, say, Yark, if we're going to find a lead, it's going to be through you. And Yarkor finds the craziest fight back that he possibly could. Takes the 5, finishes a few kills, turns things around, and makes it look good for the Camelot Kings. From there, the Eldritch Hounds try to fall back into the tried and true strategy. Well, maybe we could still bully Variety. Maybe we could still get back over there, right the ship. And they do find that kill, but by that point, it was already 4-1 favor to the Camelot Kings. Gold lead starts to move a little bit out of control. Mid lane's doing well. Big man Ting's given the space to operate, and the Kings just rally around Yarkor. And even Variety gets to have himself a better game because no action's happening on his side of the map. Just farms up safely, rotates into the team fight, and makes the difference. So great stuff to the Camelot Kings who get to keep their world streams alive.
And it really was, as they had kind of mentioned towards the end as well, like little adaptations here and there that make such a huge difference towards the very end of it. And something the Kings are going to be adept at is doing that in best of fives. Luckily for them, that's what they have to deal with on Sunday. But now you know exactly what they're capable of. Like, we've gotten to see them, I think, empowered one more time. Man, was it a treat to see the way that they were able to take each of those fights. Again, it just looked so much smoother, I would say, than what we got to see out of some of the games yesterday. Slashlines themselves, I will admit nothing crazy stellar, right? Nothing that stands out too much. 1-2-8's pretty good for Quig. Yeah, well, okay,
it's 5 KD.
You're right. If you cover him up, they're all doing really well.
He took out a team before he went down.
Yeah, he was really, really solid. It does feel like they got to rally. And like you said, the other side of the map being the strength. And that's something you had even talked about, I mean, game 1, game 2, right? Where it's just like, if you can move the fight over there, it was specifically for the Hounds, if you could take that side down, then you have a better chance of winning the game than you do if, Hardcore gets to do what he just did there.
Yeah, this is the first game this set where the Eldritch Hounds do not cleanly win out in the early game, which made it a much more difficult transition into those mid-game 5-on-5 engagements. Whoever wins the first 5-on-5 tends to win the game in this set, and in Game 3 it was the Kings.
You know what? Being able to find a win like that, again, push themselves forward to a qualifying match, has to feel pretty good to be able to do so, but it's not the end of the road for them. So to get some thoughts, especially where they are at in this checkpoint, got Quig standing by for an interview.
That's right. I've got Quig's support for the Camelot Kings. First off, congratulations on the win, being able to continue your chances towards SWC. How does it feel just first and foremost winning here in this qualifying, or I should say winning this elimination match and keeping you, at a chance of still making it to Worlds?
I mean, obviously it feels great to qualify it. Also, it feels kind of bittersweet to knock out the Hounds. My boy Pat, Benny on there, Ducky. And it's like, I don't know, kind of sucks to have to knock them out that way, but I guess happy we won at the same time.
Yeah, no, that was a matchup that I don't think we hit too much, at least kind of going into the set, is the fact that this was your old team that you kind of got this far with up until the halfway point, now jumps over to this Camelot Kings team. As far as moving forward for the rest of the event, now it's going to be best of fives for these qualifying matches. How much do you think that changes now for your team in your future matchup?
I think we're more confident in best of fives. I think we're comfortable like that. I think we have a lot of flexible players that when games go deep and games go long, we can kind of, just clutch it out with deep god pools and confident plays late game.
Now, knowing that there's at least one guaranteed SCC team that you're going to have to fight up in your final matchup, whether that be the Solar Scarabs, the team that knocked you down, or whether it be the Callan Wardens who put the Hounds down in this spot, is there a team that you would rather face off against for that final qualifier?
I'm indifferent.
Different to it. Hey, well, congratulations on your match, Quig. Good job on the win. I'll let you get back with the team. We'll throw back to the desk.
At the end, the thing that really stands out to me, indifference, because you got to beat them no matter what, right? If you're going to make it there, it doesn't matter who it is, you got to win. And so I can see exactly where Quig's coming from. But a win here moves them to Sunday, Mifflin, and they're going to be waiting for an opponent. That's going to be the big thing as we take a look at the bracket. Man, there's still a whole lot of Smite to be played. Best of fives from here on out. Tomorrow, 2 of them. Sunday, 2 of them. Scarabs, Wardens are going to be playing in the group with the Kings. Winner goes to Worlds. Loser plays the Kings. Scarabs maybe getting themselves a rematch. Wardens playing them for the first time. Have to find out how that's going to shake out. It's going to be tomorrow afternoon. Of course, Kings will be playing on Sunday in a qualifying match. Winner, if that goes to Worlds, there's still a chance that the reigning world champs do not go to the World Championship. And that is something that we're not going to find out until the very, very end of the week. But that's only half of it, right? Group A is where some of the action is going to be starting, and one that I think a lot of people are really excited. Gilded Gladiators, earlier today, they get to hold on to their hats for a little bit longer, but they have to face the loser of the Ravens and Hex Mambo, which is not going to be an easy set for any of them. I think Ravens Hex Mambo as well, going to be a very spicy one. Winner of that goes to Worlds. And we'll have to see who plays the Gladiators again on Sunday to see the last couple of teams go into Worlds. 6 remaining. 4 of them are going to be able to make it overall. You still have some in the double elimination. That's where we're starting tomorrow. We're going to get 2 qualifying teams, but it's not the end of the road for the losers. Sunday is that final chance. That is your last moment. And for some of these teams, if you're the Glads, you're the Kings, it could be the end of the road.
Could be. Got to keep your win streak rolling. You want to keep your dreams alive for Worlds. Group A, man, that's scary stuff for me. I mean, especially the winner's side of Group A, Ravens and Mambo. For my money, I think those are the two best teams we've seen so far this tournament.
And it's very frightening to think because we've seen in a lot of championships sometimes that heat up in this qualifying. I mean, especially, normally I'd say it's Zatman teams that come through and have those moments. So there's always that opportunity to maybe cause some surprises when we get to the World Championship. Of course, a lot of that is in the future for us. So the question is going to be who is joining them tomorrow. We're going to start qualifying some teams to Worlds, and I am excited to start doing it. Of course, that means that we're going to slowly be filling out the bracket as the week goes on. At the very end of it, we're going to have that draft show with the 4 teams that have already qualified to choose. But we have to figure out those 4 teams first. So from myself, from Mifflin, thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you tomorrow when you tune in to see the qualifiers for the World Championship.